In mammalia cell, the ribosomes are present are of 55S type. Remember this thing, student. In mammalia cell, the ribosomes are of 55S type, or you can say the ribosomes are of 55S type. Remember this thing. In general, they are of 70S type, but if we talk about mammalia cell, they are of 55S type. Okay, this is the great important thing you have to remember, and in many exams it is usually asked for general confusion because students over there do not think and they just take upon 70S, but you have to see that if it is written mammalia, then you have to take over 55S type. Okay. And I told you about that the matrix which is present inside the mitochondria is pale yellow in color, and that is due to riboflavin. Okay. The pigment which is present inside the matrix is known as riboflavin, and that is why it is also seen as pale yellow in color. Now, the mitochondria part has been over till now, means we have seen the important facts over here. Now, we will see the functions of mitochondria. So, first function of mitochondria is very well known. It is used for what? Energy production, means it is the storage battery of the cell, or we can say it is the powerhouse of the cell. So its main function is to store the energy. Okay, so remember this thing, it stores the energy in the form of ATP, adenosine triphosphate. Next, it is responsible for cytoplasmic inheritance. Now what do you mean by cytoplasmic inheritance, student? I am going to make you understand this thing over here. What is cytoplasmic inheritance, students? Cytoplasmic inheritance means the transfer of mitochondria from the hereditary material. Now, how it happens, students? You have learned about a little bit in fertilization chapters in past earlier classes. So, you will understand this thing that if there is ovum present over here. So, this is ovum, that is the female part, and this is the sperm, that is the male part, or male gamete we can say. Okay, the sperm and ovum, these are the male and female gametes. Now, what happens if there is a ovum and there is mitochondria present over here? This is the mitochondria which is present inside the ovum. Okay, now what happens? The sperm and ovum will get fused. Okay, and after getting fused, they will form what? A zygote. Okay, now what happens? The zygote contains the same mitochondria which was present in the ovum cell. Okay, the zygote contains the same mitochondria which was present inside the ovum. So, this mitochondria has been transferred from the female gamete towards the zygote. So, this is known as cytoplasmic inheritance. It means the male and the female gametes are responsible for transfer of mitochondria from themselves towards the zygote formation. Did you understand this thing? Now, we are moving on towards the next point, the next function of mitochondria. It is responsible for vitellogenesis. Vitellogenesis means yolk synthesis. Okay, yolk synthesis, you have understood it clearly that mitochondria is responsible because there is a lot of ATP generation inside it. Okay, next point. It is a site of Krebs cycle for respiration. I told you I will explain it you in the upcoming further lectures when we will study about the human physiology, the cellular respiration. Now just you have to remember this thing that it is responsible for the cellular respiration or the Krebs cycle in the living organisms, because the oxysome contains the ATP production enzyme ATPase, which I told you in the oxysomal diagram. Next point. Now, we are over with the mitochondria, the functions of mitochondria, the structure of mitochondria. Now, we are going to discuss about the single membranous cell organelle, that is endoplasmic reticulum. An endoplasmic reticulum is abbreviated in short form as ER, and then it is divided into two further types. That is, first is the smooth endoplasmic reticulum and second one is the rough endoplasmic reticulum. Okay. So what are the functions of reticulum and where are they found inside the cell and where they are present and how they are formed, we are going to discuss in this upcoming slides. Okay. So first you have to remember this thing, student, that what is endoplasmic reticulum. It is also known as ER in short, divided into two categories. The first is smooth endoplasmic reticulum and the second one is rough endoplasmic reticulum. Now the students are little bit confused that why ma'am is saying rough and smooth. It is based on the texture. No students, it is not based on the texture. It is based upon the ribosome present. Okay, if the ribosomes are present on the surface of the endoplasmic reticulum, then it is considered as rough endoplasmic reticulum, and if they are absent, then they are known as smooth endoplasmic reticulum. Means if we see the structure here, then if it is like this, and if there are ribosomes embedded on the surface of the endoplasmic reticulum, so it is known as what? RER. And if it is absent, means it is of smooth shape, then it is known as SER. Now moving on towards the next slide, we are going to discuss about the endoplasmic reticulum, that it is a network of membranes which is present in the cytoplasm. Now you can see it clearly here, students. You can imagine in your mind that when the nucleus is present, the nuclear membrane has protrusions and these protrusions form the endoplasmic reticulum. This endoplasmic reticulum which is formed by the nuclear protrusion is known as what? Rough endoplasmic reticulum. And after rough endoplasmic reticulum, the smooth endoplasmic reticulum is present. Okay. Next point about this, it was discovered by the three scientists. First is Potter, second one is Claude, and third one is Fullan. Okay. Next point, it is present in all cells except prokaryotes. As I told you, in mitochondria also they were primitive, so they were not considered in the upcoming cell organelles. Okay, so everything which is main important and used for protein synthesis or ATP synthesis, so they are absent in prokaryotic cells. Okay, and it is also absent in the mammalian RBCs. As I told you, the mature RBCs lose all the cell organelles which is present inside it. So mitochondria as well as endoplasmic reticulum both are absent inside the RBCs, that is erythrocytes of the mammalian. So mammalian erythrocyte, it is absent. You have to remember this thing. Put a star mark over this line. Now the next we are going to see the three components of ER. Now the ER, endoplasmic reticulum, is divided into three components over here. So first one, the first part will be cisternae, second part will be vesicles, and the third part will be tubules. Okay, so first part will be cisternae, second part will be vesicles, and the third part will be tubules. Now you can see the diagrams over here which I have put on the slide. You can see the lamellar structure which is present over here. This is the cisternae. These are the small lamellar tubes which are interconnected together like this. Okay. These are interconnected together like this. So these are the lamellar structures and they have the embedding of ribosomes over them. So these are the ribosomes which are present over it. Okay, these are known as cisternae. Next one is the vesicle part. Vesicle part is like rounded shape, small rounded shape, and they also have ribosomes embedded over them. You can see here, students, clearly. These are the vesicles. Okay, these are the ribosomes present over them. Now, if we talk about tubules, tubules do not contain ribosomes. Okay, they do not have the embedding of ribosomes. They are smooth. Okay, so the tubules are like this. Okay, so you can see the surface over here. It is smooth, means they do not have ribosomes. So smooth and rough means this only. If ribosomes are embedded, then they are categorized as rough, and if they are not, they are present, then it is categorized as smooth. Okay. Now, the three components we are going to discuss it over here, the cisternae, vesicles and tubules. Okay, now if we talk about cisternae, they are long, flattened, parallel arranged structures. You can see the diagrams over here. Okay, these are the long, flattened, arranged structures over here. This type of arrangement you can see. Okay, they have embedding of ribosomes, है ना? They have embedding of ribosomes, and they are active in protein synthesis. They are active in protein synthesis. Means they have 40 to 50 diameter. Okay. Now if we talk about vesicles, they are small, spherical in shape. Okay, they are small, spherical in shape. They have ribosomes over them, and they are found in synthetically active cells. Means they are found in those cells which are synthetically active. Now the last part, which is the tubular part. Okay, tubular part has a smooth wall. As you see, the ribosomes are absent, so it is what? Smooth walled. Okay, and tubular spaces are present over there. They are found in non-secretory as well as steroid synthesizing cells. Okay, they are found in non-secretory as well as steroid synthesizing cells. Steroid synthesizing cells means the cells which produces the female and the male hormones like testosterone and estrogens. Okay, now did you understand the three parts of the ER? Now we are moving on towards the next slide, which is the diagram of the ER. Now we are going to discuss it over here. There is a nucleus, and if you see, there is a nuclear membrane, and nuclear membrane when invaginates means the protrusions which are formed by the nuclear membrane are considered as rough endoplasmic reticulum, and they have ribosomal heads present over there. Okay, now it is providing a great space. You can see over here it is providing a surface area to the cell because it has large surface area. Now this part which do not contain any kind of ribosome is considered as smooth endoplasmic reticulum. So you can see the differentiation over here in this diagram. If the ribosomes are present on the part of the nuclear membrane which is being protruded inside the cytoplasm, then you can see over here that it is considered as rough endoplasmic reticulum. Now if there is no ribosome present, then they are known as smooth endoplasmic reticulum. And next, the labeling of other things are also there, that there is secretory vesicle present which secretes the hormones, as I told you. The lysosome is present, which we are going to discuss on the upcoming slide, lysosome, Golgi apparatus. Okay, and if we talk about nucleus, we have discussed it very carefully that nucleus is what? It is the main head of the cell, and the nuclear membrane when produced, it's formed the endoplasmic reticulum. If ribosomes are embedded over it, then it is considered as rough, and if it is not present or absent, then it is considered as smooth. Now did you understand the structure of endoplasmic reticulum? Moving on towards our next slide. We are going to discuss the differentiation between the smooth endoplasmic reticulum and the rough endoplasmic reticulum. So what are the great differences between both of the two? First, you have to see that the smooth endoplasmic reticulum is made up of only tubules. You have seen that it is made up of only tubules. It has only a tubular structure like this. Okay. Now these are made up of cisternae and vesicles. Why they are made up of? Because you have seen that in cisternae and vesicle, in both of the two parts, the ribosomes were present. Now moving on towards the next point, ribosomes will obviously be absent inside the SER, over the SER, and for RER it is present. Position, it is near the cell membrane, and you have seen that it is near the nucleus. Why it is near the nucleus? Because the nuclear membrane itself protrudes and forms the endoplasmic reticulum, the rough endoplasmic reticulum. Now what are the functions of rough endoplasmic or smooth? First, we are going to talk about smooth. It is responsible for the synthesis of lipids, proteins and steroids. Okay, steroids means the male and the female hormones, that is estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, and it is also helping in membrane biogenesis. Now, what is membrane biogenesis, student? The formation of lipids and proteins for the membrane, cell membrane formation is known as membrane biogenesis. Now, if we talk about rough endoplasmic reticulum, the main function of rough endoplasmic reticulum, it helps in the protein synthesis. So, this is the main important function. Now, if we talk about the occurrence, where it is found, so it is found in the fat cells, that is the adipocytes, means the fat cells or the cells which contains fat in the every living cell organelle, okay. So the fat cells which are present inside every living cell organism, there are present the SER, and if we talk about RER, they are found in mainly the protein forming cells like Nissls granules of the nerve cell. Now, what are the Nissls granules of the nerve cell? See, students, here I am going to tell you about the Nissls granules. So, this is the diagram of a neuron. Okay, this is the diagram of neuron. I am going to draw it clearly so you can understand it better well. Okay, and these are the axons which are present over it. You can know it very well, and in lower classes also you have studied about this thing. Where it is present, this is the nerve cell which is present inside the brain, and you know this thing, this is the largest cell also. I have told you in the first lecture. Please do not forget anything about the first lecture. Now, these are the small dark stained parts which are present inside the neuron. Okay, so these are known as what? Nissls granules. Didn't you understand this thing? Okay. Now, you can see here it is used for the formation of protein inside the Nissls granules of the nerve cell. Now, we are over with the difference between the two. Okay. Now, next slide. Now, moving towards the next slide, what are the functions of endoplasmic reticulum? As I told you, it acquires a large surface area, so it increases the surface area of the cell as well. So, first point is about that it increases the surface area of the cytoplasm for various metabolic activities. Now, the second point, is about that it provides the internal support. As it is a large surface area, so it also balances the cell, so it provides the internal support to the colloidal matrix of the cell or the cytoplasm of the cell. Next point, it acts as an intracellular transport system, means you know that the ribosomes are embedded over the endoplasmic reticulum and responsible for protein synthesis also. So, in Golgi body, we will discuss it more about this thing, that how the proteins has been synthesized and what is meant by transcription, translation, and the things which are formed inside it are transported from one cell organelle to another cell organelle, and ER is responsible for that thing. Okay, for various substances like proteins and lipids. Material synthesized can be stored in different parts of ER. As you say that the lamellar structures or the tubules or the vesicles are present in the internal part of the ER, so the materials which are being synthesized can be stored in those parts only. The next point is the protein synthesis that occurs in the ribosomal part which is embedded on the ER surface. You have seen that this is the part over here, and this is the ribosome embedded. Now, the proteins has been synthesized over this part, and these proteins are either used by the cell or exported out in the cytoplasm for the use for other cells. Okay, now next point and the last point about function of endoplasmic reticulum, which is very important, is that it releases the secretory hormones, that is testosterone and estrogen, which are the female and the male hormones. Okay, so it helps in the synthesis of sex hormones. Okay, it helps in the synthesis of sex hormones, that is testosterone or estrogen, which is present inside the female and the male body. Okay, so progesterone in female body, or progesterone or estrogen in female body, and testosterone in male body. Okay, so this one is the last part of the endoplasmic reticulum. Now I am going to do a quick revision of endoplasmic reticulum. Where the endoplasmic reticulum is present, the nuclear membrane protrudes and form the endoplasmic reticulum. The first will be rough because the ribosomes are embedded over it, and the part after that will be smooth endoplasmic reticulum because the ribosomes are absent. Now the functions we have read about both of the two. Now the main function of endoplasmic reticulum is protein synthesis and the synthesis of the sex hormones. Okay. Now I am giving a small assignment to you all to do. Okay, this is just a small assignment from my side. So please do it. Okay, and these questions will be discussed in the upcoming next lectures, and I don't think so any problem will arise. Please solve the module carefully. Okay, thank you.
Hello students, now most welcome again. Now dear students, in this video we discuss about our new topic, that is a pressure. Our new topic is pressure. In previous lecture, means last 3 videos, we discuss about the force, and dear student, in this video we start our new topic, that is a pressure. That is a pressure. Now new topic is pressure. Okay students, now in this video we discuss about some topic to be covered in this video. First one is pressure. First one is pressure. And after discussion of pressure, we discuss about the mathematical expression of pressure, just like a mathematical expression of force. Dear student, I hope you remember that force is equals to mass multiplied by acceleration. Similarly, we discuss about the relation of pressure. Okay students, now our first topic is pressure. First topic is pressure. What is the pressure? Now dear student, if we apply some force, on a particular area, then we discuss the what is the feel of this force. Sometimes we feel more effect of this force, and sometimes we feel less effect of force. Just like some example of that, let's suppose the weight of 5 kilogram. That is a weight of 5 kilogram, and that is the surface. That is the surface. If we keep this force on our palm, our hand, then we feel some force and some effect of this weight. And but dear student, same weight make the shape of that. It's also have a 5 kilogram weight. But dear student, when we use our hand to pick this type of box on our hand, then we cannot sustain more. We cannot sustain more time. We cannot handle this weight more time. But we can handle this box more time as compared to this. Then both are the weight are same, means applied force by both the box is same, but effect is different. Effect is different. Why effect is different, dear student? Because the surface area of contact our hand is large, and surface area contact on our hand is small. So dear student, normally we can say when we use a small area, the effect of force is maximum, means we feel maximum force. But when we feel when we use the large surface area, the effect of force on our hand is small as compared to that. So dear students, pressure is the quantity which depends on surface area also. When a body always, we know that when some body have some mass, exert some force on any surface supporting it, just like in a previous example. But dear students, the effect of this force on the surface depend on the area over which it is spread. In previous discussion, we shows two different area. One area is small area and one cone, means just like a cone shape has a small area as compared to box. So to measure the effect of force, we need to area of contact. We require the area of contact. If someone says that is a box of 5 kilogram, please keep on your head. First, you discuss about the area of contact. If that area has a large area, you can use our head. But it has a pointed area, you can't use this box on your head. Why? The effect of that force is maximum, which is damage to our body parts. Okay. Now, dear student, that is some basic information about the force. In this diagram, dear student, let's see. That is a bag strip. That is a bag. Present time school have a maximum burden or students and maximum number of books on bag. Okay. But dear student, when we purchase our bag, first we discuss about the strip. If the strip is wide, we feel less effect of this weight. We can easily use this bag long time. But if the surface area of this is not wide, then its effect is very harmful to us. Sometimes we are very tired after coming to school to home due to this weight of this bag. Okay, student. Now that is the example of a feel to what is the pressure. Okay. Next, the explanation of this material. This example, a wide strip school bag is more comfortable to carry. Wide strip, why we use a wide strip? Means we increase the surface area. Wide strip means we increase the area of a particular weight. When we increase the area, the effect of this weight means the effect of that force is less. The effect of force is less. So it is a comfortable to carry that bag. Okay, students. Now I hope you understand and what is the pressure and what is the effect of force. Now dear students, if you choose a broader strip means wide strip, you feel comfortable. And do not get tired easily when you come from school to home and move to home to school. Okay, student. So next time whenever you purchase any bag, please focus on that point. Okay, students. Now your parents will be happy when you shows some effect of this material and this type of examples. So here comes the concept of effect of force. So here we use the concept of effect of force. Means remember that effect of force is also known as a pressure. Effect of force which depends on a area of contact. Somewhere depends upon area over which it acts. How much the area where this weight is spread. Okay, students. Now that is some basic information about the pressure. Now dear student, next one is everyone knows that when we are use some hammer and some nails on wall. What happen if our nail is sharp? It's easily used and easily fixed on wall. But whenever our nail is blunt, then we require some more force to fix on wall. Why? Because when let's suppose that is a nail, blunt nail has a high area, and sharp nail has a small area. So whenever we applied some force on here, then this effect of force due to higher area, when area is high, more area is used, effect of force is small. Effect of force is small, but here the effect of force is large due to minimum area. Due to minimum area, the effect of force is large. Due to higher area as compared to that nail, the effect of force is reduced. The effect of force is reduced, or we can say minimum as compared to that. So dear friend, it is a beneficial to understand the what is the pressure. Now, some important points. It is easy to cut fruits and vegetables with a sharp knife. We can cut the fruits and any vegetable with a blunt knife, but we require more force. But dear friend, if we use some sharp knife, then we can easily cut the vegetables and fruits. Okay, so why? Because the area of contact is less. When area of contact is less, the effect of force is increases. Remember that when area is minimum, the effect of force is high. So there are some relation between effect of force and area, that are inversely relation. Okay, now we discuss about the next point is some examples. Here the knife has sharp point, and similarly the knife has sharp point, so we can easily cut our vegetables and fruits. Okay, so by applying a minimum force. Why? Because area is less, so effect of force is increases. When we apply 1 Newton and its effect is more than 1 Newton, more than 1 force, so we can use minimum force and effect of force is maximum, and applied on this fruit cutting and vegetable cutting. Next one is the some theory part of that. Read this carefully. Daily experience tell us that easy to cut fruits and vegetables. To cut with a sharp knife. One is sharp and one is a blunt. But why we use this sharp area? Because we can, if you use this area, then we can cut easily our vegetables. Okay, students. Now dear friends, we discuss many examples of effect of force. Now conclusion of that examples. Conclusion is that when we apply some forces, overall effect produced by the same given force becomes more. Means when we applied some force on particular area, same force on a particular, we observe that if area is small, then effect of force is high. That is a conclusion of this effect. So smaller area and less when the acting over a large area. Okay, students. Now after that we discuss some mathematical, so we can derive. Now by using this conclusion, now we derive the expression of pressure. What is the expression of pressure? Now dear students, write the expression of pressure. Here we applied a force on a board. Now what happened when we apply the force on this box, and that is the area, means our force is spread on this area. Means let's suppose we applied here 10 Newton force. We want to require force when measure the force on particular this area and this area. So complete 10 Newton is divided into whole parts. So let's suppose there are a 10 box. Let's suppose, okay. So each box has a 1 Newton. Each box has 1 Newton. If we require less than this area, if area, let's suppose that are the 10 box, 10 meter square means 10 box, let's suppose 10 box. If we replace this box by 4 parts, let's suppose that is a 10 unit and that is a 4 unit, and same force is applied on that, then each box has 2.5 Newton, 2.5 Newton. So we can say each box has 2.5 Newton. Here each box has 1 Newton. That is the effect of force. And so here effect of force is, that is called pressure. That is called pressure, means when we applied a force on particular area, force per unit area, that is called pressure. That is called pressure. Now that is the definition. Now we write the definition of pressure. Okay, so area has a more important, in whenever we calculate the effect of force, means when we calculate the pressure. Okay, student. Now this is a theoretical part. That is says force F is perpendicular to the force acting on area A. So effect of force, that is called new words, that is a pressure. Pressure is equals to force upon area. But dear student, now here we use only perpendicular force. Let's suppose the direction of force is that it is not perpendicular to the surface. We required, according to our definition, we required the perpendicular force on area. Always we have some perpendicular. In 8th standard we use only perpendicular, but in higher classes if someone gives some different angle of force, then first we calculate the perpendicular part. First we calculate the perpendicular force, then we use the pressure is equals to force upon area. Pressure is equals to force upon area. Okay, student. Now after that, what is the unit? Similarly, in previous lecture we also discussed force, definition of force, mathematical expression of force, and after that unit of pressure. We have a different unit of pressure. First unit of pressure is, according to our system, that is a SI system, and SI system says force will be calculated in Newton and area will be calculated in meter square. Force will be calculated in a meter and area will be calculated in the form of meter square. So dear student, pressure is equals to force upon area. So, and basically the definition of unit, we make the basic unit of pressure is Newton per meter square. Similarly, now that is a unit Newton per meter square. Newton per meter square. But just like in force we use kilogram. In force we use kilogram into meter per second square in Newton, that is equivalent to Newton. Similarly here Newton per meter square is equals to Pascal. The PA is represent to Pascal. The full form of PA is Pascal. That is the unit of pressure. That is a unit of pressure. Okay, student. Now we discuss the pressure, mathematical expression of pressure, and unit of pressure. That is a first unit is SI unit of pressure. First unit is SI unit of pressure. Okay, student. After that, there are many units also available here. First, if someone want to calculate and someone want to describe what is the 1 Pascal. What is the 1 Pascal pressure? 1 Pascal pressure is that whenever we apply a force of 1 Newton, whenever we apply a force of 1 Newton on particular 1 unit area, 1 meter square area, that is the effect of that force is pressure. Means which pressure? How much pressure? 1 Pascal. The pressure is known as 1 Pascal. Write the definition of 1 Pascal. What is the SI unit of pressure is Pascal, and it is exerted force of 1 Newton. 1 Newton acting on a 1 meter square, area of 1 meter square. So that is a definition of 1 Pascal. What is a 1 Pascal? Means we applied a 1 Newton force on a 1 meter square area, that is 1 Pascal. That is a 1 Pascal. Now next, gravitational unit. In force, we also calculate the gravitational unit. What is the gravitational unit of force? Kilogram force and gram force. I hope you remember that, kilogram force and gram force. Similarly, we use the gravitational unit in pressure. What is the gravitational unit of pressure is? We know that kilogram force, 1 kilogram force is 9.8 Newton. 1 kilogram force is equals to 9.8 Newton. Right here. And what is the pressure? Pressure is equals to force upon area. So force is 1 kilogram weight. 1 kilogram weight or 1 kilogram force is similar term. 1 kilogram weight is similar. Both are the similar. 1 kilogram weight is equal to 9.8 Newton, and we know that 1 kilogram force is also equal to 9.8 Newton. So that is a force and that is the area. So 1 kilogram weight upon meter square. So 1 kilogram weight is equal to 9.8 Newton and it becomes meter square. So there is a Newton per meter square. In last two term, please focus on last two term, Newton per meter square. What is the Newton per meter square? That is Pascal. That is Pascal. Newton per meter square is Pascal. So we write the Pascal 9.8 Pascal. The unit of the gravitational unit of pressure is 9.8 Pascal. When we applied a 1 kilogram weight on 1 meter square area, the pressure is 9.8 Pascal. The pressure is 9.8 Pascal. That is a gravitational unit of pressure. And after that, there is one more unit, that is called atmospheric unit. Another unit to measure the pressure, that is a atmospheric pressure, and simply we says ATM. Atmospheric pressure means we says atmospheric unit, that is a atmospheric. ATM is the short formula of the atmospheric. What is the atmospheric pressure? Simply relation between atmospheric pressure and Pascal is 1. Similarly, 1 atmospheric pressure means, what is the atmosphere? Atmosphere is some column of a air. Particular air column means our atmosphere applied some forces on earth. That is the atmospheric pressure. 1 atmospheric pressure is equivalent to 1.01 and 10 to the power 5 Pascal. Please remember it and write in a corner and topmost side of your copies, 1.01 into 10 to the power 5 Pascal. That is a 1 atmospheric pressure. That is a 1 atmospheric pressure. Okay, students. So there are 3 different. First one is a SI unit. Second one is a gravitational unit. Third one is a atmospheric unit. So dear students, we discussed the 3 units of pressure. Now next one is, nails have a flat top but pointed end. Why? Because when we apply some small force on the nails, it will be easily fixed on any wall, on any wooden block and any surface whenever we required. That is a requirement. That have a top small area. That is a top small area. That is a some area, and that is a also some area. In that is a sharp. Whenever we apply the force at here, this force is transferred to next point here. Why? This small force is applied to a small area. When the area is small, the effect of small force will be increases. If let's suppose you applied some small force here, there are a large surface, and this force, large surface means some small force will be transferred to that point, and that point increase the effect of that force. So we can easily fix our nail on our wall and any one place where we required. Now write this. What happen? A small pressure applied on the flat top through the falling hammer. We apply some small pressure. We apply some small pressure. Okay. After applying this pressure will be transferred to complete nail. It's what happens. There is a single word, that is a thrust. Thrust is also a pressure. Thrust is also a called pressure. Acts on the wooden board. This pressure is applied. This force is applied on a wooden board, and due to this it will be pointed and the result in large pressure. Due to why? Because area is small, so it have a maximum effect of force, means large amount of pressure. Okay, due to large amount of pressure, the nail will be fixed on a wooden box easily. Okay, student. Now, next one is shaving needles. As you know, sometimes our mom has used this easily. It's pointed end. It has a pointed end, and backside has a sharp large surface area. Why? That is a maximum area and that is a small area. When we apply a small force by our fingers, this small force will be transferred to next point, and due to a small area, this small force effect more. Means maximum pressure will be here. Maximum pressure are here, so we can easily use on our clothes. Okay, students, to joint any cloth. Okay, now that is a basic use. The small force of fingers make the needle press into the cloth easily, and shaving becomes quicker and fast. We can use this needle. Okay, students. Now next example. Now, cutting items, knife and blade. I have already discussed about some cutting items, knife and blades. Why the one end is sharp, why the other end is blunt, and when we use some knife, we use only sharp pointed. Why? Because that has a small area, and whenever we apply the force, due to this small area, higher pressure is applied on cutting items, just like fruits and vegetables. Now write their complete expression. That is, I have already discussed about. That is a blunt and that is a sharp point. That is a sharp. Sharp means, in physics we discuss about sharp means small area. Sharp means a small area. A small area means maximum effect of force. Now, next. Everyone know about that. That is a shoes, football shoes. Whenever a player use this, why player use this type of football shoes? Because it have some special part. Due to this special part makes some grips. The studs on football have only a small area of contact. Small area of contact means area will be reduced. If area will be reduced, then effect of force will be increases on the ground. The pressure under the studs is high enough for them to sink into the ground. Okay, that is the enough force. Okay, now that is the use of these studs on footballer shoes. Next, how we can reduce the pressure? There are, let's suppose our mathematical expression of pressure is force upon area. Let's suppose, dear students, that is the relation between pressure is equals to force upon area. Whenever we increase the area for a same force, pressure will be down. Means effect of force will be reduced. When we reduce the pressure, the effect of pressure will be increased. So what we want? We want reduce the pressure. How we can reduce the pressure? By increasing the area, by increasing the contact area. whenever we applied a force, if we increase the contact area, we can reduce the pressure. We can reduce the pressure easily. Now, vehicles brake. Everyone knows about the some cycle brake, but what is the vehicle brake? Vehicle brake has some this type of structure, and these structures have some flat surface. Some flat surface means by using this flat surface we increase the area. That is the brake. When we apply some brake, that is a push that blade, and that have a large area. Due to large area, effect of minimum force is increases. Due to large area, effect of force will be minimum. Okay, why? Now that point is says vehicle brake have a flat surface. Why? This reduce the pressure on vehicles. That is reducing the effect of pressure whenever we apply the brake to avoid their tearing. Now, broad sole shoes. Everyone know why? What is the use of broad soles? Make walking easily. Broad sole walk easily. By wearing a broad soles, we can walk easily. Okay. Next, aerium. In this tank, dear students, that has some small iron tires. Everyone has a small, and it has a heavy weight. This heavy weight is completely transferred to their tires, and due to a small area of this tire, it will be goes down on earth. So to reduce this pressure, we use a belt. This belt increase the surface area. So if we increase the surface area, what happen? Pressure will be down. Now read this line carefully. What happened? Wired steel belt over the wheels on army tank movement easier over marshy land. It can be easily move on any area. Okay, students. Now that is a more effective examples. Now this tire is used in a tractors. Why? This tire has a broad shape. And why we use these tires in broad shape? Why? Because when we use the broad tires of tractor does not sink in the soft land of the field in our agriculture land. Okay, students. Now next, some more examples of pressure. First example is camel feet are broad and soft, they walk easily. Next example, hanging bag, just like our school bags, similar example. Important one more example, skis has a large area to reduce the pressure on snow. Look that diagram. Now it has a large area. We use only this surface to use it, but it has a large surface area. When we increase the area of surface, we reduce the pressure on snow. Okay, student, that is a basic useful examples. After that we discuss some numerical part. A force of 5 Newton means given quantities is 5 Newton, and second given quantities area of contact is 2.5 meter square. Means force and area, both the quantities are given and both the quantities are in a SI system. So we get the answer and we require the answer also in a SI system. What is the question is here? Calculate the pressure. So now I hope, dear students, you solve before me. Okay, now solve that first. Now I hope everyone get the right answer. Now compare their answer. Force is 5 Newton. and area is 2.5 meter square, and area is 2.5 meter square. What is the formula of pressure? Now pressure is equals to force upon area. Now write the values of force. Force is 5 Newton and area is 2.5. So when we divide the 5 divided by 2.5, that is a 2. So our answer is 2 Pascal, and symbol of Pascal is PA. Then answer of this numerical is 2 Pascal. The answer of this, that is a 2 Pascal. I hope students you understand that. Similar one more numerical is now. Similar numerical is here, but area of contact will be increases. In last numerical, area of contact is 2.5 meter square, but in this numerical we increase the surface area. Now that what happened here? Now solve this. Pressure is equals to 5 Newton force upon area is 5 meter square. So when we divide 5 divided by 5, it is equivalent to 1 Pascal. In last case, when area is 2.5, pressure is 2 Pascal. But when we increase the area, means that is 5, then pressure will be increases. Pressure will be increases or decreases. Pressure will be decreases. So that is a 1 Pascal. So what is the conclusion of that? When we increase the area, pressure will be decreased. When we increase the area, pressure will be decreased. Okay students, now copy that. Next, if the pressure produced by a force over an area is 100 centimeter square is 30 Pascal, means pressure is 30 Pascal and area is 100 centimeter square. Now calculate the force. There are some changes in numerical. So given quantities is pressure is 30 Pascal and area is 100 centimeter square. First we convert 100 centimeter square into meter square. So what happened? If we write the 100 centimeter square, so we can write 100 centimeter, so we can write 10 centimeter multiplied by 10 centimeter. 100 centimeter square can be write as 10 centimeter multiplied by 10 centimeter. So first convert, if we convert that first 10 centimeter into meter, then we divide 100, it becomes meter. Similarly, we convert the second point, 10 divided by 100, that is meter. Now what happened? 0 to 0 cancel out, 0 to 0 cancel out. Then numerator becomes 1 and denominator becomes 10 multiplied by 10, that is, so 1 upon 100 meter square. So dear students, when we convert the 100 centimeter square into meter square, we get the value of 1 upon 100 meter square. So what will be the answer of that? So pressure is force upon area. Now in this numerical we required the value of force, means pressure and area is given. So force is pressure multiplied by area. So write the value of pressure. Pressure is 30 Pascal and area is 1 upon 100. So 0 to 0 cancel out. Now dear student, it comes 0.3 Newton. Force is 0.3 Newton. Force is 0.3 Newton. The answer of that numerical. Now copy that first. Next, One more numerical. Simply. Now, the pressure produced similar, but in this again we reduce the area. In last numerical, area is 100 centimeter square, but in this case area is 50 centimeter square. Okay, so first convert the area into centimeter square to meter square. So we write here direct, area is 50 centimeter square. So we can write 50 divided by 100 multiplied by 100 meter square. So 5, 0 to 0 divided, cancel out. 5 to 10, 2 times cancel out. So it becomes 1 upon 200 meter square. 1 upon 5 to 10 cancel out to 2 times. So 2 multiplied by 100 becomes 200. Now area is 1 upon 200 meter square. After that, pressure is equals to force upon area. Now dear student, force is equals to pressure multiplied by area. Force is equals to pressure multiplied by area. What is the pressure? Pressure is same pressure in last, just like a last numerical. 30 multiplied by 8, 1 upon 200. 0 to 0 cancel out. It comes 3 divided by 20 Newton. We can convert into a points. Then we get 3 divided by 2 divided by 10, 2 divided by 3, 1.5, and again divided by 10, 0.15. So answer of that 0.15 Newton. But a force of 16 Newton is distributed uniformly on one surface of cube. Cube has side is 4 centimeter. Every side of this cube is 4 centimeter and applied force is 16 Newton. Now calculate the value of this x. The answer is A multiplied by 10 to the power 4. Now calculate the value of A. Now calculate the value of what is the given quantity? Given quantity is that force is 16 Newton and side of cube is 4 centimeter. Side of the cube is 4 centimeter. So what is the formula of area of cube? What is the cube? Means that shape, and every side of this cube is, that is 4 centimeter, that is 4 centimeter, that is 4 centimeter. So area is equals to 4 centimeter multiplied by 4 centimeter. So that is 16 centimeter square. 16 centimeter square means we convert the centimeter into 100 multiplied by 100. We convert the centimeter square into meter square. That is the area of this cube. Okay. Now calculate the pressure is equals to force upon area. What is the force? Force is 16 Newton and area is 16. The divided part becomes numerator 10 to the power 4. 10 to the power 4. So we can write 16 cancel out to 16 is equals to 1 multiplied by 10 to the power 4 Pascal. That is the answer. Now compare this answer with given expression. Given expression is A multiplied by 10 to the power 4 Pascal and our answer is 1 multiplied by 10 to the power 4 Pascal. Now what is the value of A? Value of A is 1. Value of A is 1. Now next, I hope you can solve this. If a force of 100 N, dear student, 100 N, that is a CGS unit of force. that is 100 Dalton, that is a CGS unit of force, and area is 2 centimeter square. First, if you want to calculate the pressure in Pascal, first convert the Dalton into Newton and second convert the area into meter square. So given data is, first 1 Dalton is equals to 1 upon 10 to the power 5 Newton. So we want to calculate 100 Dalton. So we write 100 Dalton is equals to 1 upon 10 to the power 5 into 10 to the power 2. That is converted Dalton into Newton. So it becomes 1 upon 10 to the power 3 Newton. That is a force. Second, convert the area. Second, convert the area is equals to 2 divided by 100 for 1 centimeter into meter, and second it converted meter square. If you have any confusion about this how to convert the centimeter into meter, after this numerical we will discuss a simply. So we get the force in Newton and area in meter square. Now we calculate the pressure. Now pressure is equals to force upon area. What is the force? Force is 1 upon 10 to the power 3. 1 upon 10 to the power 3. And what is the area? Area is given 2 divided by 10 to the power 4. Okay. So we can write here 2. We can write 10 to the power 7. So we can write 10 divided by 10 to the power 6 Pascal. If we divided by 2 divided by 10, it becomes 0.2. 0.2 into, and 10 to the power 6, when we convert into numerator, then it becomes minus 9, 10 to the power minus 6 Pascal. That is the answer of that numerical. Okay students, now that is an important numerical. Dear students, to complete solution of that is available here. First, dear students, convert Dalton into Newton. Second, convert centimeter square into meter square, and after that we use our formula. Pressure is equals to force upon area. Now, after that, some assignment for you. Assignment number 3. Last 2 assignments are given in a force. First assignment, second assignment, and after that we discuss the module solution. And in this lecture we give a third assignment. Third assignment has some questions for exercise 1. These are the some following questions from question number 1 to question number 9. All are objective questions. Okay students, and after that, now thank you so much. Okay students, now thank you.
Hello dear students, greetings for the day. Welcome to Classroom TV. Now we have learned about the rational numbers and we also discussed the properties of rational numbers. Now let's start the exercise. So we are discussing rational numbers, exercise 1.1. Let us see now what is that. Using appropriate properties, find minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 5 plus 5 by 2 minus 3 by 5 into 1 by 6. So, to simplify this, we have to use the properties. Let us see now how to do this. So, first what you write minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 5. Now let us see, you also have a 3 by 5 here. You also have a 3 by 5 here and 1 by 6. Now you bring that plus of minus 3 by 5 into 1 by 6. Okay. So now what is this? What we have done? You know A plus B is same as B plus A. So what property is this? Commutative property plus 5 by 2. What is left here? 5 by 2 is left here. So this is what property we have used? Commutative property. We have used this one, commutative property. Is it clear? So now, here you have a 3 by 5 and here also there is a 3 by 5. So take that 3 by 5 common. So now we are taking out 3 by 5. Then what you are left here? You are left here minus 2 by 3. Plus 3 by 5 is taken out as common. So there is a minus here. So this will be minus 1 by 6. And let this 5 by 2 as it is. What property is this? You know, A into B plus C into B. If we can take B outside, B of A plus C. What is that? Distributive property. What property is that? So this is a distributive property. So now let this 3 by 5 as it is. The LCM of 3 and 6 is 6 here. 3 goes 2 times. 2 to the 4 minus 1 here plus 5 by 2. So now this will be 3 by 5 into minus 5 by 6 plus 5 by 2. Now 3 ones are, 3 twos are, 5 and 5 get cancelled. So what you are left with here? Minus 1 by 2 plus 5 by 2. You have here minus 1 by 2 plus 5 by 2. So now take 2 as the LCM. Then this will be minus 1 plus 5. That is 4 by 2, which is equal to 2. This is how we have to do here. So what we have done here, by looking the problem, we have seen where the similar fractions are there. Where the same fraction is repeated, that we have grouped them. Is it clear? Let us see the next problem. 2 by 5 into minus 3 by 7 minus 1 by 6 into 3 by 2 plus 1 by 14 into 2 by 5. So here you have 2 by 5 and here also 2 by 5. You group them first. Okay. You rearrange them. Let us see now. So this will be 2 by 5 into minus 3 by 7. This is as it is. Now I brought this one here, that is plus 1 by 14 into 2 by 5. Okay, these two we have grouped. Now what is left here? Minus 1 by 6 into 3 by 2 is left over. Now what is the property we have used? You know A plus B is same as B plus A. So this is commutative property. Commutative property. So now here you have 2 by 5 here, 2 by 5 here. So I can take 2 by 5 as common. So now I am taking out 2 by 5. Then I am left with here minus 3 by 7 plus 1 by 14 minus 1 by 6 into 3 by 2. Okay. So now this will be 2 by 5. Now the LCM of 7 and 14 is 14 here. 7 goes 2 times, 2 3s are 6, you have minus, and this is plus 1. Minus, this is 3 1s are, 3 2s are. So this is 1 by 4. Is it clear? So now this will be 2 by 5. This is minus 5 by 14 minus 1 by 4. So this 5 and 5 get cancelled, 2 1s are, 2 7s are. So now what I am left with? So we are left with minus 1 by 7 and minus 1 by 4. Minus 1 by 7 and minus 1 by 4. Now what is the LCM of 7 and 4? The LCM of 7 and 4 is 28. 7 is a prime number. You just multiply the numbers. Now 7 goes 4 times. This is minus 4. 4 goes 7 times. So this answer is minus 11 by 28. What is the answer? Minus 11 by 28. So what we are doing here, we are regrouping. We are rearranging the fractions by using the properties. Let us see the next one now. Write the additive inverse of each of the following. So you have to write the additive inverse. What do you mean by additive inverse? Say suppose there is one number. You have to add something to that number so that your answer should come 0. That is the additive inverse. Suppose you are adding A by B, you are taken some rational number A by B. That A by B should be added to another rational number so that your answer should come 0. What is that another rational number to be added? Minus A by B. You just change the sign. You just change the sign. Okay. Now let us say the additive inverse of 2 by 8. The additive inverse of 2 by 8 will be minus 2 by 8. Just you change the sign, that's all. Now see the second one. What is the additive inverse of minus 5 by 9? Now what will be the answer? Plus 5 by 9. So the additive inverse of minus 5 by 9 will be plus 5 by 9. Just change the sign, that's all. Now what is the third one given here? Minus 6 by minus 5. So the numerator has minus, the denominator has minus. Both negatives get cancelled. So that is nothing but 6 by 5. Okay, so the additive inverse of minus 6 by minus 5. This is nothing but 6 by 5 is minus 6 by 5. You just need to change the sign. Now 2 by minus 9. The additive inverse of 2 by minus 9. 2 by minus 9 is nothing but minus 2 by 9. Remember, a by minus b is same as minus a by b. So 2 by minus 9 is minus 2 by 9. So what will be the answer here? You just change the sign, it will be 2 by 9. And finally 19 by minus 6. The additive inverse of 19 by minus 6 is nothing but minus 19 by 6. So what will be the answer? Plus 19 by 6. You have to change the sign. So overall, what you can say about additive inverse? A by b, if it is a rational number, if a by b is a rational number, you have to add with the minus a by b so that you should get the answer 0. This is same as minus a by b plus a by b. If suppose minus a by b is given, the additive inverse will be plus a by b. Additive inverse means you have to just change the sign. Don't change the reciprocate and all. Additive inverse, he is asking additive inverse. You have to change. If plus is there, you should write minus. If minus is there, you should write plus. Is it clear? Now let us see the next one. Verify that minus of minus x is equal to x for x is equal to 11 by 15. Obviously minus of minus x, minus into minus is plus x only. Let us see now. Let us see what is this. What is the value of x given here? X is given as 11 by 15. The value of x is given as 11 by 15. Now first we will take the first bracket minus x. So that means it will be minus 11 by 15. We are taking this bracket. So what is that? Minus x. So it is minus 11 by 15. Now minus of minus x. So that means minus of minus x. This is minus of, what is minus x? 11 by 15. Minus x is minus 11 by 15. Now what is minus into minus? Minus into minus is plus 11 by 15. But what is 11 by 15 according to your problem? That will be x. So therefore we can say minus of minus x is x. Minus of minus x is x. Is it clear? Now let us see the next problem, children. For x is equal to minus 13 by 17 is given this time. This time the x values are given as minus 13 by 17. Let us see now. First we will write what is x given. Minus 13 by 17. X is given as minus 13 by 17. Now tell me what will be minus x here. It is minus of minus 13 by 17. What is minus into minus? It will be plus. So minus x will be 13 by 17. 13 by 17. Now minus of minus x. So now minus of minus x is equal to minus of, what is the value of minus x you got? 13 by 17. What is minus into plus? It is minus. So this will be minus 13 by 17. This is equal to minus x. What is that? That is equal to? So we got minus of minus x is equal to minus 13 by 17, which is equal to x. Is it clear? Now let us see the next problem. Find the multiplicative inverse of the following numbers. What do you mean by multiplicative inverse? If suppose there is some rational number a by b, there is some rational number a by b, you should multiply with some other rational number so that you should get your answer 1. You should get its identity. Multiplicative identity you should get. You know what is multiplicative identity? 1 is the multiplicative identity. So for a by b, how much you need to multiply? You need to multiply b by a. You have to reciprocate it. The multiplicative inverse, in other sense we call it as reciprocal. Is it clear? Now, so what we can say? The multiplicative inverse of a rational number a by b will be b by a. Here we will not change the sign, remember. Only we will interchange the numerator and denominator. The numerator will become the denominator and denominator will become the numerator, such that a by b into b by a. That is, if a fraction is multiplied by its reciprocal. If a fraction is multiplied by its reciprocal, you will get the answer 1. This is same as b by a into a by b. This is what we are saying multiplicative inverse, or simply we say a reciprocal. So now can you say minus 13 is there? Minus 13 in the sense it is minus 13 by 1. So you reciprocate. So the multiplicative inverse of minus 13 is minus 1 by 13. Remember, here we are not changing the sign. We will change the sign when you are talking about additive inverse. But here this is multiplicative inverse, the sign will not be changed. Is it clear? Now can you say what is the answer for minus 13 by 19? Reciprocate it. The multiplicative inverse of minus 13 by 19 will be minus 19 by 13. You just need to change the numerator and denominators. 1 by 5. Now what will be the reciprocal of 1 by 5? 5 by 1, that is 5. The multiplicative inverse of 1 by 5 is 5 by 1, that is equal to 5. Now let us see the next one here. So it is given minus 5 into minus 3 by 8 into 7. So first you multiply both the numerators. Okay. So this will be minus 5 into minus 3 by 8 into 7. So nothing get cancelled. Minus into minus plus 5 3s are 15. 8 7s are 56. So now for 15 by 56, you have to write the multiplicative inverse. So the multiplicative inverse of 15 by 56 is 56 by 15. Just reciprocate it. Clear? Let us see the next one. Minus 1 into minus 2 by 5. First you simplify it, what you will get? What you will get for minus 1 into minus 2 by 5? You will get this as minus 1 into minus 2 by 5. Minus into minus plus, 2 1s are 2, so it is 2 by 5 now we get for that. So what will be the multiplicative inverse of that 2 by 5? 5 by 2. The multiplicative inverse of 2 by 5 is 5 by 2. Now the multiplicative inverse of minus 1. Minus 1 is nothing but minus 1 by 1. You reciprocate it. Again minus 1 by 1. The same as minus 1. So here what is the important observation? The number and the reciprocal both are same. The number is minus 1. The reciprocal is also minus 1. Okay, try to understand. Here the number is minus 1 and the reciprocal is also minus 1. Can you say one more rational number whose number and reciprocal are equal? Do we have any such numbers? Yes, we do have. What is that? 1 plus 1. Plus 1, its reciprocal is again plus 1. Is it clear? So, the multiplicative inverse of minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 by 1 is minus 1. Is it clear? Let us see the next one. Name the property under multiplication used in each of the following. So you have to mention the property, which property is used here, that you have to mention here. Let us see, now the binary operation is multiplication, remember. So now we have taken minus 4 by 5 and that is multiplied with 1, and 1 into minus 4 by 5, the answer is minus 4 by 5. If a rational number is multiplied by 1, you get the same rational number. Rational number itself you get it. What is that property? Identity property. So what is that? We'll write this as multiplicative identity. We'll write multiplicative identity. What is that multiplicative identity? A by B into 1, that is equal to 1 into A by B. This is equal to A by B, where A by B is some rational number. Is it clear? So this property, what we call it as multiplicative identity. Let us see the next one. minus 13 by 17 into minus 2 by 7 is same as minus 2 by 7 into minus 13 by 17. When you are multiplying two rational numbers, when two or more rational numbers are multiplied, say suppose, the order does not matter. The order does not matter. No matter whether it is A into B or B into A. Both are same. What is this property? Commutative property. What is this? Commutative property of, what is a binary operation? Multiplication. Commutative property of multiplication. So what is that property? A by B into C by D will be same as C by D. So this property, that means when two rational numbers are multiplied, the order does not matter. See here. Next. Minus 19 by 29 into 29 by minus 19. If just now we are done A by B into B by A. A by B into B by A, so that we get the answer 1. So what is this property? Multiplicative inverse. What is this property? This is what we call multiplicative inverse. So what is this multiplicative inverse? A by B into B by A, which is same as B by A into A by B. The result is 1. If you can observe here, this is minus 19 by 29. The reciprocal is 29 by minus 19. So when you multiply a rational number with its reciprocal, you will get the answer as 1. Is it clear? So what is this property called? Multiplicative inverse. Let us see the next one. Multiply 6 by 13 by the reciprocal of minus 7 by 16. So first we will find out what is the reciprocal of minus 7 by 16. The reciprocal of minus 7 by 16 is minus 16 by 7. So now what he is asking? He is asking us to multiply this with 6 by 13. So now (6 by 13) into minus 16 by 7. Is there any cancellations? We don't have any cancellations. So just now plus into minus, minus 16 into 6. 16 6 are 96 by 13 7s are 91. So minus 96 by 91. That is the answer. Next. Tell what property allows us to compute 1 by 3 into 6 into 4 by 3 as 1 by 3 into 6 into 4 by 3. See, we just have discussed about multiplication, commutative property under multiplication. So that is, when you are multiplying two rational numbers, the order does not important. The order does not matter. In the same way, when you are multiplying two or more rational numbers, when they are grouping, order does not matter here. See, first it is given 1 by 3 into 6 into 4 by 3. Now 6 is shifted this side. 1 by 3 into 6, that two are grouped. So no matter whatever may be the grouping. So what is this property? Associative property. What property is that? associative property of, what is the binary operation? Multiplication. Associative property of multiplication. Let us see what is that associative property actually. Say suppose A by B into B by C say suppose A by B into C by D into E by F. So these two are grouped first. This will be same as A by B into C by D into E by F. Now we are grouping these two. So this property, what we call it as? Associative property of multiplication. Now let us see the next one. Is 8 by 9 is the multiplicative inverse of minus 1 by 8? If so, why? If not, why not? That is the question. First we'll see what is minus 1 by 8. Let us take minus 1 by 8. So this will be how much? Let us see now. This is a mixed fraction, convert into improper. 8 ones are 8, 8 plus 1, 9. Minus 9 by 8. Minus 1 by 8 is minus 9 by 8. Now what will be the multiplicative inverse? The multiplicative inverse of minus 9 by 8 will be minus 8 by 9. But what he has given? But it is given 8 by 9. But it is given 8 by 9. So 8 by 9 and minus 8 by 9 both are not same. Therefore 8 by 9 is not the multiplicative inverse of minus 1 by 8. So he is asking how, why? He is asking why. When a rational number is multiplied with its reciprocal, that means its multiplicative inverse, your answer should come 1. What is the answer should come? 1. Let us see now, do we get here 8 by 9? So we'll write 8 by 9 into what is that? Minus 9 by 8. This is equal to minus 1, which is not as 1. Okay, since this is not as 1. You should get when a rational number and its reciprocal, when both of them are multiplied, the answer should come 1. Let us see the next one now. Is 0.3 the multiplicative inverse of 1 by 3? Why or why not? Let us see now. First we'll see 1 by 3. 1 by 3 is 3 3s are 9, 9 plus 1, 10 by 3. 0.3 is nothing but 3 by 10. So 3 by 10, 10 by 3, both are reciprocal to each other. Is it clear? So now what will be the reciprocal of 10 by 3 now? So now the multiplicative inverse of 10 by 3 will be 3 by 10. So that is 0.3. 3 by 10 is nothing but 0.3. So therefore 0.3 is the multiplicative inverse of 3 1 by 3. Why? Since 10 by 3 into 3 by 10, when a rational number and its reciprocal multiplied, the result is 1. Is it clear? Let us see the next one now. Write a rational number that does not have a reciprocal. Which rational number does not have reciprocal? All the rational numbers, they have reciprocals except 0, because if you take 0, the reciprocal will be 1 by 0. 1 by 0 is not defined. That is why what we will write? The rational number that does not have a reciprocal is 0. So what is the answer? 0 is a rational number which has no reciprocal. Since 1 by 0 is not defined. 1 by 0 is not defined. Let us see the next one. The rational numbers that are equal to their reciprocals. So this we already had a discussion during the class. Which rational numbers their reciprocals are equal? 1 and minus 1. 1 and minus 1 are the rational numbers that are equal to their reciprocals. Because 1, what is the reciprocal of 1? 1 by 1 is again 1. Minus 1 by 1 is again minus 1. The rational number that is equal to its negative. Which rational number which is equal to a negative? Generally, if you take a positive rational number, it cannot be equal to negative. If you take a negative rational number, some other rational number cannot be equal to this. So the only possibility you have, 0. So what is the answer? 0 is a rational number that is equal to its negative. The only rational number that is equal to its negative, because minus 0 plus 0, 0 all are same. Is it clear? Let us see the next one now. So there are some blanks given here. 0 has dash reciprocal. Does 0 has reciprocal? So no reciprocal. 0 has no reciprocal. Is it clear? The numbers dash and dash are their own reciprocals. We just did it. 1 and minus 1. 1 and minus 1. They have these numbers, they have the reciprocals the same. What is the reciprocal of minus 5? This minus 5 by 1, so that this will be minus 1 by 5. What is the reciprocal of 1 by x? Here clearly given x is not equal to 0. What happens if x is equal to 0? 1 by 0, which is not defined. So 1 by x, this will be x. The product of two rational numbers is always a rational number. What is called? Closure property is always a rational number. The reciprocal of a positive rational number. You take any positive rational number, say suppose 5, 2 by 3 you take. What will be the reciprocal? 3 by 2. If you take 5, it will be 1 by 5. So when you are writing the reciprocals, you are not changing the sign. So positive means positive will come. If the rational number is negative, then the answer also will get negative. So the reciprocal of a positive rational number is positive. So you practice this exercise again, children. We'll see you in my next class. Stay tuned. And do not forget to watch classroomtv.in. Hi students, welcome back to Classroom TV. Let's continue the class from our previous class. Now let us say there is a situation given here. So we need to analyze that situation and we have to check whether the list of the numbers formed, do they form an AP or not? That is the question here. Let us see now. The taxi fare after each kilometer, when the fare is rupees 15 for the first kilometer and rupees 8 for each additional kilometer. So the taxi fare for the first kilometer, the charge will be rupees 15. From then, for every additional kilometer, there will be rupees 8 added. There will be rupees 8 added. So let us see now what are the list of the numbers will be formed here. See, taxi fare for first kilometer. What is the taxi fare for the first kilometer? Rupees 15. Now from now onwards, for every 1 kilometer, for every additional 1 kilometer, the fare will be increased by rupees 8. So now the taxi fare for 2 kilometers. So now for the first 1 kilometer, it will be rupees 15 plus for additional kilometer it is rupees 8. So that will be 15 plus 8, it will be rupees 23. And then next taxi fare for 3 kilometers. So already for 2 kilometers, rupees 23. From then 1 more kilometer extra. So another 8 rupees. So rupees 23 plus rupees 8. So this will be 23 plus 8, 31. And then taxi fare for 4 kilometers. So for first 3 kilometers it is rupees 31 plus rupees 8, which will give you rupees 39. Now let us see these cases. We'll take this as A1, the first case, the second one A2, third one A3, and the fourth one is A4. Now what he is asking, the list of the numbers whatever are formed here, do they form an AP? Now let us see if this is to form an AP, what is the condition it has to satisfy? It has to satisfy that the common difference, that is the difference between the successive terms, must be same. Let us see now, we'll find out. First we'll find out now A2 minus A1. So how much is A2 minus A1? What is your A2? It's rupees 23 minus what is your A1? It is rupees 15. So which will give you rupees 8. So that means 23 minus 15 is 8. Now let us find out A3 minus A2. So what is your A3 here? A3 is rupees 31 minus rupees 23. So that will give you again rupees 8. Now let us find out what is A4 minus A3. So how much we got A4? A4 is 39. What is your A3? That is 31. So that will be again rupees 8. So now if you can see here, A2 minus A1 is rupees 8. A3 minus A2 is rupees 8. A4 minus A3 is also rupees 8. That means the difference between the consecutive terms is same. It is uniform. It is rupees 8. So therefore an plus 1 minus an, this will be also be rupees 8. That is, it is same for every time. It is same for every time. Is it clear? So therefore the list of the numbers formed form an AP. The amount of air present in a cylinder when a vacuum pump removes 1/4 of the air remaining in the cylinder at a time. Do you understand the question, children? So what is saying here? There is some air in the cylinder. We do not know what is the quantity of air. He did not mention. But what is saying here? There is some air in the cylinder. We do not know how much air is there. Let it be X. When a vacuum pump removes 1/4 of the air remaining in the cylinder at a time. So after one time, whatever the amount of air is present in the cylinder, after one time, 1/4 of it will go out. 1/4 of the amount left in the cylinder will move out. So that is the situation given, that we have to convert into list of numbers. Let us see how we will solve it. We don't know what is the quantity of air present in the cylinder. So let the amount of air present in the cylinder is equal to, as we do not know, let it be X units, because the quantity of air is not given here. This you take it as the first term, first number, A1. Now what is happening? Every time 1/4 of the amount of air left in the cylinder will go out. So the amount of air left in the cylinder after vacuum pumps, after the amount of air left in the cylinder after vacuum pump removes one time, say suppose. So already what is the quantity of air left? This is X is present in the beginning. From this, what is the amount that will go out? 1/4 of the amount of the air present. So it is 1/4 of what is the amount present here? X. So the amount of air left in the cylinder after the vacuum pump is used for one time. So this is equal to, how much you get? 4 is the LCM. So it is 4x minus x. So this will give you 3x/4. This is equal to A2. That is equal to A2. Now we will do for second time. We will do it for second time. The amount of air present in the cylinder, the amount of air present in the cylinder after the vacuum pump removes two times. That is equal to, now what is the amount left here? 3x/4. This is the amount left over. From this, 1/4 of the amount left. 1/4 of the amount left. Do you understand, children? This is the amount whatever is left in the cylinder. From that, 1/4 of the remaining. So what is 1/4 of the remaining? This is 3x/4 of 1/4. So now this is equal to, let this 3x/4 is taken out as common from here and here. So we are left with 1 minus 1/4. 1 minus 1/4. So this is equal to 3x/4 is as it is. So here it is 4 is the LCM, 4 minus 1. So now this is equal to 3x/4 of 3/4. That means we say this is 3/4 whole square of x. This is equal to A3. Do you understand? So we got the first value as x, A1. Second is 3x/4. Third is 3/4 whole square of x. So like that it continues. So now what you are going to get for third time, if you can guess and say? 3 by 4 whole square of x minus 1 by 4 of 3 by 4 whole square of x. So now let us see what we are going to get here. We will write the same. The amount of air, third time is not necessary, actually it will not come. Now let us see, we will find A2 minus A1. So how much is your A2? 3x by 4 minus A1 is x. So the LCM is 4. It is 3x minus 4x. That is equal to minus x by 4 units you are getting as A2 minus A1. Let us say we will get the same for A3 minus A2. What is your A3? Your A3 is 3 by 4 whole square of x minus, what is your A2? 3 by 4 of x. Now I can take 3 by 4 as common. Okay, I am taking 3 by 4 as common. Even x also I can take common. 3 by 4 of x I can take it as common. Now we left with one more 3 by 4 here, minus 1 is here. So now this is 3x by 4 of, the LCM is 4, 3 minus 4. So that means you are getting 3x by 4, this is minus 1 by 4. So plus into minus is minus, 3x into 1 is 3x, 4 4s are 16. So if you can see here, A2 minus A1 we are getting it as minus x by 4, A2 minus A1 we are getting it as minus x by 4, but A3 minus A2 we are getting it as minus 3x by 16. Will these two are same? No. Let's continue. So therefore, A3 minus A2 is not same as A2 minus A1. So the list of numbers do not form an AP. The list of numbers do not form an AP. So what we are doing actually, we are taking the situation, by using that situation we are framing the list of numbers and we are verifying whether the difference among them is same or not. If the difference between consecutive terms is same, then it is in AP, otherwise it is not in AP. Now let's move to the next. The cost of digging a well after every meter of digging, when it costs rupees 150 for the first meter and rises by rupees 50 for each subsequent meter. This is something like the taxi problem. There it is a fare, so it is given for 1 kilometer. Here it is a well you are digging, so it is given in meters. Same problem. The cost of digging a well after every meter of digging, when it costs rupees 150 for the first meter. So they are digging a well for 1 meter depth. 150. From then, for every subsequent meter, so you are going on digging meter, the cost will be raised by rupees 50. So this is the situation given to us. Now this situation we have to frame as the list of numbers and then we need to verify. Let's proceed. Let us see now. The cost of digging a well for 1 meter. So it is given clearly rupees 150. For first meter it is rupees 150. Same, continue. The cost of digging a well for 2 meters. So for the first meter rupees 150. From then for every subsequent meter rupees 50. So 150 plus 50 it is rupees 200. So take this as the first term. This you take it as the second term. The cost of digging a well for 3 meters. So already for 2 meters it is rupees 200. For additional it is rupees 50. So then it will be rupees 250. That is A3. Possible to find, otherwise you can leave here. The cost of digging a well for 4 meters. How much for 4 meters? For 3 meters it is 250. For every additional it is rupees 50. So this will give you rupees 300. So now we got the list of numbers 150, 200, 250, 300. So on it continues. We need to verify whether these are in AP or not. So let's find out A2 minus A1. So what is A2 minus A1? 200 rupees minus 150 rupees. That will give you rupees 50. Let's find for A3 minus A2. A3 is 250 minus 200. This will also give you rupees 50. Let's find for A4 minus A3. So A4 is how much here? 300 rupees minus 250. So that is rupees 50 again. So what you have to understand? So this 50 is Same. So therefore, an plus 1 minus an is equal to rupees 50 every time. So it is pretty clear A2 minus A1 is same as A3 minus A2 is same as A4 minus A3 is same as an plus 1 minus an every time. So therefore, the list of numbers forms an AP with A is equal to, how much is A? 150, and D is equal to rupees 50. That is the problem. Let's move to the next question. The amount of money in the account every year when rupees 10,000 is deposited at the compound interest at 8% per annum. 8% per annum, compound interest. So what is the formula? Do you understand the question? So 10,000 is deposited in an account at compound interest at the rate of 8% per annum. What do you mean by compound interest? In last class we have discussed, in previous classes. We were doing some problem based on simple interest. In compound interest, interest will be added to the principal, so that will be the principal for next year. Every year or whatever the tenure, whether it is a half yearly or quarterly or annually, accordingly the calculation, the principal keeps changing. So here 10,000 is deposited at the 8% compound interest. So first we'll see the amount after 1 year. What is the amount after 1 year? 10,000 1 plus, what is the rate of interest? 8% by 100 whole to the power of n, actually the formula, but n is here, n for number of years. So this is equal to A1. We will write here the formula what we have used. Amount is equal to principal into 1 plus rate of interest by 100 whole to the power of n. This is the formula we have used. N for the number of, whether you calculate for year, whatever it is. So now the amount after 2 years. Same formula. Principal is 10,000 of 1 plus the rate is 8%. So here n is 2 because it is for 2 years. So this is taken as A2. Same we will find out for 3 years. The amount after 3 years. So we'll write again. The principal is 10,000. The rate of interest is 8%. The only n value changes. A3. If you want, you can find out for 4 years, 5 years, that's up to us. Now let's find out A2 minus A1 first. What is A2? 10,000 of 1 plus 8 by 100 whole square. This is A2. Minus, what is our A1? 10,000 of 1 plus 8 by 100. If you consider this as entire thing as x, 10,000 into 1 plus 8 by 100, 10,000 is here and even here. 1 plus 8 by 100 whole square is here and 1 plus 8 by 100 is here. So now how to simplify? See, so simple simplification. You take 10,000 and 1 plus 8 by 100 as common. We are taking 10,000 and 1 plus 8 by 100 as common. Then what I am left with here? Out of square, suppose a square, we have taken a common, we are left with a. So we are left with 1 plus 8 by 100 is left here. Is it clear? Minus. This everything has gone as common. So we are left with 1. Now plus 1 and minus 1 get cancelled. So we get 10,000 of 1 plus 8 by 100 into 8 by 100. This is what we got, A2 minus A1. Now let us find out A3 minus A2. So what is A3? 10,000 of 1 plus 8 by 100 whole cube minus 10,000 of 1 plus 8 by 100 whole square. This is what we have. So you can take now 10,000 of 1 plus 8 by 100 whole square I am taking as common. So from here we are left with 1 plus 8 by 100 and here everything has gone, it is minus 1. Then plus 1 and minus 1 they get cancelled out. So we get 10,000 1 plus 8 by 100 whole square into 8 by 100. Can you see now, is these two are same? 10,000 is here, even here, okay. 8 by 100 is there, 8 by 100 is there. But here it is 1 plus 8 by 100, but whereas it is 1 plus 8 by 100 whole square. So these two are not same. So therefore A2 minus A1 is not same as A3 minus A2. So the list of numbers not form an AP. The list of numbers do not form an AP. So one should know the formula for amount in compound interest. Easy problem. So no need to get confused. No need to get any confusion with calculation. Just simple logic. Here what is there, here what is there, what you can take it as common and what is left. That's all. Let's move to the next. Write first four terms of the AP when the first term A and the common difference D given as follows. A is given, D is given. Can't you write the first four terms, children? Yes, we can write. So the first term is A1, which is nothing but A 10. First term is completed. Now let us see what is A2. A2 is nothing but A1 plus D. So how much is A1? A1 is 10, D is 10. So 10 plus 10, which is equal to 20. Same like that. Now find out A3. A3 is nothing but A2 plus D. So A2 is 20, D is 10, that is 30. Next we will find out A4. A4 is nothing but A3 plus D. 30 plus 10, 40. So we got the first four terms. So therefore 10, 20, 30, 40 are the first four terms is it clear? Are the first four terms, that's all. Write the A and D are given, write the first four terms. We got the first four terms, that's all. Let's move to the next. So A is given as minus 2 and D is given as 0. If D is 0, what happens? The same value repeats. So A1 is first term itself. It is minus 2. Now let us see A2. A2 is A1 plus D. So minus 2 plus D is 0, it is minus 2. Same minus 2 repeats every time. A3, that is equal to A2 plus D. Minus 2 plus 0, minus 2. Then A4, A3 plus D. So minus 2 plus 0. So therefore, minus 2 comma, minus 2 comma, minus 2 comma, minus 2 are the first four terms. That's all. Let's see the next. A is given as 4 and D is given as minus 3. So A1, which is equal to the first term, is already given as 4. Let us see A2. A2 is A1 plus D. 4 plus of minus 3. That is 4 minus 3, which is equal to 1. A3, that is A2 plus D. A2 is 1 plus minus 3, that is 1 minus 3, which is equal to minus 2. Next come to A4. A3 plus D. A3 is minus 2, D is minus 3. So, minus 2 plus minus 3, that is both are negative. You just add the numbers and give the same minus. So, therefore, 4, 1, minus 2 and minus 5 are the first 4 terms. This is the problem. Let's see the next. So A is given as minus 1 and D is given as 1 by 2. So the first term is A itself, that is equal to minus 1. Now let us see A2. A2 is A1 plus D. So what is our A1? A1 is minus 1 plus D is 1 by 2. So the LCM is 2 is the LCM, it is minus 2 plus 1, which is equal to minus 1 by 2. A3, that is A2 plus D. A2 is minus 1 by 2, D is plus 1 by 2, so that it is 0. Both get cancelled. Now we need to find the fourth term. It is A3 plus D. So A3 we got it as 0 plus 1 by 2, that is equal to 1 by 2. Is it clear? So therefore, minus 1 minus 1 by 2, 0 and 1 by 2 are the first 4 terms. So this is how we need to find, children. That's all for today. See you in my next class. God bless you all.
The teacher is always in a hurry to complete the syllabus. The drawings on the board may not be pleasing. The blackboard may not be visible to some. Revision class may not have the luxury of those drawings. Disadvantages with your regular classes. It is time to get rid of all disadvantages and take the Digi advantage.
Big animals eat small animals and small animals eat plants. So this is a life cycle. Like even us, we eat plants and we can also like eat eggs, chicken, fish and everything. So it is a cycle where bigger animals consume smaller animals and smaller animals consume more small animals and plants.
Engaging digital animations, attractive digital screens, experienced teachers, regular class lectures, including IIT NEET Foundation programs.
See, try to compare them, A3 and S3. A3, it is a particular indicated term, that is a third term. But S3 is not third term. What is S3? Sum of the first three terms.
All that at the comfort of your home. Your TV will be your teacher. Your drawing room will be your classroom. Weekends will be revision. And parents can join too.
How to draw? I told you two ways. Draw horizontal line from the center of curvature directed towards the mirror and this. So we have now located 2 points here, center of curvature and pole.
Is your child studying grades 8th, 9th or 10th? Are you looking for IIT NEET Foundation? The classroom tuition point comes home to you. At just ₹999 for one whole year, enjoy year-long digital teaching at home. For enhanced memory retention of your child, contact your cable operator today and subscribe. Let's get learning.
Hello students of 10th class, we will do bit of politics today, okay? Bit of politics in our day-to-day life. You might have seen different political parties during election time. Please vote for us, please vote for us, we will do this, we will do that. All kinds of promises during election time. This is all about elections, right? Can you vote right now? You cannot vote, unfortunately. We are yet to get, you are yet to get the right to voting, right? Okay, so what is this we are going to do today is all about democratic politics of your 10th class. So when we read geography, I insist you to put atlas or some world map in front of you, India map. When you are doing politics like this, what will you put in front of you? Nothing. Just open your ears and eyes to the society, what is happening around you. Just try to observe your day-to-day happenings, how the politics are going on, how the political structure, administration, administrative setup, legislature, executive, judiciary, courts, police stations, how everything is operating around you. You just have a basic understanding. Okay, so what is the use of studying this democratic politics? See, the simple thing is, since we are studying democratic politics as matter of our study, when you get right to vote, you will have some better understanding compared to others on taking some conscious good decision, how to vote, whom to vote and what to consider when you are voting. Okay, so very important, this decides not only your future of the entire country. Okay, so this is all what we are dealing in our entire textbook, which is related to democratic politics. The chapter 1 is power sharing. Okay, power sharing. See, what is power sharing? See, for example, you are student of 10th class, and if you are appointed as the head of your entire school, head of the entire students of the school. Okay, so when you are appointed as head boy of the entire school, head boy or head girl of the entire school, definitely what will you do? You will also try to take the help of your friends, right? You will ask some of your friends or somebody to help you in case of cultural matters. Okay, you will ask somebody to help you in terms of sports and games, in terms of academics. Okay, that means when you are head of the students of the school, who is appointed by your school only, you yourself will appoint somebody who can take care of the cultural activities, cultural secretary, and somebody who can take care about the sports and games, somebody who can take care about the academics. Okay, so what you are doing here, you are trying to share your power with your fellow classmates or schoolmates. Understand, this is what is power sharing. Okay, but power sharing in general in different countries happens at a similar level only, but at a higher understanding. Okay, you have to understand it well to understand the structure of our administration. Okay, so what we are doing? We are doing democratic politics. The chapter name is power sharing. Okay, what is the sharing of power in general? Why power sharing is important? Why it is desirable? Okay, what is different kinds of power sharing not only in India but elsewhere in the world like Belgium, Sri Lanka, United States of America. Okay, you will also, you have to understand, very in the recent future you have elections of United States of America also. Okay, so be vigilant, try to observe election process going across the world. Different political parties competing among each other to take the power or to get the power by the consent of the people. Okay, because it is we are voting to them, right? And ultimately these political parties, whoever will come out victorious will claim the power for that country. Okay, so what we are doing today is power sharing, democratic politics, chapter 1, power sharing. See here, there are certain concepts like from our childhood, like from our earlier lower classes, you might have gone through democracy, okay, socialism, sovereignty, secularism. India is a republic country, sovereign, socialist, democratic, secular, republic, and all such terms and terminologies you might have come across in the lower classes. For any kind of understanding, for any kind of doubts or clarifications, you can refer to our earlier classes like 8th class, 9th class. Okay, everything is available in the website classroom.net. Okay, so for now we are going ahead with our first chapter, that is power sharing. What is power sharing? See, I have explained you power sharing taking an example about your school. Okay, so even in a small school like us, small organization like us, we have a clear cut differentiation and distribution of power among different people, right? So what will happen when this distribution of power is happening at higher level, at a country level or state level or district level? So we will see all these aspects now. First of all, we have to understand what is power sharing. Okay, see here, see, this is all this picture says about power sharing, different hands holding together and combinedly claiming the power to run that particular country or any state. Okay, see here, power sharing is a technique. Power sharing is a technique to share the power at different levels. Okay, try to understand, to share the power at different levels. For example, if you talk about your school only, you have your principal, you have your vice principal, you have your deans of the school, you have subject matter experts, okay, and you have your teachers. So different types of different levels. Okay, in the same way, power is also shared horizontally also. What is different levels? Different levels is nothing but vertical division of power in this way and also horizontal division of power. Okay, horizontal division of power. This is power sharing at different levels. Okay, you try to understand this statement. Power sharing is a technique to share the power at different levels. Okay, next thing, it is an idea inculcated in democracy. Idea inculcated in democracy so that the power is not concentrated at one hand. Okay, so one thing you have to understand is that, see, once again I am saying, when you are studying social or kind of these subjects like politics, history, geography and economy, try to understand the concepts. Don't try to memorize these concepts. Don't try to by heart these lines. By heart, don't try to ratamar. Don't do this. Okay, just try to understand the concepts and try to write in your own words. Try to put down in your own words and sentences. Okay, that is important. Ultimately, you have to understand the basic concepts. That is the reason social studies is all about study of society which is happening or happenings across the world, happenings around you. Okay, so that is the reason don't try to mug up or memorize or by heart these lines, just try to understand what are the hidden concepts, what are the implied concepts in these lines. Okay, so we have talked about this power. And one more thing, whenever we are representing any pictures over here, all these pictures also have different kinds of notations and understanding. Okay, so you try to observe these pictures also, because a single picture can mean a lot, it gives lot of information. Okay, if I just put this picture, seeing this picture itself you can understand that different people, you see here, this is a black hand, this is a white hand. That means what it is signifying, it is saying that in United States of America, in America, even the blacks and whites and all other races or religions are coming together to share the power. Understand? See here, different hands are holding, ultimately they are sharing the power. So that is power sharing, and this is the technique to share the power at different levels, that is vertical and horizontal level. And here it is an idea inculcated in democracy. See, democracy, what is the definition of democracy and all, we have studied in 9th class. You can refer to our earlier discussions of 9th class in our website classroomtv.net. okay, this you can in detail. And see here, see, any democratic country or democratic setup, the main feature of this democratic setup is that it should see that the power is not concentrated in single hands. Understand? Or power is not concentrated with a single group of individuals. Okay, so mainly in a democratic setup you will find the idea of power sharing to see that the power is not concentrated at a single place. Power is all diluted, it is all distributed, devolved, given away to different sections of the society or different levels of the administration. Understand? That is important. Okay, you see here, power is not concentrated at one hand only, and at that, and that different forms can keep a check on each other. Understand? Different forms can keep a check on each other. That is important. Different forms can keep a check on each other. I will explain you this. Okay, for example, what will happen is that in India, we will take example of India only. Entire power is there, entire power is concentrated or it is distributed among 3 different organs of government. For example, you have legislature, okay, you have executive, and you have judiciary. Okay, this is a beautiful concept. Okay, you try to understand. Okay, all these days you might be seeing MLAs, MPs, members of parliament, members of legislative assembly. We do not know whom we are voting. We are voting to MLAs or MPs, legislative assembly or members of the parliament. Where is parliament and where is legislative assembly, and what is all executive about? Okay, see here, I will explain you. See, legislature is that body where all the elected representatives are sitting. All the elected representatives. If it is at state level, that is legislature, and if it is at central level, that is parliament. Okay, legislature. So what is this legislature? Legislature means it is all about legislation, all about legislation. That means what is the basic procedure going on here? These people will sit and frame the laws. Okay, these people will sit in that legislature and frame the laws. What kind of laws you are saying? See, the simple thing is like, for example, in your school only. Okay, if you talk about school, so from tomorrow government has brought a new law that all the school buses should be yellow in color. Your school bus is yellow in color, right? Previously it was not yellow in color. Recently government has brought a new legislation that all the school buses should be yellow in color. Because of various reasons, that is all higher level. But legislation is all the school buses should be yellow in color. Okay. Example I am saying. Okay. Example. For any kind of such decisions, who will take decision? Decisions can be taken by the executive, like minister or chief minister, whoever is concerned. Certain high level decisions, like decisions involving lot of money, finances, and major macroeconomic decisions, big decisions will be discussed in the legislature, and a law will be, and a bill or law will be introduced in the legislature. Members of the legislature will sign that, and ultimately if the bill or law has got approval of the majority of the members of the legislature, that bill will be passed, that law is passed. Understand? So who is doing this work? Members who are sitting in the legislature. Okay. So these people have got lot of powers, okay, to frame all the laws concerning about any territory or any country or any state. That is the reason they are more powerful, and that is the reason this power is there in the hands of people who have got right to vote. Okay, don't worry, you will get a right to vote very near future. Okay. So second thing is, what is executive, right? What is executive? So when a political party claims victory in the elections, emerges as ultimate party which has won the election, this party which has won the election will claim the power. They will say, yes, we have won the power, we have won the election, and we will claim the power, and we will rule this entire state or country. Understand? So whatever is there under them, that means whatever the decisions are taken in the legislature, these decisions will be implemented by this executive. Okay, right from your president, okay, or governor, or prime minister, or state chief minister, or all other officers, even IAS, IPS officers, whoever is working to implement the laws or decisions taken in the legislature, everybody or every individual comes under executive setup. Okay, so they also have lot of power. Okay, certain decisions cannot be taken at legislature level, certain decisions can be taken at executive level only. Okay, certain important decisions, like for example, like your school buses, they have taken this decision considering their own power, like chief minister has taken this decision, that is not required to take this decision to legislature. Okay, so here you have to understand legislature, executive. Now judiciary is there, judiciary. So what is the meaning of this? That different forms can keep a check on each other. See, legislature has power, executive has power, judiciary also has got lot of power. So what does judiciary do? See, for example, if this legislature is preparing some law, it is making some law, and this law is not inconsistent or not in line with the fundamentals of the constitution, or not in line with the constitutional requirements, or it is against the wishes of the people. Okay, so then what judiciary does? Judiciary will take a lens and we will oversee, okay, whatever you have done, legislation, whether it is correct or not. If it is wrong, this is anti-constitutional, we will not allow this law. Understand? So that means whatever laws or decisions taken by these two important organizations or these two important setup, ultimately these decisions will be reviewed by judiciary. Understand? That means though these different organs have got power individually, they have power to take decisions and implement decisions, but their powers are subjected to the corrections of the judiciary. Understand? That means if any decision is taken which is not according to the constitution of any country, or India or United States or any country, if it is against the constitution, because you know constitution is what? It is the rule of the land. So whoever is there, entire country has to go according to the constitution. Okay, we have a written constitution, right? You will know more about this. So whatever the decisions taken by legislature or executive should pass through the test of judiciary. That means at different forms can keep a check on each other. Legislature executive decisions checked by judiciary, executive decisions checked by legislature again. Why? Because you see, executive, for example, chief minister or prime minister, they take lot of decisions, right? They spend crores of rupees. Ultimately, after spending all this money, some other body will come into place and they will check the accounts, okay, whether you have spent this money in a right direction for a justified purpose or not. They will prepare the report and give this report to the legislature. Now legislature will check, okay, whether executive has done or taken correct decisions or not, spent money correctly or not. You are understanding? That means whatever the decisions taken by legislature or executive checked by judiciary, executive decisions checked by legislature. So different types of checks and balances are there. This is the beauty of power sharing. Understand? For example, previously, that means in the ancient days, when the Mughals were there, when Tipu Sultan was there, when all other, even Britishers to some extent, when we do not have this democratic setup, what was the scenario during that point of time? There was no division of power. There will be no checks and balances. Whatever king does is ultimate, okay, is ultimate authority, and it is on the people that they have to definitely implement this decision. Okay, there is no way where these people can question the authority of the king. During those days, autocratic regimes, autocratic rules, but we are all in democratic setup. This is the beauty of democracy. That means, for example, you go to any other country, okay, you go to any other country, or you go to Saudi Arabia or some country, Middle East country. If somebody asks you, hey, from which country you are? You say, I am from India. Do you have democracy in India? Yes, we have democracy in India. We are very much a democratic country. Please show me. How will you show them? Will you take your 10th class textbook and go and show them? Yeah, sir, democratic politics is there. Don't show your textbook to them. Okay, any country, you just say, come and see in our country. We have legislature, we have executive, we have judiciary. This is all the beauty of democracy. In autocratic countries, even now certain countries are in the hands of the kings. They do not have all this setup. Understand? The ultimate decision will be taken by the monarch himself. There is no checks and balances. Nobody can question them. We are able to question any organization or any part of power with the help of this beautiful setup only. Understand? This is happening in all democratic countries of the world, even in United States of America. Understand? So what you will do, you will try to understand. Your homework assignment is, you try to find out which are the countries who are enjoying this democratic power sharing, which are the countries who are putting or who are keeping their people under their clutches of rule, under their hands. There is no democratic setup, only monarchy is going on. So you try to find out which are those countries which are in the rule, which are in the hands of a monarch, and which are those countries which are in the hands of people. Because we, the people, democracy says, for the people, by the people, and of the people, right? Democracy is a beautiful setup. You might be wondering, is this democracy that important? If there is no democracy, entire society or entire our every day will be entirely different. Okay, for some time in the past, there was completely a demolition of democracy in Pakistan also. when Musharraf was ruling this Pakistan, there was no clear-cut democratic setup. Entire administrative setup was in the hands of this military general called Musharraf, Parvez Musharraf. Okay, so that is the reason. But we, as Indians, we are still enjoying the fruits of democracy right from the day of our independence. Understand? So that is what. See here, it is an idea inculcated in democracy so that power is not concentrated at one hand only and that different forms can keep a check on each other. Understand? This is what. Okay, long discussion but very interesting and fruitful discussion for you. Okay. Now, India is an example of holding together federations where the power. See, one more term I am introducing. What is that? India is an example of holding together federations. Understand? Holding together federations. This you have to understand. See, what is holding together federations? That means when India was ultimately formed after independence, that is 1947 August, what happened was all these different states which you are seeing, these were not independent states. Like, these states did not come and form an united union of India. That did not happen. Power was given from Britishers, gave this power to Indians directly at central government level. Okay, and all the other units like states, they are part of this central government. Understand? That means different states are held together in Indian Union. That is the reason it is called as holding together federations. Now, assignment for you is you try to find out which are the other countries you will see the same setup. Okay, I will say you another thing. For example, you take United States of America. Okay, that is not America, that is United States of America. Okay, you have around 50 states. You have around 50 states. You know what is the difference between a state in India and state in United States of America? See, United States of America has got sovereign power. That means all these states, they came together and they formed into an union. They have got ultimate powers almost equal to the central government. Understand? For example, you have different states like Michigan, you have Washington DC, or you have Virginia, you have California, you have Arizona. All these different states, for example, around 50 such states, they came together and they formed this federation. Understand? So, United States of America has got what? Has got coming together federation. Understand? Coming together. All the states, they came together, and to some extent they have power to separate from the union also. Okay, the states which came together in this union called United States of America, around 50 states like this, they came together and formed the entire nation called as United States of America. But India is not like that. Okay, that means from tomorrow you can't say Andhra Pradesh or Telangana or any other state, hey, we don't like India, we want to go out of India and establish our own country. That is not possible. Understand? That means in holding together federations, who is having maximum power? Central government. Central is having maximum power. In United States of America, in coming together federations, who is having? All the states, all the units of these states and central government. Both have almost equal powers. Okay, so fortunately we are holding together federations where the power is shared between the central government and different constituent states. Understand? Different constituent states. Okay, that means power, majority of the power or important decisions are taken at central government level. For example, if India want to go to a war against Pakistan or China, recently lot of disturbances going on, right? You might be seeing in TVs also. If India want to go to war against China or Pakistan, who will take this decision? This decision will be taken at by central government level. Okay. For example, India want to make friendship with Russia or Africa or Australia or United States of America or Japan or any other country, France and all such countries. Who will take these decisions? These decisions will be taken at external affairs minister at higher level. Understand? So that means majority of the decisions which are impacting the entire country are in the hands of central government. Only certain important decisions, only certain other decisions are given to the states. That means in holding together federations, states are acting as the constituent units. Okay, we have got single constitution. We have got single constitution to the entire country. Okay, this is what. So here you see here why power sharing is desirable. See here. Now if you see clearly, see why power sharing is desirable. You have to understand first of all why power sharing is desirable, why we should have this concept of power sharing. Now where you are seeing this power sharing? You are seeing this power sharing in democratic setup countries only. Okay. Now first of all we have to understand why power sharing is okay. See here is important. Power sharing is the spirit of democracy, and a democratic rule involves sharing power with those who are affected by its exercise and people have a right to be consulted on how they are governed. Okay. Now if you see here, why power sharing is desirable. See what are the different reasons. You have different reasons like moral reasons, prudential reasons. Okay. So first of all, if you talk about this, emphasize power sharing is valuable, and next thing is power sharing is a spirit of democracy. As I told you, power sharing, this concept happens where? In democratic countries. Okay. That means wherever you go, if you are feeling proud of your democracy, the ultimate beauty which is leading to your proudness is what? Is power sharing. Okay. Power sharing among different levels of the government. A democratic rule involves sharing power with those who are affected by its exercise and who have to live with it. Okay. A democratic rule involves sharing power with those who are affected. Understand? Sharing power with those who are affected. Understand? For example, I will say you a simple thing. For example, a king is there. Okay. A king is there. Okay. This king is ruling this entire territory. Okay. There are so many people so many people are there. So this king is taking some decision. Which is impacting all these people, right? For example, this king has decided that from next day you have to, all the people of my territory has to pay the taxes, different kinds of taxes. Okay, different kinds of taxes were used to be there in those days. Okay, now who have to pay this tax? This tax should be paid by people. Who has taken this decision? This decision was taken by king himself. Okay, king and ministers concerned to the king. Now see here, these people are affected by the decision taken by the king, but when this decision is taken by the king, are people consulted? Are people made part of this decision making? Understand? Do people have anything to say with the king? No, because that is all monarchic country, autocratic country. In the rule is in the hands of king himself. People are getting affected, but power is not shared with those people when the decisions are taken. Understand? This is not a democratic setup. Understand? But now you see what is happening. For example, Prime Minister, he is taking some decision. Okay, and he has all the council of ministers. So many ministers are there. and entire country is there. Okay, whatever this decision, for the same, for example, here king is there, here prime minister is there. Okay, this prime minister, the same prime minister, he is saying that from tomorrow you have to, all the people of India have to pay tax, GST, goods and service tax, you have to pay this tax. Okay, so first of all you have to understand why people are not revolting against this. Okay, anything. Okay, because who is taking this decision? Prime minister. Who is electing this prime minister? We are electing. Understand? That means this prime minister is chosen by group of people, representatives, and these representatives in turn are elected by us people. Understand? That means people, we are electing some representatives, that means members of parliament, and these members of parliament in turn are choosing their prime minister. Understand? That means this prime minister is directly answerable to people of India. That is what see here. A democratic rule involves sharing power with those who are affected. That means prime minister is there, members of parliament is there, he is taking the decision after consulting members of parliament or after consulting these ministers. Understand? Because these ministers or members of parliament are coming from where? They are coming from the affected groups of people only. Understand? From the people only, these people are going sitting there and electing their prime minister. This is the beauty of power sharing. Understand? A democratic rule involves sharing power with those who are affected. Understand? That means affected are whom? Affected are people. Okay. So prime minister is sharing power with the people directly. Okay, you and me, everybody cannot go and sit in the parliament, right? Because parliament is not that big where it can accommodate 130 crore people, right? So what we will do, we will elect our representatives, and these representatives will go and sit in the parliament and they will discuss, debate and work for the benefit of our sections of society. Understand? That is what. Who are affected by its success and who have to live with it. Understand? That means we are the people who are affected by the decisions taken by the government, and we are affected and we have to live with that decision. Understand? Because that decision is not going to go today or tomorrow, that has got long term implications. That means that is going to stay forever, at least for some years together. Okay. So people have right to be consulted on how they are governed. Understand? So this is another important moral reasons where the people have got right to be consulted on all the important decisions and how they are governed. Okay. So forms of power sharing. This is another beautiful setup where you will understand different forms of power sharing. Until now we have talked about legislatures, executive, judiciary, and power sharing at different levels, horizontal level and vertical level. Outward at least discussion we had something. Now we will see who are the other groups of people who are also involved in this power. You see, amongst different organs of the government that we have discussed, that is legislature, executive and judiciary, different organs of government. Next, among governments at different levels. Among governments at different levels, that is central government, state government or district level or local level. Understand? This is all federal setup among different levels of government. Okay. This is vertical, this is horizontal. Understand? This is horizontal, this is vertical. You see here different social groups, religious, linguistic. That means even different social groups, linguistic, religious, minorities, they are also part of sharing of this power. That means they are also given reservations so that members from their community or from their society, from their sections of society are also given representation in the parliament or legislature, wherever people sit and take decisions concerning the entire state or country. Understand? So that means different social groups, religious, linguistic, they are also given representation to sit in that legislature parliament and also participate in decision making. Political parties, pressure groups and movements influence those in power. Understand? That is what. For example, I'll give you one classic example. You know Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, what is happening? In Maharashtra, the power is shared. The present government, which is going ahead, which is ruling this Maharashtra, the power is shared among three different political parties. Okay, three different political parties are coming together and forming the government. Okay, so these three different political parties is called coalition politics. Coalition politics, when political parties are coming together and forming the government. Okay, so when these different political parties who are representing different sections of the society, their own communities, they are coming together and forming the government. Okay, so that means different political parties are also involved in power sharing. Okay, that is important. So forms of power sharing, this is another kind of representation. See, forms of power sharing, see here, among political parties, pressure groups and movements that we have discussed right now, among different social groups, among government at different levels, that is central government, state government, district level, village, local level. Okay, among political parties, pressure groups and movements. So this is kind of different types of forms of power sharing. Okay, now if you talk about, see here, so this is the basic concept about United States of America. Okay, since we have to talk about United States of America, Belgium, Sri Lanka, India. First of all, we will see what is the basic setup. See, United States of America, this is also a democratic country. Wherever you are seeing this setup, you can say that it is a democratic country. Okay, so assignment to you is in which other countries you will find the same kind of setup. Okay, which are the countries which are not having the benefit of this system. Okay, now you have to see here legislative, executive and judicial setup. Okay, so legislature is completely called as Congress, where it is divided into House of Representatives and Senate. Okay, in the same way in India also, for example, you talk about India legislative, the same setup. If you talk parallelly in relation to India, you have in terms of legislature, you have parliament. Okay, you have parliament, and what else you have? You have Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, right? Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The same thing you have here, House of Representatives and Senate. This is all legislature. And you have executive. Executive means what does they do? Whatever the decisions taken by this legislature should be implemented by this executive. Understand? Who is the executive? President, vice president. Here in India, you will see, for example, the parallel setup in India, you will see president, prime minister. Okay, and state level you will see governor, chief minister and all such people who are concerned with the implementation of the decision taken by these legislatures. Understand? That is what. You have judicial setup. Judicial setup is more or less similar across the world. You have one Supreme Court which is governing, or which is seeing, or which is safeguarding the constitution of that country. Okay, that means judiciary is the organ which safeguards the constitution of any country, because what does they do? Ultimately they will put constitution book in front of them. They will all the time they will see, okay, whatever the decision taken by the legislature, is that correct or not? Okay, this is according to the constitution only. Yes, this is right. If there are certain decisions which are not according to the spirits of the constitution, what does judiciary do? Oh no, this is all wrong. Okay, so for now we are not allowing this decision to be taken forward. Legislature has to once again review its legislation, review its decision, because judiciary has put a hold on that decision taken by the legislature. Why? Because judiciary does only one thing. Judiciary all the time observes whether the spirit of the constitution is maintained in the decisions taken by the legislature and executive or not. Understand? So this is judiciary. Okay. So this is all set up in United States of America. A similar setup you will see in India also. Okay. And what we see here, what we will see here, and we will talk about all such power sharing among different forms of the government, different organs of the government in our next session, that is democratic politics, session number 2. Okay. So until then I gave you a small assignment. What is that? You try to observe the setup across different countries. Okay. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello boys and girls, welcome to this session of English on Classroom TV. Before we start our class, I would like to ask you a question. Have you ever written a letter? Did you ever write a letter to your grandfather or grandmother who stay far away from home? Did you ever write a letter to the Prime Minister? Or did you ever write a letter to your mother and father for they taking care of you? Yeah, have you ever written letters? If you did, good job. If you have not, then probably you can write a letter to your mom and dad or to your grandmother and grandfather today. Okay, so today we are gonna do a short story, and the name of this short story is A Letter to God. A Letter to God by G.L. Fuentes. By G.L. Fuentes. He is a Mexican writer. He's a Mexican writer, and his father, he had a store, and in that store, it was a general store where people would come to buy a lot of different things, and in that store, a lot of farmers came to the store to buy things, and G.L. Fuentes was very much acquainted to these farmers, and he knew the problems that farmers usually come across. So this story here, A Letter to God, is also about a farmer. It's about a farmer, and his name is Lencho. Lencho. Lencho is the protagonist. Protagonist means the main character. We don't have many characters in this story because we have only one main person, and that person is Lencho. He is a farmer. And this Lencho, this farmer, he wrote a letter to God. Okay, a letter to God. Did you ever write a letter to God? Yeah? If you were going to write a letter to God, what would your letter say? Imagine. Or probably you can do one today. You can probably take a piece of paper and write a letter to God. Now, Lencho wrote a letter to God because there was a huge rainfall, heavy rainfall. There was a heavy rainfall, and that rainfall turned into a hailstorm. And because of that hailstorm, his crops, he's a farmer, remember that. So his crops were destroyed. And when his crops were destroyed, the only person he could go for was God. The only person who could help him was God, and he knew that. He knew that none of his neighbors, nobody, no relatives would help him. Only God could help him. And that is the reason he wrote a letter to God asking him for 100 pesos. 100 pesos. What is peso? Peso is the currency, like how we have rupees in India. Yeah, we have rupees. That's the name of our currency. The Mexican people use pesos. That is the name of their currency. And how much did Lencho want? Lencho wanted 100 pesos because he has to live. Because of the crops being destroyed, he has to continue living, right? And for that, and to again plant another crop, he needs money. Okay, for survival and for his crops to be grown again, He needs money, and how much does he need? 100 pesos. So he writes a letter to God saying, God, I need 100 pesos. My crops are destroyed and I need to live, I need to survive, I have family and I need to regrow my crop. Therefore, send me 100 pesos is what Lencho writes. Now, think. Do you think the letter reached God? Lencho wrote a letter, fine and dandy, but did that letter reach God? If you were going to write a letter today, would that letter, if you go to a post office and drop that letter there, would that letter reach God? Think about it. And if it did reach God, would God answer Lencho through a letter? Think. Okay? So these are a few things that you must think before we start our class. Now there is a famous quotation, there is a famous quote, and it is, faith can move mountains. Okay, faith can move mountains. The Himalayas, imagine the Himalayas. Can anyone move the Himalayas? Even the strongest person can never ever move the Himalayas. Yes or no? Yes, that's a fact. No one can move a mountain. But what can move a mountain? Faith can move a mountain. What is faith? Faith is the belief that you have, the strong belief in your heart that if you want something, it will happen. Okay? When you pray to God, why do we pray to God? We pray to God because we think that if we need something and if we pray to God, for that to happen, we need belief that God will do it. And that belief, that strong belief is called faith. And if you have strong belief that something, yes, it will happen if you pray to God, then that is called faith. And with faith, if you have faith, you can move mountains. Okay, so here Lencho had immense faith, a lot of faith on someone. And who is that someone? God. And therefore he wrote a letter to God. But let's see in the story whether this letter reaches God. And if it did reach God, did God answer his letter? Did God answer his prayer, whatever he prayed for in the letter? Let's see what the story is all about. But keep thinking about what faith is. Every religion has faith. Okay? And that is what people believe in. That is called faith. Okay? So let's start our class. Please open your books, First Flight books. The name of our textbook is First Flight. Let's do our first lesson, a letter to God, and it's on page 3, at page 3. The house, the only one in the entire valley, sat on the crest of a low hill. From this height one could see the river and the field of ripe corn dotted with the flowers that always promised a good harvest. The only thing the earth needed was a downpour, or at least a shower. Throughout the morning, Lencho, who knew his fields intimately, had done nothing else but see the sky towards the northeast. Now here, there was a house. It was seated on the, it's a valley. You know what a valley is? You have mountains here and you have mountains on this end. And whatever is in between the mountains is called the valley. Okay, so there was a house on the valley, and it was only one house seated on the lower top of a hill. What is crest? The word here is crest. Crest is on the top of a small hill. There stood only one house. Okay, and it was in a valley. And from this height, from the height wherever the house was, one could see the river, and one could see the corral. What's a corral? A corral is where you have all the animals in a group, they're all as a herd in a corral, okay? And one could see the river, one could see the corral, and one also could see the ripe corn. Okay, so this was Lencho's field. Lencho could see, when he could see from his house, he could see the river, he could see the corral where the animals are kept, and he could also see the crops. And it was ripe corn, it was cornfield. Okay, and the cornfield also had flowers. What does flowers indicate? Flowers indicates that the tree will grow. So he could see the ripe corn dotted with the kidney bean flowers that always promised a good harvest. When you have flowers on a crop, that shows that is going to be a very good yield. You will have a good harvest. You will have food. Okay, and this is what who saw? Lencho saw. Anyone could see that, and Lencho also was thinking about his crops. The only thing the earth needed was a rainfall or a shower. The earth needed a downpour, probably a heavy rainfall, or at least some drops of rain, but the earth needed rain. Any kind of rain would be enough for the crops to grow. That was the situation the crops were in. Throughout the morning, Lencho, who knew his fields intimately, had done nothing. He had done nothing, but he was scanning the sky. He was looking at the sky. That is what he was doing. Thinking about, are there clouds in the sky? Why would anyone look at the sky? Yeah, to see if there are any clouds. And Lencho was thinking, let me see, any clouds anywhere? Any sign of any kind of clouds? Yeah, if there are clouds, then there would be rain. So Lencho knew his fields intimately. What does intimately mean? Intimately means closely. So Lencho knew that now my crop, my fields, they need rain. And he did nothing but he looked at the sky and he wanted to see when it would rain. He looked at the northeast, this is west, east, west, north, south. So he kept looking at northeast, this kind of position, to see if it would rain. Now we are really going to get some water, woman. The woman who was preparing supper replied, yes, God willing. Probably this is his wife. Probably this woman that is talking to is his wife. And it tells this woman that, hey woman, hey lady, there is going to be rain. Very soon it will rain. And the woman said, yeah, if God wants to, God willing. What does God willing mean? If God wants to, if that is what God wants, then we will have rain. The oldest boys were working in the field while the smaller ones were playing near the house until the woman called to them all, come for dinner. So the woman there, the wife probably, was cooking food. Lencho was looking at the sky thinking about rain. And the oldest boys, his sons, they were all working in the fields. And the younger ones, they were all playing. This was what was happening. And it was time for supper. What does supper mean? Our evening meal. Evening meal is called the supper. And it's time for supper. So let's eat, is what the woman says. It was during the meal that, just as Lencho had predicted, big drops of rain began to fall. In the northeast, huge mountains of clouds could be seen approaching. The air was fresh and sweet. The man went out to look for something in the corral for no other reason than to allow himself the pleasure of feeling the air on his body, rain on his body. And when he returned, he exclaimed, those aren't raindrops falling from the sky, they're new coins. The big drops are centavo pieces and the little ones are 5 cents. So he says that, well, he goes it was during the meal, he was having supper. And while he was having supper, it began to rain. And he got up from his seat and he went to the corral to see. What is corral? Remember the word corral? What is corral? The place where they keep the animals. He went there and he just to feel that fresh air and that smell, that fresh smell that you get when it rains. In order to feel that kind of, enthusiasm, rain enthusiasm, you can call it. He wanted to feel that rain, that freshness. He went out and he just stood there and enjoyed it. And he came back inside and said, "That's not rain. Those are, the big drops are 10 cents and the small drops are 5 cents. So these are probably 10 cents and the smaller ones are 5 cents. Now, cents, what is cent? C-E-N-T, cent. Like we have paisa. Okay. Our Indian rupee, we have paisas. 10 paisa, 25 paisa, 50 paisa. I don't know, have you ever seen 50 paisa? Yeah, we have one rupee, but under that those are paisas, and these pesos, they have cents, and he says that those are not raindrops, they are cents. That means only if it rains will he have crop. If he has crop, will he have money or at least something to eat. In order for us to live, we need money. Yes, that's true, or yes or no? Why do your parents go to work? To make money so that they can live. Same thing over here. Lencho needed rain. He needed rain because if it rains, the crops will grow. And once the crops grow, he can sell it or he can use it at his own house. He can make money and he can survive. So he says that's not rain, that is money. With a satisfied expression, he regarded the field of ripe corn with its kidney bean flowers draped in a curtain of rain. But suddenly, a strong wind began to fall. These truly did resemble new silver coins. The boys, exposing themselves to the rain, ran out to collect the frozen pearls. "It's getting bad now," exclaimed the man, mortified. "I hope it passes quickly." So now he was very happy. He was very happy that it's raining. He'll have a good crop. He'll have food on his table. He can serve, put food on his table for the family. He was happy about everything. He was satisfied. Okay, but suddenly things changed. And what happened? There was a strong wind. And that strong wind converted into a hailstorm. Converted into a hailstorm. What's a hailstorm? What is hail? These are stones, hailstones. Okay, that's like that is hard ice falling from the sky. Okay, so it can really hit you bad, guys. You can have big hailstones, you can have small hailstones. Well, it was a hailstorm. At the end of the day, it was a hailstorm, and a lot of hailstones were falling from the sky. And usually little children, what do? They run out to play with those stones, the hailstones. So his family, Lencho's family, his little boys, they ran out to play with those hailstones. But Lencho was not happy. Why? Because the crops don't need hailstorm, they need rain. But this rain converted to a hailstorm. So he was not happy anymore. These truly did resemble new coins, silver coins. The boys, exposing themselves, ran out to collect the frozen pearls. What are these frozen pearls? They are hailstones. And these are your hailstones. Okay, have you ever played with hailstones? Did you? "It's really getting bad now," exclaimed the man, mortified. Means he was scared to death. Mortified means being scared to death. So he was very, very scared and said, "It's getting very bad right now. I don't know. I really don't know what to do." It did not pass quickly. For an hour, the hail rained on the house, the garden, the hillside, the cornfield, on the whole valley. The field was white as if covered with salt. Not a leaf remained on the trees. The corn was totally destroyed. The flowers were gone from the kidney bean plants. So here it rained, and it did not rain droplets of water, but it rained hail. It was a hailstorm, and that continued for 1 hour. For 1 hour there was just hailstones falling from the sky, and it rained everywhere, on the fields and on the garden, on the house, it was filled with white frozen pearls. What are they? Hailstones. And the entire crop was filled with the stones, the hailstones, as if it were covered with salt. Okay, as if the whole crop was covered with salt. These hailstones covered the entire crop. And what happened to the flowers on the field? The flowers on the crop, they vanished. What does it mean? That means the crop will not grow. Remember what I told you? When you have flowers on the crop, they will grow. When you don't have flowers, that shows that it's not gonna, you're not gonna have a successful harvest. So the flowers were gone from the kidney bean plants. Lencho's soul was filled with sadness. When the storm had passed, he stood in the middle of the field and said to his sons, "A plague of locusts would have left more than this. The hail has left nothing. This year we will have no corn or beans." So very sadly, his soul was filled with sadness. Very, very sad and depressed, deprived. He feels very much deprived now. He says, after the whole storm was done, he goes and stands in the middle of the field and he says, a plague of locusts, a plague of locusts. Locust, it's a grasshopper. It's kind of a grasshopper. It belongs to the grasshopper family. And usually, it just lives all by itself. But once in a while, it forms a group of locusts. And a group of locusts, if they occupy a field, it can destroy vegetation. That means whatever fields were there, whatever food was in the field would completely get destroyed because of locusts. That is what locusts can do. Locusts can eat, they can finish off the entire crop, and that crop could probably feed 35,000 people. But locusts can finish it off in 2 or 3 hours. That's how powerful locusts are. And he says that, Lencho says, a plague of locusts could have not ruined our crops so much like how this hailstorm had ruined our crops. So which one ruined it more? The hailstorm. The storm ruined his crop. At least a plague of locusts would have left some food for us. That is what Lencho told his sons. Now remember, students, it's very, very important that you know each and every line of your text, because for your exam you will have any sentence from the text and you'll be asked questions such as who said this and what is so and something referring to. You'll have questions like this. It's very, very important that you know each and every line from your textbook. Okay, so here imagine you have this sentence in your exam. A plague of locusts would have left more than this. The hail has left nothing. This year we will have no corn or beans. Imagine this was a line given in your exam. Then you would have questions such as who said this statement? To whom was this statement addressed to? What happened to the fields? Did the locust destroy the field? Things like that. Okay, so it's very, very important that you know each and every line of your text. That night was a sorrowful one. all our work for nothing. There's no one who can help us. But in the ears of all who live in that solitary house in the middle of the valley, there was a single hope, help from God. Don't be so upset. Even though this seems like a total loss, remember, no one dies of hunger. So Lencho is talking to him. Lencho is, talking to himself, and he's trying to encourage himself. He's very discouraged, very sorrowful. That night was not good. They ate supper, it rained, destroyed the crops, and he had to go. It's night time, had to go to sleep. But could he sleep? He couldn't sleep because there's no more food for the entire, until the next crop. There's no food. No food means no money, nothing. He had nothing. And he knew that no one can help me now, but only one person can help me, and that person is God. So he says, he says it to himself, don't be so upset. Even though this seems like a total loss, remember, no one dies of hunger, because God is always there to provide. When God is there to provide, why should we think about dying of hunger? I'm not going to die of hunger, because who is there to help me? God is going to help me out. That's what they say. No one dies of hunger. All through the night, Lencho thought only of this one hope, the help of God, whose eyes, as he had been instructed, sees everything, even what is deep in one's conscience. So Lencho had faith in God. He had deep faith. He had been taught since he was a child that God can help you. God knows what is in your deepest thoughts. God knows what is happening inside you, what exactly you want. God knows everything. When God can see what is happening inside your heart, can I see what's happening inside your heart? Can you see what's happening in my mind? Heart doesn't mean your biological heart. I'm not talking about that anatomy of a heart, but mind. Do I know what's happening in your mind? But does God know what's happening in my mind? So Lencho says, see, I'm not going to die of hunger. No one dies of hunger. God knows everything. God knows my heart. God knows my mind. God knows what I'm thinking right now, what I'm feeling right now. So, when God is there, when God can see even what is deep in our conscience. What is conscience? Conscience, it's your thoughts, your deepest thoughts. What your mind thinks, that's your conscience. What your heart thinks, that is conscience. And he says that he thinks to himself that God knows me, God will help me. Lencho was an ox of a man, working like an animal in the fields, but still he knew how to write. Ox of a man, that means ox of a man. He was a hard working person. If your family belongs to the farm agriculture industry, then you would know that farming is not easy. Being a farmer, you need lot of stamina, strength. Yes, and Lencho was an ox of a man. He was a man who knew how to work. He knew how to work. He was a hard working man. And he worked like an animal. Okay, he worked like an animal. That means, how animals are tough. Yeah. Have you ever seen an ox working in a field? It can work. It can keep walking all day, with that big plow on its back. It can plow the fields the entire day, because that is an animal. It has a lot of stamina and strength. Can you fight an animal? No, usually not. Maybe a dog and a cat you can, but you cannot probably fight with a bull or a buffalo or an ox. But this man, he was an ox of a man. That means he was hardworking, strong. Yeah, he worked like an animal. But still he knew how to write. Not that people think that, farmers don't know how to write, or farmers are illiterates. Not really. Here, Lencho was not an illiterate. He was a literate. He knew how to write. But he was a farmer. And though he was a farmer, he was a literate. The following Sunday at daybreak, that means in the morning, at daybreak, in the morning, early morning, after having convinced himself that there is a protecting spirit, he began to write a letter which he himself would carry to town and place in the mail. So last night what happened? He began thinking, he thought to himself, he told himself, don't worry Lencho, there is God. We have a protecting spirit. God is there to protect us. Okay, and despite whatever may happen, God will protect us. So let me do something now. So he begins to write a letter, and he thinks that, okay, I'm gonna drop this letter in the post office by myself after the morning. Like I'm gonna take it to the post office and mail it there to God. So it was nothing less than a letter to God. So he wrote a letter, and he wrote a letter to God. And here is our letter which Lencho wrote. Lencho wrote a letter to God. And let's see what that letter says. God, if you don't help me, my family and I will go hungry this year. I need 100 pesos in order to sow my field again and to live until the crop comes, because the hailstorm has destroyed the entire crop, etc., etc. He writes a letter to God, and how much does he ask? He asks for 100 pesos. He says that, hey God, my family and I, we are in trouble now because of the crop being destroyed by the hailstorm. I have nothing. I cannot feed my family anymore. So until then, next year, until the crops grow, for me to sow the crop, sow means to sow the seed, and for me to reap the harvest, it'll take another year. So for me to live, to help my family survive, and to regrow this crop, I need 100 pesos. He wrote to God on the envelope, put the letter inside, and still troubled went to town. At the post office he placed a stamp on the letter and dropped it in the mailbox. So what did he do? He took the letter and he put the letter in an envelope. And what did he say? He said it's written, what do you do on a letter? You mention the address. Yes? So on the letter he wrote to God. Does God have an address? Yeah? So he wrote an address, he doesn't know the address. So he just wrote to God, and he took a stamp. Without a stamp it cannot reach anywhere. So he bought a stamp at the post office and he put it to the envelope and he dropped it in the mailbox. Okay? Imagine, just think about the faith that Lencho has in God. Yeah? If at the beginning I told you to write a letter, are you going to really write a letter? Okay, even if you do write a letter, would you go and drop it at the post office? And would you put it in an envelope and say to God? Do you have so much faith that God will answer your prayer? Think about it. But Lencho did. One of his employees, who was a postman and also helped at the post office, went to his boss laughing heartily and showed him the letter to God. Never in his career as a postman had he known that address. The postmaster, a fat, amiable fellow, also broke out laughing, but almost immediately he turned serious and, tapping the letter on his desk, commented, "What faith! I wish I had the faith of the man who wrote this letter, to believe the way he believes, to hope with the confidence that he knows how to hope with, starting up a correspondence with God." So the postman, the postman picks up all the letters, right, from the post box. Yeah, there was a post box, and Lencho, he went and dropped the letter in the post box. And now the postman, he collects all the letters. Yeah, and one of those letters is to God. Now the postman doesn't know the address to God. He doesn't know where to drop his letter. He goes and drops everyone's letters at their own residences, but he doesn't know where God lives. So the postman, he was laughing, he laughed and he laughed, and he took the letter to the postmaster. And what did the postmaster do? The postmaster also, he broke out in laughter. He was just like, what? You know, that person who wrote this letter is such nuts. But then later on he realized, no, the person is not a crazy man. The person has great faith in God. What faith? What faith means? It's not ending with a question mark, it's an exclamatory mark. Please remember that. What faith? That is like great faith. Great faith. I wish I had that faith. Faith means, remember, it is strong belief. Okay? I wish I had that strong belief. Okay? And he says to believe the way he believes, to believe that yes, God will help me. God will take care of my needs. To hope with the confidence that he knows. What does confidence mean? Confidence also means strong belief. Confidence also means strong faith. So he has such strong faith, such strong belief, such confidence in God that he really writes a letter and puts it in the post office, in the post box. And it says starting up a correspondence with God. Correspondence means communication. Correspondence means communication. Okay, here he is starting a communication with God. God and Lencho are talking. Now Lencho writes a letter to God, then probably God will respond with another letter. Yeah, this is what Lencho hopes, that yes, I'm going to put this letter in the box today, and tomorrow God is going to write me a letter. So in order not to disillusion that prodigy of faith revealed by a letter that could not be delivered, the postmaster came up with an idea. Answer the letter. But when he opened it, it was evident that it needed more than just answer, more than goodwill, ink and paper. But he stuck to his resolution. He asked for money from his employees. He himself gave part of his salary, and several friends of his were obliged to give something for an act of charity. So here, the postmaster reads Lencho's letter, and the postmaster thinks, okay, let us not destroy his faith in God. Let us give a reply to the letter. Giving a reply is not so easy, right? When somebody writes something, we can usually respond. You know, people keep because of WhatsApp and because of Facebook and because of technology, not many are writing letters. Okay, because of emails, not many are writing letters, because we are resorting to all the other means of communication. But when you do write something, when you say hi on WhatsApp, you expect the other person to respond by another hi or good morning or whatever. Here, Lencho wrote a letter to God expecting a reply, and because they don't know the address to God, the postmaster, the postman, they don't know the address to God, so they think, fine, let us give a reply to this letter. He opened the letter. Who opened the letter? The postmaster opened the letter. He read the letter and he realized that it did not just need ink and paper. That it did not just need goodwill, ink and paper. What does goodwill mean? Now here the postmaster was being kind. Okay, that is goodwill. An act of kindness. Goodwill is an act of kindness. So here the kind-hearted postmaster, he said, fine, let me do a good deed. Goodwill, out of goodwill, let me write a letter. But that letter did not just require ink and paper. It did not need a textual response. What did the letter need? Money, pesos. It needed 100 pesos. Now the postmaster is not, so rich. So he said, well, I don't have so much money, but he asked his employees, the other employees also, they pitched in some money. So he also pitched in half of his salary. So half of his salary he pitched in, and then his the other employees also, out of charity, an act of charity. That means, out of kindness, out of a kind heart, they said, fine, let us do something for this man. So all of them, they pulled up the money and they put it in an envelope. Now let's see what happens. It was impossible to gather together the 100 pesos requested by Lencho, so he was able to send the farmer only a little more than half. He put the bills in an envelope addressed to Lencho and with them a letter containing only a signature, and that is God. So there was another envelope. Okay, in that envelope they put in some money. And the letter, it just had a piece of note, and that said God. Okay, on a piece of paper, they wrote God, and they put that money in the envelope. Now it says that it was impossible. They couldn't gather 100 pesos. It was impossible for them to gather 100 pesos as requested by Lencho. So he was able to send how much? A little more than a half. They were only able to send a little more than a half. That means 50, 60, 70, somewhere around 70 or 80, 60, 70, like that. Yes, a little more than half they were able to send, and they put that in an envelope and they said it's from God. The following Sunday, the next Sunday, Lencho came a bit earlier than usual to ask if there was a letter for him. It was the postman himself who handed the letter to him. While the postmaster, experiencing the contentment of a man who has performed a good deed, looked on from the doorway of his house. So here, the next Sunday, Lencho came earlier than usual, and is asked the postman, do I have any letter? And the postmaster said, yes, you do have a letter. And the postmaster handed the letter to Lencho. Now when Lencho saw that letter, that envelope, he was not, let's see what it says. And the postmaster was looking at him through the doorway, and he was feeling very, very happy, content. What does contentment mean? Satisfied. Contentment means satisfied. So this man, right, the postmaster was the one who thought about helping Lencho out. So he was very much satisfied. I did a good deed. I did something to help another person. He was very happy. So he was looking out from the doorway, and he saw that Lencho opened the letter. Let's see what happens. Lencho showed not the slightest surprise on seeing the bills. Such was his confidence. But he became very angry when he counted the money. God could not have made a mistake, nor could he have denied Lencho what he requested. When he opened the envelope, he realized that the envelope did not have what he asked for. It had some money, but not how much he asked for. How much did he ask for? He asked for 100 pesos. But when he saw the envelope, he was not like, oh, really, God responded? No, he was not shocked. He just took the letter because he knew that God will respond. That was the faith that he had. And when he opened it, he was angry. Because how much did it contain? It was only half, more than half, right? Immediately Lencho went up to the window to ask for paper and ink. On the public writing table, he started to write with much wrinkling on his brow caused by the effort he had made to express his ideas. When he finished, he went to the window to buy a stamp, which he licked and then affixed to the envelope with a blow of a fist. The moment that the letter fell into the mailbox, the postmaster went to open it. And what did it say? So now, Lencho, he said, well, he was angry. When he opened the letter, when he looked at the envelope, he was like satisfied. He knew that God will respond. He had implicit faith. But he actually wanted to again write letter to God. he wanted to write a letter to God because he was not happy with what he got. So with wrinkling of his brow, that means he was like, struggling to write. He was like, right, let me write a letter to God, something he was going to write. And after he finished writing, he put that in the envelope and he put a stamp there, he licked it and he put that in the box. So the postman ran to get the letter, and what did the letter say? It said, God, of the money that I asked for, only 70 pesos reached me. Send me the rest since I need it very much, but don't send it to me through the mail because the post office employees are bunch of crooks. Lencho. So here Lencho wrote a letter to God saying that, God, I asked you for 100 rupees. Probably you did send me 100 rupees, but I only received 70 rupees. Why did I receive only 70 rupees? Because the post office people, the people who work here, the employees at the post office are crooks. Crooks are bad people. They might have taken the rest of the money, the 30 pesos, I'm sorry. They might have taken the 30 pesos, so don't send it through post, but send it to me in another way, is what Lencho writes. So here he had immense faith in God, but that faith he had only in God. But when you ask God to help you out, there would be people around you to help you. Please remember that. Here, what G.L. Fuentes wants to tell is that you may have faith in God, but for that faith to really turn into what you want is only through people. People are the ones who will help you through God. Here, the post office people helped Lencho, but Lencho did not realize that. Okay, Lencho did not have faith in people, though people were the ones to help him. Let us continue learning whatever our first flight lessons are through Classroom TV the next time. Until then, keep learning on Classroom TV.
The teacher is always in a hurry to complete the syllabus. The drawings on the board may not be pleasing. The blackboard may not be visible to some. Revision class may not have the luxury of those drawings. Disadvantages with your regular classes. It is time to get rid of all disadvantages and take the Digi advantage.
Big animals eat small animals, and small animals eat plants. So this is a life cycle. Like even us, we eat plants, and we can also eat eggs, chicken, fish, and everything. So it is a cycle where bigger animals consume smaller animals, and smaller animals consume more small animals and plants.
Engaging digital animations, attractive digital screens, experienced teachers, regular class lectures, including IIT NEET Foundation programs.
See, try to compare them, A3 and S3. A3, it is a particular indicated term, that is a third term. But S3 is not third term. What is S3? Sum of the first three terms.
All that at the comfort of your home. Your TV will be your teacher. Your drawing room will be your classroom. Weekends will be revision. And parents can join too.
How to draw? I told you two ways. Draw horizontal line from the center of curvature directed towards the mirror, and this. So we have now located 2 points here, center of curvature and pole.
Is your child studying grades 8th, 9th or 10th? Are you looking for IIT NEET Foundation? The classroom tuition point comes home to you. At just ₹999 for one whole year, enjoy year-long digital teaching at home. For enhanced memory retention of your child, contact your cable operator today and subscribe. Let's get learning.
Dear students, welcome back. Hearty welcome to Classroom TV to all of you. So what we had studied in previous class, we were discussing about bodies in motion and bodies at rest, and we had found out that key term motion is relative term. It is relative. It depends upon observer or predefined reference point. And if that changes, if that reference changes or observer changes, then the state of motion will change to rest and vice versa. Then we had, that means what does this imply? Ki body can be simultaneously at rest or in motion for two different observers. The thing is that for one observer the body can be either in motion or at rest, but for two different observers or for different observers, many different observers, the status of the body will change, will fluctuate between rest and motion as the observers change, but for one observer it will be either motion or rest. So having discussed that, ki motion is relative, it is very important here to note these terms. In higher classes you will benefit from this. Don't take anything in physics for granted. Thing is that many terms in physics we use in day to day life, and that can be a bit misleading. We think that we understand what is rest, what is motion, but technically their definitions are way different from the way we use them in our daily life. So don't take physics for granted. Try to understand the underlying meanings, try to understand the definitions, what exactly scientifically these terms mean. So after having proved that this term is relative, then we decided to study motion in detail. And what we understood is that once the body begins to move, then the first thing which changes, and the definition of motion itself is that the position will change, the position of the body will change. So first thing to understand is position. We begin with position. And then we keep on advancing as the chapter progresses. So as the position changes, then with that too with respect to some observer, the position should change with respect to some observer. As the position of the object changes, then what happens? First of all, it is in motion. Then we said that whenever the body is in motion, there are various physical quantities which can be measured, and these are characteristics of body in motion. The first thing which can be measured we saw was distance, and that is the length of the path covered. As the body begins to move in whatever direction it may travel, starting, let us say starting point we label is as A and B. So as body began to move here, we tied one measuring tape to the body, and the end of the measuring tape we stuck it here, and as the body began to move, that measuring tape began to unspool, and that measuring tape took the shape of the path itself. Measuring as the body moved and took different path, traveled along the path, changing its direction or whatever, the measuring tape also unspooled, and what the measuring tape gave, two things the measuring tape will give to you. As it unspools, it will form the shape of the path, and also it will give you the length of the path. So that length of the path which the measuring tape is giving to us is called as distance. So first thing which is measurable as the body is set into motion is the length of the path, length of the actual path, and that is called as distance. Now since distance, when we are measuring distance, what we are measuring? While measuring distance, we are measuring length. When measuring distance, we are measuring length. And how do we measure length? Basic thing, meter, centimeter. So what should be the unit of distance then? Meter or centimeter. And in physics we deal with, there are so many units for one physical quantity, but in physics we will deal only with SI and CGS. So SI unit we saw that it's meter and centimeter. Now we were discussing that why the distance should be scalar or vector. So we find out now whether distance is scalar or vector. Again, to find out whether distance is scalar or vector, we will trace the path of the moving body. Let us say body started from here, point A, it's gone here, then changing the direction, now it's going in opposite direction. So however the body may travel and the measuring tape is still there. So 0 of the measuring tape is here. 0 of the measuring tape is here, and as it travels, let's say here it's showing 100 means 100 meter, here 200 meter means more. So we find that the measuring tape is unspooling and it's giving positive values. Even when the direction is changing or whatever the shape of the path, the reading of the measuring tape keep on increasing progressively and with well defined intervals, 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, there is no change at all. So direction is having no bearing on the reading of that measuring tape. So what we are getting? We are getting a positive reading for the length. Therefore, as we can see that change in direction is not affecting the measurement of length, measurement of distance. Therefore, length has to be scalar quantity. So we say that distance is scalar quantity. Distance is, what should be distance then? Since it's not affected at all by change in direction, so we say that distance is a scalar quantity. Distance is scalar quantity and change in direction will have no effect on it. Let's find out few example. Let's solve few examples here for distance. Here body begins to move, it's going in this direction, we can say it's going north 3 meter, then it's going east. While measuring distance we need not take into consideration any direction, but just to emphasize here, direction has no bearing on the distance. We are saying this, from here to here it has travelled 3 meter, then it's gone here. So total distance covered will be 3 meter plus 5 meter. So here till B, now we are C, it will be 5 plus 3, then goes to D, it will be what? 3 plus 5 plus 3, previous distance. Here it will be previous distance. What are the previous distance? 3 plus 5 plus 3. In this way, distance keeps on getting added up. Even when the body has come back to its original position, the odometer of the vehicle won't show 0 reading. It will show increased reading itself. So this is how we measure distance, length of the actual path. The body may be traveling in circular direction, circular path. At that time, how will you measure the length? Then you will take the circumference of the circular path. So what is the circumference of the circular path? You get circumference as 2 pi r. So one round is completed, body has come back to the starting position. The distance covered will be 2 pi r. Now it goes again and again about its starting position. The distance covered will be multiples of 2 pi r. So how many rounds the body is taking? That many rounds, where n is the number of rounds, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, as many rounds. So distance covered will be multiple of that, and hence distance is a scalar quantity. Now important thing here to note is that we have measured distance, But remember that we start the understanding of this concept, bodies in motion. The first thing to understand is that position of the body. As the position of the body changes, what all is happening here? What different scenarios we are presented with as a body changes its position. So when we are talking about position, it is important to note that there will be two important positions. One is initial position and final position. As body moves, two important thing is initial position and final position, and in that, in between will be the path. The body is covering some path, that path is the distance which we have measured. So as the body starts, wherever it starts and wherever it may go, and where the body in between we are not concerned with, where the body starts, that position, and where it stops finally. These two positions are important, and in between continuously the position of the body is changing, but these two positions are very important here: starting position and final position, initial position and final position, or position of rest here. The in between, what is happening now? Some path is there. Another thing is that we can say that the place of the body was at A. Initially the body's place was A. Now what is the place of the body? It is B. Final place is B. So the place of the body has changed as the body began to move, and after the end of the journey, the place of the body shifted, or the place of the body changed. We can say that body got displaced. Body got displaced. Now when we measure distance, measuring distance doesn't give you complete information about the position of the body. Like suppose somebody travels from earth to moon. So once you understand that these two positions you have to remember, starting position and final position. Just measuring the distance can be sometimes misleading, because if someone has started from earth and went to moon, so the distance is round about 4 lakh kilometers, or whatever distance is there. So the distance covered will be 4 lakh kilometer. Now come back again, total distance covered will be 8 lakh kilometer. But what is the final place of the body? If somebody says that distance covered is 8 lakh kilometer, that doesn't give you the information of the position of the body. Now here return back to the earth where it started. So 8 lakh kilometers journey, and where the body is again where it started. So just saying that distance covered is 8 lakh kilometer or distance covered is 1000 kilometer doesn't give you the information about where the body is after traveling 1000 kilometer. Suppose say body traveled the total distance of 1000 kilometer. We know that the length of the path is 1000 kilometer, but we do not know about the position of the body, where the body exactly is now. We do not know. In order to know that, we need to know its final place. So we need to know that final place, we need to know with respect to what? From where the body started. Every journey has starting, first step and destination. This first step and destination defines journey, and in that body moves. The body is in motion. Therefore, just measuring the distance is not sufficient. We need to know something more. We need to know some information regarding what is the position of the body, where the body is placed after traveling certain distance. Hence, we come to new physical quantity, displacement. So displacement is measured from initial to the final position of the moving object, the distance between initial and final position. So just understand this properly. Body starting to move here, went here, finally came here. So always have initial position, final position, and this is the length of the path. But what will be the displacement of the body? It will be distance between A and B. You just join them. This is the initial place, this is the final place, and this is the path taken. But you will see, you will understand that from going to A to B, it is not necessary to take this path. You can directly go this way, or you can take whichever path. But this is the initial place, this is the final place, and this is the displacement of the body. In order to measure the displacement, what we do is that we connect the initial position and final position with straight line. The length of that straight line will be the displacement. Again, what we are measuring here? Length. So what should be the unit of displacement then? We are measuring length. Again we are measuring length. A went here. We need not measure the length of the path. Final position. Draw a straight line from starting. This is the length of the shortest distance between 2 points is straight line, and that is the displacement. By measuring it this way, confusion is avoided, because different paths will give you different lengths. Somebody might take another path and the distance covered will be different, but going to the same place B. So as you take different paths, the distance covered from A to B will be different, and that will be confusing. Therefore displacement gives you one perfect reading. Shortest distance between two positions is the displacement, initial place of the body, final place of the body. And since we are measuring length, the units of displacement are again meter and centimeter. Now we want to check whether the change in direction has any bearing on displacement. We have seen before that while measuring distance, direction does not affect the measurement, but for displacement, let us check out. So let us consider A and body travelled 100 meter from A to B. Simple question, what is the distance covered? Length of the path 100 meter. What is displacement? Now when we are measuring displacement, although we are measuring length, don't confuse displacement with distance. First thing to note is, while finding displacement, find out initial position, find out final position, and connect them with straight line. Always while solving the numericals on displacement, find the initial position and final positions and join them with straight line. Never skip this step, you will never make mistake. Now here, if this is A and B, these are initial and final position, and we join them with straight line, that itself is a path in this case. So what will happen now? Distance and displacement will be both same. So we get 100, distance and displacement both as 100 meter. Now here body has changed its direction and came here 50 meter in opposite direction. Now the measuring tape which was connected to the body, it showed 100 meter there, and now it will show 150 meter when the body came at C traveling 50 more meters. So what will be the measuring tape reading? 150 meter. So new reading was, first reading was 100 meter for both distance and displacement. Second reading for distance is 150 meter. But for displacement what it will be? 150 meter. Now look, we always should compare with the initial position. So what is the new position, final position? C. What is the initial position? A. Now join them together, join A and C. If you join A and C, you will find that this distance is 50 meter. So what will be the displacement then? Displacement is 50 meter. We find that as the direction changed, distance was not affected at all. Distance kept on increasing, but as the direction changed, displacement is definitely changing. That means change in direction is having some impact on the measurement of displacement. Let's proceed further. Now body continued its journey in the opposite direction here, came back to the starting point A. The measuring tape kept on unspooling, and now it 150 meter at C, came back to A, again 50 meters will get added up. So the new distance was 200 meter. And what about displacement? We should join the initial position and final position. Initial position is A, final position is also A. Now what is the displacement then? Same place, so 0. When body comes back to the same position, initial position, after traveling whatever distance, like travel from earth to moon and back again, the displacement will be 0, because place has not changed. When body went from earth to moon, the place changed, but when body came back from earth, came back from moon to earth, it came back to its original position, it came back to its original place. So there is no displacement, so the displacement is 0. Distance is increasing, and now displacement was increasing when body travel in straight line, but change in direction, now displacement has become 0. Let's say now the body is traveling in opposite direction. Here D 50 meter. So initially it was traveling towards the east, now it came back to original position and it's continuing its journey towards west now, 50 meter. So what will be the distance covered now? Again 50 meter, you add to the previous value, 250 meter is the distance covered. And what is the displacement now? A is the initial position and D is the new final position. And what is the difference, what is the distance between them? 50 meter. So you will say, sir, you said that we should join the initial position and final position by straight line and measure that straight line. So now we are getting 50 meter. So can we write that 50 meter here? Suppose if we write that displacement is 50 meter, then there will be confusion, because when the body was at point C, then also the displacement was 50 meter, and now when the body is at D, then also the displacement is 50 meter. So body cannot be at two different places simultaneously, but suggesting that displacement is 50 meter, it is implying that body can be either at C or it can be either at D, because in both the cases the magnitude of displacement is 50 meter. Magnitude is 50 meter, but their directions are different. So that means in order to completely specify displacement, in order to completely describe displacement, we need to mention direction. Like in this case, when the body is at points, we can say that the displacement is 50 meter east, and when the body is at D, we will have to say displacement is 50 meter west. So either we have to say 50 meter east or 50 meter west. So that means as the direction is changing, displacement is also changing. And let's say if the scale was there, Cartesian's 0 scale was there, then this side the distances are positive and this side the distances are negative. So that means we can also write here that displacement is minus 50 meter. displacement is minus 50 meter. On the positive x axis we take the displacement positive, negative x axis we take displacement as negative. So that means as the direction is changing, displacement is also changing. So displacement can be described completely with the help of magnitude and with the help of direction. So this means that displacement is a vector quantity. It depends both on magnitude as well as direction. As body travels, the displacement will have both magnitude as well as direction, and we need to specify both. Either we can do it by specifying not direction, east west direction, or by giving sign, plus sign and minus sign. So definitely displacement is a vector quantity, and in previous class we had studied that how to represent a vector. How do we represent a vector? A physical quantity which is a vector, how do we represent it? So whatever is the symbol of that physical quantity, as we had seen before, for force, force is a vector quantity, therefore we write bar overhead or we write arrow overhead. Now we have found out that, so that means for all vector quantity we should write one bar overhead or arrow overhead, and we have found out that displacement is a vector quantity, and in the symbol it also represents length. So the symbol of displacement, it also represents in sort of way distance between the shortest possible distance. What is displacement? Shortest possible distance between initial position and final position. So in some way or the other it is related to distance, therefore the symbol stays S, the symbol remains S, but it is a vector quantity. So what we have to do then? We have to put a bar overhead or arrow overhead. So the symbol of displacement will be S bar or this, whereas symbol of distance is simply yes. One thing which we understand, one more thing to pay attention is that when the body is moving in straight line, when body is moving in straight line, say it's traveled 50 meter, starting from A it traveled 50 meter, so it's traveling in straight line, distance is definitely 50 meter. What about displacement? Anyhow we have to join them with straight line, so therefore displacement is also 50 meter. Continues traveling further 75 meter, distance is increasing, displacement is also increasing, reached 100 meter. As long as body travels in straight line, distance magnitudes, we never say distance equal to displacement, distance same as displacement. These two are different physical quantities, even though their units are same, these two are different physical quantity. So here as the body travels in straight line, the magnitudes of distance and displacements are same. So we can say that mod of S bar equal to mod of S. Their magnitudes are same. And in this chapter we are discussing about motion along straight line. As long as we are dealing with body traveling in straight line, so distance and displacement, their magnitudes will be same. Even though their magnitudes are same, these are not same physical quantities. Suppose we say mass is 10 kg and length is 10 meter. Does it implies that mass and length are same physical quantity? Mass is 10 kg and length is 10 meter. You all know that mass is different from length, as different as chalk is from cheese. So same way distance and displacement are as different from each other as chalk is from cheese. Their symbols, many times distance and displacement both are represented by yes, because we are discussing motion along straight line. When discussing at that, since their magnitudes are same, unnecessarily keep on drawing bar overhead or arrow overhead. In order to avoid that, we say distance and displacement. So we just represent both of them as yes. But remember, displacement is a vector quantity. It changes as direction changes. And let's see few more things. We will try to understand displacement better. Just we have started here. So we had seen such a rectangle before when we were discussing distance. Now same rectangle for displacement. Body is starting from here A. Now all the concepts of distance and displacement will try to implement here. It reaches here B, 2 meter. So what is the distance here? In first case here we are going to write A to B. A to B distance is 2 meter. What about displacement? See, again I am repeating here, always look at what is initial point A, what is final point here B, join them with straight line. Already that is the path taken by the body, straight line path. So the displacement will also be 2 meter. But here when writing distance we are not concerned with direction, but while writing displacement we have to mention direction. So in which direction the body was moving? A to B. When moving from A to B, body was moving north. So you will write down S bar is equal to 2 meter north. Now next, body moves from B to C. Here also it is travelling in straight line, but we have to always stay firm. Initial position does not change. Do not think now that the body took turn here and moving along BC, so the initial position will be B. Initial position remains the same. When you travel in train or bus, the place where you board the bus is the starting place. Wherever bus stops, that does not become your boarding place. Your boarding place is fixed. In the same way, consider this to be the boarding place, starting point. It will not change at all. These are the stops. Bus is taking stop here, train is taking stop here. That does not changes where you boarded the train or boarded the bus. So this starting point, the initial position will never change. So here now body is travelling along BC. So what is the distance now, total distance? 2 meter plus 4 meter. So along now BC. So how will you write then? ABC. To avoid confusion, we write ABC. And what is distance covered here? 6 meter. And what about displacement? So for displacement, the thumb rule is that take initial position here. What is the final position? C. So initial position is A and final position is C. We have located that. What is the next step to do? Next step to do is join them with straight line. So here we have joined them with straight line, and then you measure the length of the straight line. Then you measure the length of the straight line, whatever that might be. Now it is a right angle triangle. So length AC. Now here we will not solve it, just for your understanding purpose. So length AC, and in what direction it is? Northeast direction. So S bar is what? Length AC, northeast direction. And finally when body comes back to A, what is the distance covered? 12 meter is the distance covered. And what is the displacement? It is 0. Let us further understand more about displacement. Here it's a circular path is there, as you can see. Starting point where the journey begins, that is A, and it is travelling along the circular path, and body has reached here B. So the length of this path, this is the path taken by the body, as you can see here, this is the path. This path, along this path the measuring tape will unspool, and the readings on the measuring tape will give you the distance, but displacement does not take into consideration the path. What does displacement say? How far away B is from A, shortest possible distance. between initial and final position, that is displacement. So again B is where the body stopped. What you will do, you will join the initial and final positions and measure it. But its circular path and straight line between A and B is diameter, so the displacement will be equal to diameter, whereas this path is half of the circumference, so the distance will be 2 pi r divided by 2. Here we are not solving the problem, just conceptually you try to understand. Later on we are going to solve number of such problems, but first you try to understand the concept here. What should be done, and your emphasis not should be how to remember to solve the problems. Your emphasis should be on the concepts. The concept of displacement is that the body is changing the place, body is changing the position, and how to define, find the relationship between initial place and final place, that is shortest possible distance. There is no confusion at all, because you can take number of paths to reach here. Whatever path you will take, every time the reading will be different, but straight line, there is no confusion at all, that is displacement. And the different paths which you take, that is the different distances which you have travelled to starting from A to reach to B. So again here this is the path, whatever might be the path, starting position is A, final destination is B, join them with straight line. This will be measured by the measuring tape, our hypothetical measuring tape. Every time you are not going to attach measuring tape to the vehicles to measure the distance, but here we are discussing about hypothetical situation where we have tied measuring tape to a moving body and it unspools. So that gives you the distance, but displacement will be what? Join the initial position and final position by straight line, and this is the displacement. As you can see, there is no confusion there. How to say that you are at that place? This is the way. Displacement will give the complete information about the new place where the body has reached. And we have said that displacement also includes direction. So displacement is a complete package. It has both magnitude as well as direction. It's a complete package. Distance is misleading. Anywhere, say suppose it's traveled now say 400 kilometer, but starting from A, you can travel 400 kilometer in any direction. So starting from A, 400 kilometer will lead you to any place, and one of them might be B. But there are infinite places starting from A and traveling 400 kilometers where you will reach. And suppose somebody, you said someone that you are planning to travel 400 kilometers and that is your address. Nobody will be able to find that address, nobody will be able to locate you. So for that reason displacement is necessary. So here again more, body started from P, then reached Q, then took turn, changed the direction and reached R. So what should be done? Starting point and final point, join them with straight line. So what will be the distance covered? PQR. Distance covered will be PQR, whereas displacement is what? PR. Displacement is PR. Join the starting point and final point. These are important terms here in displacement. Again see here, whatever haphazard random path travelling body has taken, it has reached, starting from P it has reached Q. So this will give you the distance covered, but that will not give you the information about where the body is. In order to find out where the body is, new position of the body, join them with straight line. So displacement will be what? The shortest distance between initial and final point, that is the displacement. And the shortest distance is always the straight line. So displacement, we have understood few things. Displacement involves initial position, final position and joining them with a straight line. That means in displacement is the shortest distance. These are the few terms you should remember. Displacement is the shortest distance between initial and final position, and displacement is independent of the path taken. You can reach your destination through various paths, but displacement will remain the same. However you want to travel, you may travel and the distance will change accordingly, but the displacement will remain the same here. Again here, so two persons started from this house, two brothers started here, and one of them took this path, path 1, another took path 2, wanted to check out on this beautiful lake, visit that lake, but both of them wanted to reach this place. So one of them, two friends, one of them went like this, reached here. So, but both of them are at same place, so their displacements will be same. Both of them, distance covered by both of them is different, but displacement is same. Displacement is independent, and the importance of displacement is that here you can see starting place A, and here is another B, and here C. And now suppose you join them with straight line, you may find that they are same. So therefore displacement takes into consideration direction also. This is towards north and this is towards south. So even though the magnitudes of two different places displacements are same, but body cannot be same body cannot be at two different places, therefore displacement removes that confusion also. So here we will say 100 meter north and here we will say 100 meter short. In this way, till now we have studied about distance and displacement. Moving body, first thing is what? Position. Its position changes with time and with some reference point. As its position changes, what happens then? It covers some distance, the length of the actual path, and what happens simultaneously? Its place changes. It is covering some distance and also its place is changing. That means it is getting displaced. It is having displacement. Two things are happening. Till now we have studied this. More things might be happening. Till now we have studied that as the position changes, body covers some distance and it gets displaced. Now what more is there to be unraveled as body begins to move? That we will keep aside for next exciting episode on Classroom TV. In the next episode, we will try to find out more such physical quantities. Till that time, keep visiting www.classroomtv.net. You will get more information. You can revisit the classes there and you can post your doubts and queries there. And as usual, I will advise you that don't just try to read the stuff in the book, try to understand them. So whatever you have understood now, try to think of them in practical instances. Suppose you traveled, try to remember your journey. So where you started, what was the length of the journey, what was the displacement. Let's say you traveled from Hyderabad to Bangalore and you traveled different times from Hyderabad to Bangalore taking different routes. So try to think that different routes, what were the distances covered, what is the displacement. Try to implement what you have understood in practical situations. So till we meet again at the Classroom TV, this is the place where we meet and try to unravel the mysteries of physics. Goodbye to all of you.
Hello everyone, welcome to another interesting session of English. So today let's go ahead and look at a new story, at our very first story from Moments textbook, from Moments supplementary reader for 9th standard NCERT. We are going to look at the very first chapter of the book The Lost Child by Mulk Raj Anand. Now Mulk Raj Anand, if you know about him, very good. He wrote few of the greatest writings in English language. He is an Indian writer. And today his novels, his short stories, they have received the status of being called classics of modern Indian literature. Okay, so he is a very great writer, and what he did is, in all his writings, he went into the emotional aspects of people's minds, like, what people thought, how they felt, how did, especially the poor people, how did they feel, is what Mulk Raj Anand always discussed about in his stories. And he always talked about the misfortunate ones. Fortunate means lucky ones. And misfortunate are those people who are not so lucky in life, who have not, who don't have a big bungalow, who don't have good riches in this world. They are misfortunate, like, they're almost like the poor people. But, sometimes rich people also may have misfortunes in life. So he always talked about the misfortunate. And today in this story we have a little boy. And the boy, he along with his parents, if you see this little boy over here, yes, he along with his parents, he went to a carnival, a festival, a fair, in other words, an exhibition. He went to an exhibition, and there he was attracted by everything he saw. And you know how we are, yes, when we go on to a carnival or to a festival like this, we get attracted and sidetracked with so many things that are around us because they're so glamorous. And so it happened with this little boy too. This little boy went with his parents. Whatever he saw, he asked his parents if he could have it. And when his parents said no, he was an obedient boy. He didn't throw any tantrums, and he said, okay, fine mom, okay, fine dad. Though he was displeased, though he was disheartened, he was not disobedient. Well, anyway, this boy, he wanted so many things, and his parents didn't give him any of them. But towards the end of the story, we see that there was a man, he came across a man who said, I will give you that, I will give you this. Whatever that boy had asked for, the man, he said, I will give it to you. But the boy did not accept any of them. Why? Why do you think that the boy who wanted so many things had changed his mindset? What happened? So let us see in this lesson what happened to the boy who wanted so many things, who was so attracted by so many things, but he couldn't have any, and still when a man was ready to give it to him, he said no. Let's go ahead and look at the story. It was the festival of spring. From the wintry shades of narrow lanes and alleys emerged a gaily clad humanity. Some walked, some rode on horses, others sat, being carried in bamboo and bullock carts. One little boy ran between his father's legs, brimming over with life and laughter. So it was the festival of spring. They were having an exhibition. It was a fair. And at this festival, how was the festival? Now the description of the festival. Okay, it was from the wintry shade. So it was like, it was probably very cold, winter, cold. So it was very cold probably, and all the streets like what we call gully today. Yeah. So they were all narrow lanes, narrow lanes and alleys. Alleys means streets. Okay, so all the little roads and little lanes, and you know how an exhibition looks. You have little lanes and you have lots of stores, lots of shops. So from the wintry shades of narrow lanes and alleys emerged, that means from these little gullies, they went to a gaily clad humanity. They saw gaily clad humanity. That what does gaily mean? Gaily means happy. Clad means what they wore, okay? Gaily clothed people. That means people were having fun. You cannot be wearing happiness. Can you wear happiness? But here, gaily clad human, that means they were very, very happy. So it was probably very, very cold, and they were just going through the lanes and little gullies and all those things. And then they came to this place where the festival was going on, and there the people were all very, very happy. Some walked, some were walking, some were riding on horses, and people sat here and there, and some were carried in bamboo and bullock carts. Okay, this is our bamboo and bullock carts, which we don't see much today. Probably in the villages you did or you do. But yes, this is a bamboo and bullock cart. So people were riding on these things. You know, that was probably the mode of transport for the poor, the lower class of society. And while all these people were just going here and there was one little boy who was running around his parents, in between his father's legs, and he was just having a lot of fun. He was running around with life and laughter. That's how little children are, yes? Okay. "Come, child, come," called his parents as he lagged behind, fascinated by the toys in the shops that lined the way. This boy here, he was running around here and there, and he was fascinated. What does the word fascinated mean? Fascinated means interested. That means he was falling behind. He was not able to keep up with his parents. His parents were walking, and he was far away somewhere. He was lagging behind. Yeah, so this boy, the parents said, "Come on, little boy, come, because you are lagging behind. So come on, hurry up. And he was lagging behind. Why was he lagging behind? Why was he just far away from them? Because he was fascinated, he was interested, he was so overwhelmed. He was like, wow, I like that, I like this, I like that. He was going through all these stores, and he liked everything he saw. He hurried towards his parents, his feet obedient to their call, his eyes still lingering on the receding toys. As he came to where they had stopped to wait for him, he could not suppress the desire of his heart, even though he well knew the old, cold stare of refusal in their eyes. This boy, he hurried to him, he was, when his parents said, "Come on, little boy," the boy was not disobedient. He was obedient. What does obedient mean? Obedient means to listen to your parents or elders. When somebody says something, you listen to them. You heed their instruction. That is called obedience. So because the parents said, "Come on," the boy ran towards his parents. But his eyes, where were his eyes? His eyes, though his feet were running towards his parents, his eyes were still on the stores, on the toy stores. His eyes were still looking at the toy stores. And they were receding toys. Why is it called receding? Because while he was walking, the toys were behind him. Okay? So he was looking at the toys and he was walking away. The parents, they stopped and they waited for him to come to him. And the boy wanted to ask for something. He knows very well that even if he does ask, his parents would say, what would they say? He knew the old cold stare of refusal, When your mom looks at you like that, or when your dad looks at you like that, you understand that they're saying no. So the boy also knew that the parents would say no, but still what did he do? He said, I want that toy. He pleaded. His father looked at him, red-eyed, in his familiar tyrant's way. His mother, melted by the free spirit of the day, was tender and giving him her finger to hold, said, Look, child, what is before you? It was a flowering mustard field, pale like melting gold as it swept across miles and miles of even land. Though the boy knew that his parents would say no, he asked, I want that toy. He pleaded. What does pleaded mean? Pleaded means requested. Please. And what did his father do? His father looked at him very angrily. His father was red-eyed. If you have your, if you know your emoticons, yeah, usually your angry face is all red color. Yeah. So the father also looked at the boy very angrily. The father looked at the boy very angrily and he said, it implied no. But the mother, you know how mothers are, very, very soft and tender. And the mother was having such a very good time over there. And she didn't want her son to cry. So because of such being, happy, she said, look, child, she wanted to distract him. She wanted to divert him from the toys. And she said, look, there is something else that, is very interesting. Look at those fields. It's a mustard field, completely yellow, as if, it's just like gold. It's like melted gold. And she said, look at that. It is so beautiful. She wanted to divert her son's attention from the toys to the mustard fields. A group of dragonflies were bustling about on their gaudy purple wings, intercepting the flight of a lone black bee or butterfly in search of sweetness from the flowers. The child followed them in the air with his gaze, till one of them would still its wings and rest, and he would try to catch it, but it would go fluttering, flapping up into the air. When he had almost caught it in his hands, then his mother gave a cautionary call. Come, child, come on the footpath, come onto the footpath. So here, the child, he got distracted. And when you have fields, you have dragonflies, you have butterflies, you have all kinds of nice bugs, beautiful bugs, yeah. So this boy, while he was passing the mustard field, he saw the dragonflies. He saw a group of dragonflies. And usually what do children do what do you do when you see a dragonfly? You try to catch it. So he was following the dragonfly with his gaze. He was looking at gaze. What does gaze mean? Gaze means to look, the stare. Okay. So he was just like, following the dragonflies with his gaze, thinking that once it sits still, I'll go and catch it. And the dragonflies, and he saw, what did he see? He saw the black bee, he saw butterfly, and they were all trying to find something. What were they trying to find? They were trying to find the sweetness of a flower. Okay, because usually they suck the sweet out of flowers, right? So they were trying to see if they can get some food for themselves. And this boy was trying to catch those dragonflies, at least one of them. But as soon as he went to catch it, what happened? It would fly away. It flew away. So while he was playing around with the dragonflies and all these things, his mother, she gave him a cautionary call. What does cautionary mean? It was like a warning. Come, child, come and walk onto the footpath. He ran towards his parents gaily. What does gaily mean? We looked at that at the beginning. Happy. So he ran towards his parents happily and walked abreast of them for a while, being however soon left behind, attracted by the little insects and worms along the footpath that were teeming out from their hiding places to enjoy the sunshine. So the little boy, when his mom said, "Come on, child," the boy, he ran happily towards his parents and he walked abreast of them. Abreast means side beside them. He walked beside them for a while, and again he got distracted because what did he see? He saw insects and worms on the footpath. They were coming out of their holes. They were coming out of their holes. So he saw insects and bugs and everything coming out of the hole, the little boy. When he saw that, he again got distracted and he began to run to that place. "Come, child, come," his parents called from the shade of a grove where they had seated themselves on the edge of a well. He ran towards them. So the parents wanted some rest, I think, because it was too much walking. Yes, if you go to any kind of festival or carnival or exhibition, you have to walk a lot. So these parents, they got tired. Children never get tired, but elderly people do get tired. So this boy got really, the parents got tired and they went and sat at a well. They were sitting at a well and at the edge, not at the edge corner. So they were sitting at a well, and it was a grove. It was full of trees. So when it's full of trees, you have flowers falling from the trees. So when the parents again said, "Come, child, come," a shower of young flowers fell upon the child as he entered the grove, and forgetting his parents, he began to gather the raining petals in his hands. But lo, he heard the cooing of doves and ran towards his parents, shouting, "The dove, the dove!" The raining petals dropped from his forgotten hands. So when his parents said, "Come, come, come," because remember, parents were sitting at a well, the edge of a well, and they were sitting it was a grove. It was full of trees. There were trees all around, and when the parents said, "Come," the boy ran, and when the boy ran, the flowers were just falling from above, from the trees. So this boy was having fun holding those flowers in his hands. And when he was doing this, while he was doing this, he heard something else and he was distracted by it again. And what did he hear? He heard the cooing of doves, the sound that doves make. Dove is a bird. Dove is a bird, and he got distracted by the sound of the doves, and he saw them and he said, "Oh, look, it's a dove." And he ran towards his parents shouting, "Dove, dove," and he threw all the flowers from his hands. So he was very, very excited. What do you understand? You understand that the child is not only distracted by everything that he sees, he is very interested in nature. Yes, he is very, very interested in nature. He loves colors because everything around him is so colorful that he's taken with everything. Okay, so, and that's how little children are. They get attracted to things very, very easily. And this is what was happening with this little boy over here. "Come, child, come," they called to the child who had now gone in wild capers round the banyan tree, and gathering him up, they took the narrow winding footpath which led to the fair through the mustard fields. So the boy, he saw the dove and he was like, "Dove, dove," and the parents said, "Come on, child, come on, let's move forward now." And they started, and while they again started walking, what did this boy do? He was running in wild capers. The word wild capers. Wild capers means dancing, skipping. When you're very, very happy, when you're very elated, you keep running around here and there, right? So this boy was going crazy. He was absolutely enjoying himself, and he was running in wild capers around the banyan tree. So he saw a banyan tree over there, and there were many other children probably who were running around the tree. And this boy also, boys love running. I mean, every child loves running, especially boys. So this boy also, he began to run around the banyan tree. As they neared the village, the child could see many other footpaths full of throngs converging to the whirlpool of the fair, and felt at once repelled and fascinated by the confusion of the world he was entering. So now he entered the, like, when he was passing through all these things, slowly there were lots of people, throngs. What does the word throngs mean? Throngs. Throngs means lots of people. He could see lots of people, and all those people were gathering together, what's a whirlpool? Yeah, a whirlpool, yes. So it's like, you have lot of people together, and he was like, it was a lot of confusion, and there was a lot, there was a lot of excitement, and he loved the world that he was entering. He felt repelled and fascinated. What does repelled mean? When you hold magnets, two magnets together, both at the same poles, like North Pole and North Pole, do they attract? No, they repel. Yeah. So he felt at once repelled. He was not happy, but at the same time he was very much happy. Okay, so both kinds of emotions, both the both extremes of emotions, happiness and hatred. So though he didn't like it, he was interested in the all the masti that was around him. A sweet seller hawked gulab jamun, rasgulla, barfi, jalebi at the corner of the entrance, and the crowd pressed round his corner at the counter at the foot of an architecture of many colored sweets decorated with leaves of silver and gold. The child stayed open-eyed, and his mouth watered for the barfi that was his favorite sweet. I want that barfi, he slowly murmured. But he half knew that as he begged, that his plea would not be heeded, because his parents would say he was greedy. So without waiting for an answer, he moved on. So now he saw a sweet seller, and all of us like sweets. I do, yeah. So this boy also wanted something. He saw gulab jamun and rasgulla and barfi and jalebi, and what was his favorite one? His favorite one was barfi. And what did he say? He asked slowly. What does murmur mean? Murmur means to speak in a very soft voice. You're just speaking to yourself. It sounds like that. So he said, what did he say? I want barfi, barfi. And he knew that his parents would say no. What would they say? They would say, you are greedy. Whatever you see, you're asking. You are greedy. So he knew that his parents would say no. So he began to run again. He began to be, he just didn't wait for his parents to say yes or no. He just moved on. He moved forward. A sweet seller, a flower seller hawked. Hawk means to yell. You know how they keep saying it over and over again, right? Gulab jamun, rasgulla, gulab jamun, rasgulla. That's called hawking. Now a flower seller. A flower seller hawked a garland of gulmohar, a garland of gulmohar. The child seemed irresistibly drawn. The child seemed irresistibly drawn. He went towards the basket where the flowers lay heaped, and half murmured, I want that garland. But he well knew his parents would refuse to buy him those flowers, because they would say that they were cheap. So, without waiting for an answer, he moved on. Now what did he see? He saw garland. Garland, what you wear around your neck. He saw a garland of gulmohar flowers. These are gulmohar flowers. And he wanted a garland of that. And what did he do again? He asked his parents. But he was in a very soft way, he was murmuring, half murmured, I want that gulmohar garland. But he knew his parents would say no. Why would his parents say now? They would say they are cheap. The gulmohar flower garland, that's a cheap one. We don't need that. This is what his parents would say. So he knew the answer, and he moved forward without waiting for an answer from his parents. A man stood holding a pole of yellow, red, green and purple balloons flying from it. The child was simply carried away by the rainbow glory of their silken colors, and he was filled with an overwhelming desire to possess them. But he well knew his parents would never buy him the balloons because they would say he was too old to play with such toys. So he walked on farther. Now after he passed these Gulmohar garlands, the garlands of Gulmohar, he saw a man, and this man was selling balloons. And how many of us don't love balloons? I love balloons. Yeah. So this boy also wanted one of those brightly colored balloons. Silken colors. What does the word silken mean? Silken means bright. He wanted one of those balloons. He was an overwhelming desire. It was an overwhelming desire. That means it was a strong desire. He wanted it. I want that balloon. That is an overwhelming desire. But he well knew that what would his parents say? His parents would say, no, you're too old. You're too old to play with a balloon. Sorry, you cannot have a balloon. Poor fellow, when he wanted sweets, he knew his parents would say that you are greedy. Garland of Gulmohar, parents would say, they are cheap. Balloon, parents would say, you're too old for that. So this boy knew what his parents would say. This boy knew that his parents would say only no. Yeah, so this boy moved on without waiting for his parents' reply again. A snake charmer stood playing a flute to a snake which coiled itself in a basket, its head raised in a graceful bend like the neck of a swan. While the music stole into its invisible ears like the gentle rippling of an invisible waterfall. The child went towards the snake charmer, but knowing his parents had forbidden him to hear such coarse means hard. The word coarse means hard, or jarring, that kind of noise. Coarse music. As the snake charmer played, he proceeded further. So now he was taken by the snake charmer. The snake charmer was playing the flute, and there was a snake that was dancing from the basket. It was coiled around, and he was so interested to look at it, the little boy. But the boy's parents said, no, that is coarse sound, hard, not good. That's something that we shouldn't listen to. So no, let's not listen to this kind of unpleasant sound. Let us move further. So the boy went ahead with his parents. There was a roundabout in a full swing. Men, women and children, carried away in a whirling motion, shrieked and cried with dizzy laughter. The child watched them intently, and then he made a bold request. I want to go on the roundabout, please, father, mother. So now while he was walking, the most interesting one in the entire carnival, yes, a roundabout. This is a roundabout. And he saw the roundabout and he said, Mommy, Daddy, I want to take a ride on the roundabout. Okay? Now it was a bold request, because all this while, though he wanted, he was murmuring. Remember, he was not saying it out loud. He just said, I want a garland. I want a sweet. But he was not loud. He was not bold. He wanted it, but he was not so confident in the way he expressed it. But now he was confident. He said, Mom, Dad, I want to go on the roundabout, please. There was no reply. He turned to look at his parents. They were not there ahead of him. He turned to look on either side. They were not there. He looked behind. There was no sign of them. A full deep cry rose within his dry throat, and with a sudden jerk of his body, he ran from where he stood, crying in real fear, "Mother, father!" Tears rolled down from his eyes, hot and fierce. His flushed face was convulsed with fear. Panic-stricken, he ran to one side first, then to the other, hither and thither, in all directions, knowing not where to go. "Father, mother!" he wailed. His yellow turban became untied and his clothes became muddy. Now, what did he ask his parents? He asked his parents, "Mom, Dad, I would like to go on that roundabout." And all this while he was asking in a very soft voice. He was not so bold in the way he asked. He was just making those requests. But now when he asked, he wanted a reply. All this while he didn't wait for any response from his parents, because he knew that his parents would say, "You're greedy, you're too old enough for that," or "they're cheap," or etc., etc. He knew the answers that his parents would give. But now, at this particular moment, he wanted a response from his parents, because he wanted to ride that roundabout. And when he saw, he was like looking around for his parents to answer, he couldn't find his parents. The parents were not in front of him, not behind him. They were not anywhere. They were just nowhere. And the boy realized that his parents are not with him anymore. And what happened? He began to cry, a deep cry. He began to cry loudly. What did he cry? "Mother, father!" He was crying. He was scared. He was panic-stricken. You know what panic-stricken means? To be scared. The word panic-stricken means to be scared. So tears rolled down. He was crying, and he was, a lot of emotions, lot of anxiety, lot of fear was in his body and mind. And he was running hither and thither. The words hither and thither, here and there. He was running here and there in all directions. And what was he looking for? Was he still looking for the toys? Was he still looking for the sweets? Was he crying for the other things that he saw? Was he crying to take a ride on the roundabout? No, he was wailing. Wailing means to weep, to cry very, he was crying horribly. What was he crying for? Father and mother. And he was wearing a turban. He was wearing a turban. Of course, the boy that we have on the screen doesn't have a turban, but he was wearing a turban, and the turban also came off, and his clothes became muddy, and he was it was sloppy. He was a sloppy boy now, because all this while he was having fun. Now suddenly that fun turned into fear. Okay, from fun to fear. Having run to and fro in a rage of running for a while, he stood defeated, his cries suppressed into sobs. At little distances on the green grass, he could see through his filmy eyes men and women talking. He tried to look intently among the patches of the bright yellow clothes, but there was no sign of his father and mother among these people, who seemed to laugh and talk just for the sake of laughing and talking. So he ran here, there, everywhere, screaming, "Mommy, Daddy," but he didn't receive any help. He was tired of running around, and he lost. He is lost, and he lost also, because he lost in the trace of trying to find his parents. So he was in agony, in pain, and his cries also, they decreased, they suppressed into sobs. Like, when you cry, you cried loudly. And sobbing is like, that's, you pause and then you breathe out. That is called a sob. And this is what was happening to the boy. And filmy eyes, he could see through the filmy eyes. Why filmy eyes? Because, when you have your eyes completely watered, like, when you cry a lot, your eyes are filled with water. And that is called filmy eyes, okay? So he looked through the filmy eyes, and he saw men and women. They were all talking, they were brightly dressed, but he could not see his father and mother. All this while, when people were laughing and talking, he enjoyed it, but right now he is not enjoying it. He ran quickly again, this time to a shrine to which people seemed to be crowding. Every little inch of space here was congested with men. But he ran through people's legs, his little sob lingering. Mother, father. Near the entrance to the temple, however, the crowd became very thick. Men jostled each other, heavy men with flashing, murderous eyes and hefty shoulders. The poor child struggled to thrust a way between their feet, but knocked to and fro by their brutal movements, he might have been trampled underfoot, had he not shrieked at the highest pitch of his voice, "Father, mother!" A man in the surging crowd heard his cry and, stooping with great difficulty, lifted him up in his arms. So now he began to run. Now where did he run to? He ran to a shrine, a temple. Usually when we are in difficulty, we run to a temple, and he saw many people at the temple. So he ran towards the temple and he was crying, "Mother, father." And all this while people were all around him, and he was a small boy, a little boy, and he felt that people would trample him, because they may not see him down there. So, but he screamed so loudly that a man heard it. Highest pitch means to scream the loudest. Okay, I cannot scream right now, but he screamed the loudest. And what did he say? "Mother, father." And when there was a man who heard that shriek, that scream, and the man in the entire crowd, nobody even looked at him, nobody even responded to his cry, but there was one man who responded to his cry, and that man picked him up and took him in his arms. "How did you get here, child? Whose baby are you?" the man asked as he steered clear of the mass. The child wept more bitterly than ever now, and only cried, "I want my mother, I want my father." The man tried to soothe him by taking him to the roundabout. Will you have a ride on the horse?" he gently asked as he approached the ring. The child's throat tore into 1,000 shrill sobs, and he shouted, "I only want my mother, I want my father." So the man, he was a very kind man, if you see. He was a very kind man. And what did he do? The child was weeping, he asked him, "What happened, child? How did you get here? Who are your parents? Who's your mother? Who's your father?" Now the child could not control himself. He cried and cried and cried, and the man said, "I'm very sorry." And he didn't say that, but he felt very, very sorry for the child, and he wanted to distract him. So what did he do? The boy was taken to the roundabout, and the man asked, "Do you want to take a ride on the roundabout on the horse?" The man was kind and he wanted to distract this little boy. But the boy, he said, with 1,000 shrill sobs, that he was crying like anything, he was crying and screaming, and he said, "No, I want my father and my mother." The man headed towards the place where the snake charmer still played on the flute to the swaying cobra. "Listen to that nice music, child," he pleaded. But the child shut his ears with his fingers and shouted his double-pitched strain, "I want my father, I want my mother." The man took him near the balloons, thinking the bright colors of the balloons will distract the child's attention and quieten him. "Would you like to have a rainbow-colored balloon?" he persuasively asked. The child turned his eyes from the flying balloons and just sobbed, "I want my mother, I want my father." So the child was taken by the man towards the cobra, and he said, "Look at that man, you like that music? Do you like that music?" Now the child is like, "No, I don't want that music. I want my father and my mother." Then the man, "Okay, fine, I'll take you someplace else." Now the man, very, very kind man, if you can observe that, he took him to a man who was selling the rainbow colored balloons, and he said, "Do you want one? Do you want one of those brightly rainbow colored balloons, those silken colors?" And this boy said, "No, I want my father and my mother." What does the word persuasively mean? The word persuasively, that means, he was very, very the way he asked the question, the others would say, the other person, the opposite person should say yes. That is called persuading someone, to encourage someone, to make the other person almost say a yes. Okay, that is what persuade means. To persuade means to talk to someone and let them do what this person is asking. Okay, that is called to persuade. It's not forcing someone, but you're telling them in a very nice way, and people usually listen. That is called persuade. So this man persuasively asked, "Do you want these balloons?" But the child said, "No, I want my father and my mother." The man, still trying to make the child happy, bore him to the gate where the flower seller sat. "Look, can you smell those nice flowers, child? Would you like a garland to put around your neck?" The child turned his nose away from the basket and reiterated his sob, "I want my mother, I want my father." So now this man took him to the flowers, to the Gulmohar flowers. Remember he wanted that garland of Gulmohar? Yes. So he took him to the garland shop and he said, "Do you want one? You can wear around your neck." But the boy said, "No, I want my father and my mother." Thinking to humor his disconsolate means sad. The word disconsolate means sad. Thinking to humor means have fun, make fun, like make him happy. Thinking to humor his sad charge by a gift of sweets, the man took him to the counter of the sweet shop. "What sweets would you like, child?" he asked. The child turned his face from the sweet shop and only sobbed, "I want my father and I want my mother." So now he took him to the sweet shop and he said, "Do you want sweets?" He wanted to make the child happy. Yeah, the child was crying, sad, etc. He wanted to make the child happy. "Do you want sweets?" And what did the boy say? The boy only wanted his parents. Yes. So this is we have come to the end of the story. Yeah. So who are more important? Are things very important, or people important? People are very, very important. Parents are very important. The boy, all this while, he wanted something from his parents, something from the carnival around him. But when it came to choosing between his parents and the other things, the other fascinating things, whom did he want? Yes, parents. So do you think the child ultimately found his parents? What do you think? Yeah, I think it's a yes. I think the parents would have also been, searching for the child. They were probably looking for the child. And the boy also, the man, I'm sure he's such a kind man, he would have probably taken him to his parents. Why is it? Why do you think that the child lost interest? All this while he was so interested in the things around him. What made him lose that interest? Yes, only if you have your family with you are you happy. Yes or no? So all this while his parents were with him, he felt secure. But the moment he lost his parents, he lost interest in the things around him. Okay. So here Mulk Raj Anand has, as I told you at the beginning, he goes into the emotional aspects of people. He tries to get those the emotional quality out of people. And here he looked into the heart of a boy who was having fun and laughing and playing around, who wanted everything he saw. But at the end of the day, a little child always yearns for his parents, a little boy or a girl, a little child. Yeah, so here the lost child, the child was lost from his parents. Yeah, he was in a carnival and he got lost and he didn't know where his parents are now. But I'm sure the man had probably taken him to the parents. So here we end our story of the lost child. So have you ever gotten lost at any kind of a carnival? If you have an interesting story to share, please do share that story to us through our website. Until then, keep watching Classroom TV and enjoy learning.
The teacher is always in a hurry to complete the syllabus. The drawings on the board may not be pleasing. The blackboard may not be visible to some. Revision class may not have the luxury of those drawings. Disadvantages with your regular classes. It is time to get rid of all disadvantages and take the Digi advantage.
Big animals eat small animals, and small animals eat plants. So this is a life cycle. Like even us, we eat plants, and we can also like eat eggs, chicken, fish, and everything. So it is a cycle where bigger animals consume smaller animals, and smaller animals consume more small animals and plants.
Engaging digital animations, attractive digital screens, experienced teachers, regular class lectures, including IIT NEET Foundation programs.
See, try to compare them, A3 and S3. A3, it is a particular indicated term, that is a third term. But S3 is not third term. What is S3? Sum of the first three terms.
All that at the comfort of your home. Your TV will be your teacher. Your drawing room will be your classroom. Weekends will be revision. And parents can join too.
How to draw? I told you two ways. Draw horizontal line from the center of curvature, direct it towards the mirror, and this. So I have now located 2 points here, center of curvature and pole.
Is your child studying grades 8th, 9th or 10th? Are you looking for IIT NEET Foundation? The classroom cum tuition point comes home to you. At just ₹999 for one whole year, enjoy year-long digital teaching at home. For enhanced memory retention of your child, contact your cable operator today and subscribe. Let's get learning.
Hello guys, how are you? Hope you're all doing fine, doing good. So students of 9th class, we are going to discuss our important chapter called as democracy. Okay. Do you ever say, hey, you are looking very democratic today, very democratic. How was the movie yesterday? Movie was very democratic. So do you often say, use democracy word in your life, or else you are also fed up with the word democracy right from your schooling, right? Since 6th class you have been listening to this word called as democracy. What is all about democracy? What is democracy at all finally? Okay. The moment you get out of your bed, okay, the moment you wake up from your bed, you do all your things democratically, right? Anybody is stopping you, or anybody is obstructing your course of work? You're doing everything on your own, right? So democracy, or else the basic structure of our society or social, starts from your home itself, right? That means, simply saying, you wake up from the bed, you do your morning core activities, then go to God. If at all you have some wish, you go to God and pray there, right? Here you just imagine, when you are praying, is anybody stopping you or anybody denying you that, hey, you should not do that, this is what you have to do? Is anybody thrusting you? Is anybody forcing you? No, because you have got the freedom of religion. You are free to practice whatever religion you like, right? Then who is giving you this freedom and right? This is given to you by the Constitution of India, right? Then Constitution of India, who gave this Constitution of India? We ourselves gave this Constitution of India to ourselves, understand? That means we people of India prepared Constitution of India for ourselves. This was done in 1950, as you know, when Constitution was finally drafted. In this Constitution, there are these fundamental rights and directive principles are clearly enshrined in the Constitution of India, which clearly says what are the rights and responsibilities of any citizen of this country. Understand? Now you see here, why Constitution at all? Because we are a democratic country. Why democracy at all? Because people elect their representatives. Okay, nobody is coming from skies, or nobody is suddenly coming and claiming and that I am the ruler of India. Is anybody saying like that? No. Everything is fine in India, okay, but it is not the same situation in other countries of the world. You go to North Korea, you go to China, you go to Chile, you go to Saudi Arabia, you go to Middle Eastern countries, you go to Zimbabwe, and many other countries are still waiting to enjoy the fruits of democracy. Understand? See, whatever is happening to us, we are quite happy and doing all our work. Everything is indirectly or directly related to our freedom. Understand? You are free to practice, you are free to speak, you have freedom of right, freedom of speech, expression, religion, education. Everything is given according to the Constitution of India. Everything is given in the Constitution of India only because we are a democratic country. Understand? That means even a small thing which we are doing in course of our day-to-day life is directly or indirectly related to democracy, which you are enjoying like anything. Understand? Then you might ask me, sir, is democracy related only to government, parliament, legislatures, elections and all such things? Is democracy word used only in those situations only, or in those contexts only? No. See, democracy can be used anywhere. For example, you can use democracy in your school also, in government offices also, in any private organization also. You can use the word called as democracy. Understand? Or you can understand and you can address any issue with this core term called as democracy. Why? Because, for example, there is a student elections in your school. Okay, student elections. Your school also might conduct your school leader or class leader or bench leader, whatever leader it is. Okay, but definitely there is a kind of election, mini election, small time election. Even this election also, you have two different groups participating, two different groups competing for winning this election. What is this all about? This is all about democracy only, right? Because is anybody forcing you to select or elect anybody? No. Everything is done by your will. This is all quite beautiful in India. Everything is quite okay. But countries like Chile, Mexico, China, North Korea, Zimbabwe, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Pakistan, you don't see these kind of situations. Understand? Have you ever dreamt of going to Pakistan? Okay, but don't try to imagine those situations. Okay, those situations are not as rosy and beautiful as what you are experiencing in India. So, what we are going to discuss has got great relevance to our day-to-day life. Don't just study for your examination. You enjoy this chapter first of all. You try to understand the basic content which is there in this chapter. Then try to apply this and talk to your friends. Hey, you are looking very democratic right today. Very democratic. Okay, but the thing here, what I am saying is, democracy is not just related to government, parliament, legislature, elections at higher level. Democracy also happens at lower level. It's okay, but not that much that you use in your everyday life and sentences. Hey, you are looking democratic. I'm just kidding. Okay, don't use that in that way. See, democracy means free. That means you are free and you have got your own will to do whatever you like, but within the limits of the Constitution. Understand? That means you have got right to freedom. In one of the movies, somebody asked, the opponent, the villain, hey, why did you do like that? Why did you slap her? The villain says, I am living in a democratic country. I want whatever, I can do whatever I wish to. Whatever I wish, I will do, and whatever act I want to commit, I can commit on her. Then the hero immediately gave him a slap once again and said, even I am in a democratic country, I can also slap you. Okay, don't use democracy in this way. Okay, this is all illegal and not constitutional. Okay, so democracy is the basic form of the government where the people elect their rulers. Okay, people democratically elect their rulers. This definition seems to be quite simple, beautiful and quite easy, but there are many terms behind this simple definition where you have to really dig deep and try to understand. Okay, definition looks very simple, but the hidden factors, the hidden meanings beyond the lines, between the lines, you have to understand. I will show you simple definition here, very simple definition I will show you. You will easily memorize that within 1 minute, but to understand that definitely you have to apply your mind and brain. Okay, because social studies or politics, civics, economics is not all about memorizing, mugging up, by hearting something, then omitting in examination all. That will not serve the purpose. Okay, it will temporarily, it might get you some marks, but final examination definitely you might falter. Only thing is, try to understand the concepts and try to put down in your own words. Don't ever fear that you might go wrong in writing sentences or English and all such things. Don't fear for anyone. Just write down the sentences, listen to the class, write down the sentences, whatever you understood from the class, write it down. Then you get it cross checked with your teacher, or else you can send to us, or else you ask your friend who is sitting beside you and just cross check and check your answers. Okay, by this you will understand the concepts and also your writing skills, which will in turn lead you to higher levels in life in future. So everything starts from now. Okay, so start listening to classes, start reading books, then write in your own words. Don't memorize, don't ratamar, don't by heart. Okay, now we shall see our very chapter called as democracy. So class 9, democratic politics 1. In 10th class you will see democratic politics 2. So democratic politics 1, what we are seeing with is what is democracy and why democracy. Two components are there in this chapter. First component is what is democracy. That means we have to struggle a lot, at least for 1 or 2 hours of time in the classes now, to understand what is democracy. Democracy word seems to be very simple. When you are not comparing it with any other outside situation. Until and unless you go outside your country, you will not understand the fruits or beauty of democracy. Within no time you will come back to your country. Within no time you will rush back to India. Understand? Everything seems to be quite luxurious, quite heavenly, quite beautiful. Let me go to Saudi Arabia. Okay, you will not come back. In case if anything happens beyond their constitutional limits, finish. Understand? So you can't project your democracy or expose your democracy wherever you go in the world. Understand? Okay, when you are in Rome, you have to be Roman. You know that. Okay, so what we are struggling and trying to understand is that we are trying to understand what is democracy first of all. After knowing democracy, then we will try to understand why democracy is needed at all, why a country requires democracy. Okay, so first part of this chapter we will talk about what is the basic definition of democracy, which in turn has lot of complexities. Seems to be very simple, lot of complexities. Why? Because we are comparing India with all the other nations. Democracy is what you are enjoying, right? But we will compare with Chile, we will compare with Mexico, we will compare with Zimbabwe, Iraq, Pakistan, North Korea, Syria, Myanmar, Burma, okay, Burma and Myanmar. All these countries you compare, then you will understand the beauty of your country and also of this subject what you are studying. Okay, this is one thing. Second thing is that there are certain cartoons in this chapter. Okay, your teacher, I don't know, your school teachers might, they will focus on this area or not, but there are certain questions which are appearing from the cartoons. cartoons in your textbook also. These cartoons might not have a very good explanation in your textbook, okay, in your democratic politics in your textbook, but these certain cartoons are left just like that for your understanding. You have to comprehend and you have to understand why this cartoon is given here at all, why these funny memes and funny cartoons are given here. Okay, everything is related to our chapter. We will also see what these funny cartoons are all about. Okay, so from now, whenever you open newspaper, definitely every day you open any English newspaper, Hindu, Times of India, Indian Express, or even Telugu newspaper, you will definitely in the first page or second page itself you will see a funny cartoon. Okay, funny cartoon or basically sarcastically representing somebody, some politician, some political philosophy, policy of government and all. Okay, just enjoy, don't get into too much of criticisms, right? Okay, so here first of all we'll talk what is democracy, then we'll see the next component, why democracy. See here, first thing is what we are going to learn in this chapter. What we will learn after finishing this chapter, you will be able to say, yes, I have learnt this from this chapter. Are you that much confident? Okay, let me see. What is democracy? First of all, what is democracy, as I told you. Second is features of democracy. That means when we compare this democracy with other countries, we will definitely encounter certain features. Okay, finally we can say, okay, these are the features of democracy. Okay, complexity is increasing slowly, right? Democracy seems to be very simple, but slowly it is rising. Don't worry, I will make it very simple for you. Just try to see the slides, understand the class, write down in the notes. That's all. Okay, your chapter is finished. Why democracy is required? This is the next component, 1.3, and broader meaning of democracy. Okay, here we are understanding what is democracy. It's a simpler definition of democracy. Here we will see broad meaning of democracy. Democracy in higher levels. At higher levels we will see what is the meaning of democracy, because here we will talk about our own constitution, Indian scenario, Indian politics and all, everything will come here. Okay, so until then you have to see the basic democratic politics of other countries. Why? Because the irony, funny thing here is certain countries say themselves, claim themselves that they are democratic, but they are not democratic. That is the main problem. Okay, they have democracy in their name itself, country name itself, they have democracy, republic they have, socialism they have, but they don't follow these policies at all. Okay, so we have to see those countries which are claiming to be enjoying democracy, but when you get into the country you will not see any democracy. Okay, how all these things are happening we will see. Okay, this is you see, this is the basic title of the chapter. In each and every slide you will see this only for your understanding. 01 says that this is the first session. When you are switching onto the television and seeing it is 02, that is the second session. You don't worry, oh my god, I missed my first session. Don't worry like that. Okay, you go to our website and see, you will find the first session over there. See the first session and come back to the second session in case you have missed the live streaming of the first session. Okay, like that. Okay, see here. See, why define democracy? First of all, the basic problem is why define democracy. That is the basic problem with all the students, right? If your parents say study, you will ask immediately, why to study? Understand? If your parents ask you, read for the examination, you will ask, why shall I read? Basic question. Here also, why democracy? Power to the people. See, these guys are enjoying, people should have power and all. So here this is all democracy. You are seeing hands being raised of different colors, different races. They are claiming that we have democracy. They are enjoying. We don't know who are they, but they are enjoying that they have democracy. Not just simply they are enjoying this, they are enjoying this after a great deal of work behind that, a great deal of sacrifices, great deal of lives being lost in the struggle to get the democracy. Democracy is not just given by birth. Okay, just by from heaven or from skies, nobody is falling, nobody is throwing democracy, enjoy you and enjoy whatever you want, that nobody is saying. Because even we got democracy after struggling for 250 years, more than that. Okay, in any part of the world definitely is being troubled by, was troubled by some or the other part of the world. Like you see, you go to any country, definitely that country would have been for certain time under the control of some other country. Okay, then this country should get freedom from that country which is colonizing whatever the country which we are talking. And when this country gets freedom, ultimately they will claim that yes, we got freedom, we are democratic henceforth. Okay, but what happened was, for example, you see the Pakistan, you see the case of Pakistan. So Pakistan, they made a lot of noise before independence, and right from 1905 itself, for 40 years they had consistent perpetual conflicts with Indians. Ultimately they wanted their own state called as, own country called as Pakistan. Okay, they got Pakistan. Okay, they enjoyed. Even Indians we are enjoying. Pakistan was divided, they enjoyed. Okay, but are they able to keep the fruits of the freedom intact forever? No, because they could not manage or control their country themselves. To some extent, even Pakistan was under the rule of the military head General Pervez Musharraf. Okay, you know that. Then do you call this democracy? Do you call this democracy? People are still confused. People of Pakistan are still confused whether they are in democracy or not. You understand? If I ask you democracy, if anybody asks you, hey Indian, you got democracy, please show me. Where will you show? You will show your textbook. Huh? See here, we got democracy here. Don't show them textbook. You show them that we have got parliament, we have got independent judiciary, we have got legislatures, we have got executive, elected government, elected prime minister, president, we have constitutional bodies which are not interfered with. Everybody is free to express their fundamental rights. So many such examples you can give. Understand? So many such examples. But in Pakistan, many things might appear to be there, that people are enjoying, but the ultimate control rests in the hands of the military. Even now, it is not proved exactly. Pakistan has an elected prime minister, not a problem. But even now, in yesterday newspaper, there is an opposition party in Pakistan which is claiming that Pakistan is still under the mercy of the military. Okay, the military leader or the head of the military, he is putting his fingers in Pakistan government or day-to-day affairs. That means even the Prime Minister of Pakistan is at the mercy of the military head. Is that happening in India? No, it is not happening. Okay, God's forbid, nothing should happen like that. Okay, because we have to be democratic all the time. Okay, see here. See, first thing is definition needed to distinguish between words. Example, rain and drizzle. Okay, for example, even a small day-to-day component like raining or drizzling. Okay, don't think that rain is a very common term and drizzling is a very posh term. Hey, I am just coming out of a drizzle here. It is drizzling over here. There are certain differences between words also. So that is the basic reason behind giving a strong, stable definition to any word, and that too word like democracy definitely needs to be defined. Why? Because people will understand in their own way. For example, computer is there. Computer was basically invented to solve complex mathematical calculations. Are you sitting in front of computer and solving all complex mathematical calculations now? No, right? You are playing all video games. But the computer is basically meant for these complex mathematical calculations. But what you are doing? You are using the same computer, same word, same computer instrument for other purposes. Now it has become a luxury item. Each and every house should have a computer like television. Okay, see the interpretations of people. That is the reason we have common words like rain or drizzle. This is all given in the textbook. Okay, I am not speaking from my own language. This is all given in the textbook. See the common, even the common day-to-day terms like rain or drizzling have certain differences. That is the reason term like democracy should be definitely defined correctly. No matter how much you define, still you have got complications in that. What are those complications? You will see. Okay, various interpretations of word democracy. Problem started. I said democracy. Now people started interpreting in their own way democracy. You don't interpret. Okay, you write whatever is required for the examination. You also don't put your own poetry into that. Okay. What about Abraham Lincoln definition? You know Abraham Lincoln, right? The basic definition. Democracy is for the people, by the people and of the people, right? Right from your schooling you might be listening. In many movies also you might have come across the same definition Abraham Lincoln said. Okay, what is that? I will also recollect once again. What did he say? He said of the people, for the people and by the people. Okay, by the people. We people are very innovative, right? We people are very sarcastic. What happened was, in course of time, of course to some extent that is true. What happened was people started saying Abraham Lincoln's definition is not applicable in day-to-day life, unfortunately. Why? It is not of the people, it is half the people, they are saying. See what kind of rhythmic words they are bringing, right? Rhythmic and yet very meaningful and yet very emotional and touching words. Half the people, here saying only half of the people are getting the benefits of democracy. For the people, no, it is for the people. It is very far. It is not at all coming to the footsteps or doorsteps of each and every house in the society. Okay, by the people, it is by. Now they are saying by the people. By, that means they are buying the people and forcing the people to vote for a certain party by just throwing some money, right? You might have also seen in the recent elections so much of money being circulated. Okay, or you might have seen in television or in different channels, so and so leader was caught with some crores and crores of rupees on road, cash. Where this cash is going? For distribution. When? During elections. Why? To gain the majority. Okay, that is the reason they are saying by the people. The basic definition is this. Abraham Lincoln never expected that people will also bring another definition to his own definition. This is what. Okay, you don't write this in the examination. Okay, whatever we have discussed, that is only for understanding. Write only this one, whatever is there. Okay, you cannot at this stage, 9th class level, your kids at this stage, don't try to put all these things in examination paper. Okay, okay, examiner will be very happy that you understood at a higher level, but will definitely give you at 0 level marks. Okay, democracy. And now the word democracy, see, Democratia in Greece, demos means people, kratia means rule. Simple thing again. Okay, breaking, you don't understand any word, then break it and try to understand the meaning. Okay, don't break everything. Okay, everything cannot be broken in the same way whatever you want to. Okay, see here, democracy, now it is broken. Demos means people, kratia means rule. Autocracy. Okay, you might have listened, autocracy. What is autocracy? Write down and try to find out what is autocracy. Okay, we will see later. But does not apply in all cases. For example, computer, as I explained you, computer. Now let's find out definition. Now let's find out what is definition. Even a small word like rain and drizzle has got lot of interpretations. Computer has got lot of interpretation. Is the word serving its purpose? At least no, right? The word is given for some other reason, and what we are using it is for entirely different reason. Okay, that is the main problem. So social scientists, they thought, oh no, people are very clever, we have to definitely define democracy. Okay, so until now what can you take from here is that you can take this one. Okay, you can take democracy, you can divide this. Demos means what? Demos means people, and cracy means rule. That means it is ruled by the people. Rule by the people, or else people are electing the rulers. It is ruled by the people, and this is a Greek derivative, people of Greek. Okay, then you will encounter, sir, why all such unknown and very difficult and typical pronunciation words are given by Greeks only. Okay, ancient civilization, right? They are very intelligent, they get into each and everything. Whatever definition in biology also you see, this is a Greek term. Don't you find ever Indian term, right? Unfortunately. Okay, now this is all about democracy. Now see here, simple definition. I am trying to make it simple. Democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. Is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. Okay, very happy, simple, finish. Okay, you can write it like this. Democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. Differentiates between democratic and non-democratic countries. Okay, it clearly differentiates between, see here what is happening. Democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. Understand? This definition clearly differentiates between those countries which have democracy and those countries which do not have democracy. Okay, but the irony is that most of the countries say they have democratic government. Why? I'll say you. Okay, you try to understand the concept. Why? What will happen? You know, people will be there. Okay, people will be there. Okay, all of them they will vote. All of them they will vote in the election very happily. Election day holiday they will take. They will go to election booth and they will vote. Not in India, I am saying, outside India. Okay, they will vote, and finally a government is formed. Okay, finally a government is formed. This government has some leader. Okay, people are there, all elected representatives by these people are there. Understand? But you know what will happen? This government is in the hands of military. That is the problem. Understand? That is the main issue over here. This government entirely is in the hands of military. They cannot do anything without the control, without the approval of the military. Now here what there is, people are voting, right? What you are saying, in which the rulers are elected, yes, they are elected. But who is wielding the ultimate weapon, ultimate power, in whose hands it is there? In the hands of military. Now these are also, what do you call countries like this? Okay, you can talk here in front of you that they are not democratic. Can you go to that country and say this is not democratic? Can you say like that? Go to any country and talk like that? You cannot talk. Understand? We are very happy we are talking only here. Okay, don't go to Syria and Saudi Arabia or Pakistan or North Korea will shoot only finally. Understand? Directly shooting only. They will not even listen. Okay, because this corona pandemic, here we are getting very beautiful treatment, right? We are getting beautiful treatment in case of any diseases or any attacks by virus or something. If you are hospitalized, beautiful treatment. In North Korea, the situation is different. If somebody is attacked by virus, kill them, that's all. There is no spread of virus. That is beautiful treatment given in that country. Do you want to go to North Korea? Okay, so don't go there. So here differentiates between democratic and non-democratic countries. See here, now what we will talk? We will talk about those countries which are still struggling, like Myanmar, not still struggling, but majority of their independent rule, they had a lot of struggles. That means they got independence from some colonial master, colonial power. But even after getting independence, the people are yet to see the independent rule, the freedom, because after independence, the power went into the hands of dictators. Went into the hands of, in some instances, see, not every country is same. I am not claiming that each and every country has same style. Every country has got a different story. Okay, that you have to understand. We will see situation of Myanmar. We will talk about Chile. Okay, and we will talk about Saudi Arabia. Okay, you want to see the faces of these rulers. It is not given in the textbook, but you can see here. See how beautiful, how handsome he is. He is from Myanmar. He is from Myanmar. He controlled entire Myanmar. You know Aung San Suu Kyi, the icon of democracy in Myanmar. Okay. So for many generations together, Myanmar suffered a lot because of military rulers like him. See here, this is Myanmar, has a boundary with China, India, Vietnam, or Vietnam is not there. So Thailand, okay. So that is opening into Bay of Bengal, you know that. Okay. See here, Augustus Pinochet. Here his name is Augustus Pinochet. Here what it is given? Dictator of Chile. Dictator of Chile. Here this one. Dictator of Chile called as Pinochet. Don't call Pinochet. Don't call like that, because already he is gone. He will still. So that is the reason. See here. Dictators like Augustus Pinochet. In Chile, his pronunciation in his native language is Augustus Pinochet, not elected by people. Next you talk about Saudi Arabian king. Even now it is under the hands of Saudi Arabian royal family kings only. This is Chile. See here. Now what is happening here is, what is the problem? Problem here is, for example, I will talk about Chile. This place, okay. This place, this is Atlantic Ocean, this is Pacific Ocean, very beautiful country. You will hardly find 1 crore population here. Most of the other countries are not democratic at that point of time. But Chile was very happy until when? Chile was very happy until 1973. This is not there in the textbook, but just try to understand. Until 1973, everything was happy. You know what happened on 1973, September 11, that is just few days from now, few days before. Today is September 24, 47 years before, 1973, September 11, what happened was, the popular socialist government, which was democratically elected by people of Chile, which was led by Allende, was overthrown overnight. Overnight that government was overthrown, shattered, completely brought down to earth. People elected this government democratically. First time democratically elected government in Chile, socialist government, which was led by Allende, a popular charismatic figure in Chile, very much loved by people of Chile, Allende, in 1973. The capital city of Chile was Santiago. On this particular day, September 11, 1973, everything was devastated. Okay, everything was demolished. Great torture and violence, demonstrations, thousands of people died. And finally, the elected government was completely brought down. This happened with the support of military. The military of Chile, they themselves turned against the elected government. This can be called as military coup. This can be called as military coup. Okay. Whenever you hear this word military coup, that means within the military itself there is a conspiracy where the military will revolt against the elected government. You can also say mutiny. You can also say mutiny. Okay, when Pervez Musharraf took over the rule of Pakistan, you know, in the front page of the newspapers, in red lines, headlines, broad capital letters, it was written, Pakistan army mutinied. Pakistan army mutinied. That means what? Pakistan army overthrew the elected government. Henceforth, General Pervez Musharraf will be the head of Pakistan. The same thing happened in Chile. 47 years before, in 1973, the elected government, which was led by famous charismatic figure called as Allende, he was thrown away and he was sent back home. This was done by the help of military head. Who was the head? Augustus Pinochet. And interestingly, unfortunately, this person got support from United States of America. Support from America. So America supported this military head to go against his government and topple the popular elected government. 47 years happened. Even now people are not able to forget the shocks they were subjected to on that day. Just a few days before, even now you open newspaper or you Google it, even now demonstrations and huge violence is going on in the streets of Santiago, the capital city of Chile. Because what happened was September 11 everything happened, right? 1973, 47 years before. On the same day, whatever happened, people gathered in huge number on the streets and roads of Santiago, the capital of Chile. So here they have gathered in protest against the government, to remember, to recollect the torture which they were subjected to 47 years before. Okay. Now the native government, the present government, they do not like this, right? They also subjected to a lot of suppression modes. They suppressed people like anything. Even now demonstrations, even today also demonstrations are going on in Chile. What can you say this? Are they enjoying democracy? They are not enjoying democracy, right? Of course, now it is democracy. There is an elected government now, but the issue which happened some 47 years before is still reverberating, hitting the minds of people. That is the torture which they were subjected to in this small beautiful city called as Chile by this person who is called as Augustus Pinochet. Okay, the same thing. Okay, even you know Aung San Suu Kyi in Myanmar, she was jailed, imprisoned, house arrested for 15 years. 15 years in jail, house arrest. Recently she was released. Understand? That is there. In Saudi Arabia also, you do not find women until now, women giving the democratic right of voting in Saudi Arabia. So everywhere there is a problem. You try to understand, these are the case, everywhere there is a problem, Myanmar, Chile and Saudi Arabia. So now that we have defined democracy as a form of government which the rulers are elected by the people. Now everything is okay, this is a funny meme, democracy and all. So democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. You are very happy, feeling happy, right? Definition is over, lesson is over, I can write down the same definition in the book. Problem starts now. Is every government that holds election is democracy? Big question. Okay. So we will see answer for this question, or we will also see if your happiness will last further in our next session. Thank you. See you in the next session.
Hello dear students, Greetings for the day. Welcome to Classroom TV. Now we have learned about the rational numbers and we also discussed the properties of rational numbers. Now let's start the exercise. So we are discussing rational numbers, exercise 1.1. Let us see now what is that. Using appropriate properties, find minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 5 plus 5 by 2 minus 3 by 5 into 1 by 6. So, to simplify this, we have to use the properties. Let us see now how to do this. So, first what you write minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 5. Now, let us see, you also have a 3 by 5 here. You also have a 3 by 5 here and 1 by 6. Now, you bring that plus of minus 3 by 5 into 1 by 6. Okay. So now what is this? What we have done? You know A plus B is same as B plus A. So what property is this? Commutative property plus 5 by 2. What is left here? 5 by 2 is left here. So this is what property we have used? Commutative property. We have used this one, commutative property. Is it clear? So now here you have a 3 by 5 and here also there is a 3 by 5. So take that 3 by 5 common. So now we are taking out 3 by 5. Then what you are left here? You are left here minus 2 by 3 plus 3 by 5 is taken out as common. So there is a minus here. So this will be minus 1 by 6. And let this 5 by 2 as it is. What property is this? You know, A into B plus C into B. If we can take B outside, B of A plus C. What is that? Distributive property. What property is that? So this is a distributive property. So now let this 3 by 5 as it is. The LCM of 3 and 6 is 6 here. 3 goes 2 times. 2 2s are 4. Minus 1 here. Plus 5 by 2. So now this will be 3 by 5 into minus 5 by 6 plus 5 by 2. Now 3 1s are, 3 2s are, 5 and 5 get cancelled. So what you are left with here? Minus 1 by 2 plus 5 by 2. You have here minus 1 by 2 plus 5 by 2. So now take 2 as the LCM. Then this will be minus 1 plus 5. That is 4 by 2, which is equal to 2. This is how we have to do here. So what we have done here, by looking the problem, we have seen where the similar fractions are there. Where the same fraction is repeated, that we have grouped them. Is it clear? Let us see the next problem. 2 by 5 into minus 3 by 7 minus 1 by 6 into 3 by 2 plus 1 by 14 into 2 by 5. So here you have 2 by 5 and here also 2 by 5. You group them first. Okay. You rearrange them. Let us see now. So this will be 2 by 5 into minus 3 by 7. This is as it is. Now I brought this one here, that is plus 1 by 14 into 2 by 5. Okay, these two we have grouped. Now what is left here? Minus 1 by 6 into 3 by 2 is left over. Now what is the property we have used? You know A plus B is same as B plus A, so this is commutative property. Commutative property. So now here you have 2 by 5 here, 2 by 5 here. So I can take 2 by 5 as common. So now I am taking out 2 by 5. Then I am left with here minus 3 by 7 plus 1 by 14 minus 1 by 6 into 3 by 2. Okay. So now this will be 2 by 5. Now the LCM of 7 and 14 is 14 here. 7 goes 2 times, 2 3s are 6, you have minus, and this is plus 1. Minus, this is 3 1s are, 3 2s are. So this is 1 by 4. Is it clear? So now this will be 2 by 5. This is minus 5 by 14 minus 1 by 4. So this 5 and 5 get cancelled, 2 1s are, 2 7s are. So now what I am left with? So we are left with minus 1 by 7 and minus 1 by 4. Minus 1 by 7 and minus 1 by 4. Now what is the LCM of 7 and 4? The LCM of 7 and 4 is 28. 7 is a prime number. You just multiply the numbers. Now 7 goes 4 times. This is minus 4. 4 goes 7 times. So this answer is minus 11 by 28. What is the answer? Minus 11 by 28. So what we are doing here, we are regrouping, we are rearranging the fractions by using the properties. Let us see the next one now. Write the additive inverse of each of the following. So you have to write the additive inverse. What do you mean by additive inverse? Say suppose there is one number. You have to add something to that number so that your answer should come 0. That is the additive inverse. Suppose you are adding A by B, you are taken some rational number A by B. That A by B should be added to another rational number so that your answer should come 0. What is that another rational number to be added? Minus A by B. You just change the sign. You just change the sign. Okay. Now let us say the additive inverse of 2 by 8. The additive inverse of 2 by 8 will be minus 2 by 8. Just you change the sign, that's all. Now see the second one. What is the additive inverse of minus 5 by 9? Now what will be the answer? Plus 5 by 9. So the additive inverse of minus 5 by 9 will be plus 5 by 9. Just change the sign, that's all. Now what is the third one given here? Minus 6 by minus 5. So the numerator has minus, the denominator has minus. Both negatives get cancelled. So that is nothing but 6 by 5. Okay, so the additive inverse of minus 6 by minus 5. This is nothing but 6 by 5 is minus 6 by 5. You just need to change the sign. Now 2 by minus 9. The additive inverse of 2 by minus 9. 2 by minus 9 is nothing but minus 2 by 9. Remember, a by minus b is same as minus a by b. So 2 by minus 9 is minus 2 by 9. So what will be the answer here? You just change the sign, it will be 2 by 9. And finally 19 by minus 6. The additive inverse of 19 by minus 6 is nothing but minus 19 by 6. So what will be the answer? Plus 19 by 6. You have to change the sign. So overall, what you can say about additive inverse? A by b, if it is a rational number, if a by b is a rational number, you have to add with minus a by b so that you should get the answer 0. This is same as minus a by b plus a by b. If suppose minus a by b is given, the additive inverse will be plus a by b. Additive inverse means you have to just change the sign. Don't change the reciprocate and all. Additive inverse, he is asking additive inverse. You have to change. If plus is there, you should write minus. If minus is there, you should write plus. Is it clear? Now let us see the next one. Verify that minus of minus x is equal to x for x is equal to 11 by 15. Obviously minus of minus x, minus into minus is plus x only. Let us see now. Let us see what is this. What is the value of x given here? X is given as 11 by 15. The value of x is given as 11 by 15. Now first we will take the first bracket minus x. So that means it will be minus 11 by 15. We are taking this bracket. So what is that? Minus x. So it is minus 11 by 15. Now minus of minus x. So that means minus of minus x. This is minus of, what is minus x? 11 by 15. Minus x is minus 11 by 15. Now what is minus into minus? Minus into minus is plus 11 by 15. But what is 11 by 15 according to your problem? That will be x. So therefore we can say minus of minus x is x. Minus of minus x is x. Is it clear? Now let us see the next problem, children. For x is equal to minus 13 by 17 is given this time. This time the x values are given as minus 13 by 17. Let us see now. First we will write what is x given. Minus 13 by 17. X is given as minus 13 by 17. Now tell me what will be minus x here. It is minus of minus 13 by 17. What is minus into minus? It will be plus. So minus x will be 13 by 17. 13 by 17. Now minus of minus x. So now minus of minus x is equal to minus of, what is the value of minus x you got? 13 by 17. What is minus into plus? It is minus. So this will be minus 13 by 17. This is equal to minus x. What is that? That is equal to? So we got minus of minus x is equal to minus 13 by 17, which is equal to x. Is it clear? Now let us see the next problem. Find the multiplicative inverse of the following numbers. What do you mean by multiplicative inverse? If suppose there is some rational number a by b, there is some rational number a by b, you should multiply with some other rational number so that you should get your answer 1. You should get its identity. Multiplicative identity you should get. You know what is multiplicative identity? 1 is the multiplicative identity. So for a by b, how much you need to multiply? You need to multiply b by a. You have to reciprocate it. The multiplicative inverse, in other sense we call it as reciprocal. Is it clear? Now, so what we can say, the multiplicative inverse of a rational number a by b will be b by a. Here we will not change the sign, remember. Only we will interchange the numerator and denominator. The numerator will become the denominator and denominator will become the numerator, such that a by b into b by a, that is, if a fraction is multiplied by its reciprocal, if a fraction is multiplied by its reciprocal, you will get the answer 1. This is same as b by a into a by b. This is what we are saying multiplicative inverse, or simply we say a reciprocal. So now can you say minus 13 is there? Minus 13 in the sense it is minus 13 by 1. So you reciprocate. So the multiplicative inverse of minus 13 is minus 1 by 13. Remember, here we are not changing the sign. We will change the sign when you are talking about additive inverse. But here this is multiplicative inverse, the sign will not be changed. Is it clear? Now can you say what is the answer for minus 13 by 19? Reciprocate it. The multiplicative inverse of minus 13 by 19 will be minus 19 by 13. You just need to change the numerator and denominators. 1 by 5. Now what will be the reciprocal of 1 by 5? 5 by 1, that is 5. The multiplicative inverse of 1 by 5 is 5 by 1, that is equal to 5. Now let us see the next one here. So it is given minus 5 into minus 3 by 8 into 7. So first you multiply both the numerators. Okay. So this will be minus 5 into minus 3 by 8 into 7. So nothing get cancelled. Minus into minus plus 5 3s are 15. 8 7s are 56. So now for 15 by 56 you have to write the multiplicative inverse. So the multiplicative inverse of 15 by 56 is 56 by 15. Just reciprocate it. Clear? Let us see the next one. Minus 1 into minus 2 by 5. First you simplify it, what you will get? What you will get for minus 1 into minus 2 by 5? You will get this as minus 1 into minus 2 by 5. Minus into minus plus, 2 1s are 2, so it is 2 by 5 now we get for that. So what will be the multiplicative inverse of that 2 by 5? 5 by 2. The multiplicative inverse of 2 by 5 is 5 by 2. Now the multiplicative inverse of minus 1. Minus 1 is nothing but minus 1 by 1. You reciprocate it. Again minus 1 by 1. The same as minus 1. So here what is the important observation? The number and the reciprocal both are same. The number is minus 1. The reciprocal is also minus 1. Okay, try to understand. Here the number is minus 1 and the reciprocal is also minus 1. Can you say one more rational number whose number and reciprocal are equal? Do we have any such numbers? Yes, we do have. What is that? 1 plus 1. Plus 1, its reciprocal is again plus 1. Is it clear? So, the multiplicative inverse of minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 by 1 is minus 1. Is it clear? Let us see the next one. Name the property under multiplication used in each of the following. So you have to mention the property. Which property is used here, that you have to mention here. Let us see, now the binary operation is multiplication, remember. So now we have taken minus 4 by 5 and that is multiplied with 1, and 1 into minus 4 by 5, the answer is minus 4 by 5. If a rational number is multiplied by 1, you get the same rational number. Rational number itself you get it. What is that property? Identity property. So what is that? We'll write this as multiplicative identity. We'll write multiplicative identity. What is that multiplicative identity? A by B into 1, that is equal to 1 into A by B. This is equal to A by B, where A by B is some rational number. Is it clear? So this property, what we call it as multiplicative identity. Let us see the next one. minus 13 by 17 into minus 2 by 7 is same as minus 2 by 7 into minus 13 by 17. When you are multiplying two rational numbers, when two or more rational numbers are multiplied, say suppose, the order does not matter. The order does not matter, no matter whether it is A into B or B into A, both are same. What is this property? Commutative property. What is this? Commutative property of, what is a binary operation? Multiplication. Commutative property of multiplication. So what is that property? A by B into C by D will be same as C by D. So this property, that means when two rational numbers are multiplied, the order does not matter. See here. Next. Minus 19 by 29 into 29 by minus 19. If just now we are done A by B into B by A. A by B into B by A, so that we get the answer 1. So what is this property? Multiplicative inverse. What is this property? This is what we call multiplicative inverse. So what is this multiplicative inverse? A by B into B by A, which is same as B by A into A by B. The result is 1. If you can observe here, this is minus 19 by 29. The reciprocal is 29 by minus 19. So when you multiply a rational number with its reciprocal, you will get the answer as 1. Is it clear? So what is this property called? Multiplicative inverse. Let us see the next one. Multiply 6 by 13 by the reciprocal of minus 7 by 16. So first we will find out what is the reciprocal of minus 7 by 16. The reciprocal of minus 7 by 16 is minus 16 by 7. So now what he is asking? He is asking us to multiply this with 6 by 13. So now 6 by 13 into minus 16 by 7. Is there any cancellations? We don't have any cancellations. So just now plus into minus, minus 16 into 6. 16 6 are 96 by 13 7s are 91. So minus 96 by 91. That is the answer. Next. Tell what property allows us to compute 1 by 3 into 6 into 4 by 3 as 1 by 3 into 6 into 4 by 3. See, we just have discussed about multiplication, commutative property under multiplication. So that is, when you are multiplying two rational numbers, the order does not important. The order does not matter. In the same way, when you are multiplying two or more rational numbers, when they are grouping, order does not matter here. See, first it is given 1 by 3 into 6 into 4 by 3. Now 6 is shifted this side. 1 by 3 into 6, that two are grouped. So no matter whatever may be the grouping. So what is this property? Associative property. What property is that? associative property of, what is a binary operation? Multiplication. Associative property of multiplication. Let us see what is that associative property actually. Say suppose A by B into B by C say suppose A by B into C by D into E by F. So these two are grouped first. This will be same as A by B into C by D into E by F. Now we are grouping these two. So this property, what we call it as associative property of multiplication. Now let us see the next one. Is 8 by 9 is the multiplicative inverse of minus 1 by 8? If so, why? If not, why not? That is the question. First we'll see what is minus 1 by 8. Let us take minus 1 by 8. So this will be how much? Let us see now. This is a mixed fraction, convert into improper. 8 ones are 8, 8 plus 1, 9. Minus 9 by 8. Minus 1 by 8 is minus 9 by 8. Now what will be the multiplicative inverse? The multiplicative inverse of minus 9 by 8 will be minus 8 by 9. But what he has given? But it is given 8 by 9. But it is given 8 by 9. So 8 by 9 and minus 8 by 9 both are not same. Therefore 8 by 9 is not the multiplicative inverse of minus 1 by 8. So he is asking how, why? He is asking why. When a rational number is multiplied with its reciprocal, that means its multiplicative inverse, your answer should come 1. What is the answer should come? 1. Let us see now, do we get here 8 by 9? So we'll write 8 by 9 into what is that? Minus 9 by 8. This is equal to minus 1, which is not as 1. Okay, since this is not as 1. You should get when a rational number and its reciprocal, when both of them are multiplied, the answer should come 1. Let us see the next one now. Is 0.3 the multiplicative inverse of 1 by 3? Why or why not? Let us see now. First we'll see 1 by 3. 1 by 3 is 3 3s are 9, 9 plus 1, 10 by 3. 0.3 is nothing but 3 by 10. So 3 by 10, 10 by 3, both are reciprocal to each other. Is it clear? So now what will be the reciprocal of 10 by 3 now? So now the multiplicative inverse of 10 by 3 will be 3 by 10. So that is 0.3. 3 by 10 is nothing but 0.3. So therefore 0.3 is the multiplicative inverse of 3 1 by 3. Why? Since 10 by 3 into 3 by 10, when a rational number and its reciprocal multiplied, the result is 1. Is it clear? Let us see the next one now. Write a rational number that does not have a reciprocal. Which rational number does not have reciprocal? All the rational numbers, they have reciprocals except 0, because if you take 0, the reciprocal will be 1 by 0. 1 by 0 is not defined. That is why what we will write? The rational number that does not have a reciprocal is 0. So what is the answer? 0 is a rational number which has no reciprocal. Since 1 by 0 is not defined. 1 by 0 is not defined. Let us see the next one. The rational numbers that are equal to their reciprocals. So this we already had a discussion during the class. Which rational numbers their reciprocals are equal? 1 and minus 1. 1 and minus 1 are the rational numbers that are equal to their reciprocals. Because 1, what is the reciprocal of 1? 1 by 1 is again 1. Minus 1 by 1 is again minus 1. The rational number that is equal to its negative. Which rational number which is equal to a negative? Generally, if you take a positive rational number, it cannot be equal to negative. If you take a negative rational number, some other rational number cannot be equal to this. So the only possibility you have, 0. So what is the answer? 0 is a rational number that is equal to its negative. The only rational number that is equal to its negative, because minus 0 plus 0, 0 all are same. Is it clear? Let us see the next one now. So there are some blanks given here. 0 has dash reciprocal. Does 0 has reciprocal? So no reciprocal. 0 has no reciprocal. Is it clear? The numbers dash and dash are their own reciprocals. We just did it. 1 and minus 1. 1 and minus 1. They have these numbers, they have the reciprocals the same. What is the reciprocal of minus 5? This minus 5 by 1, so that this will be minus 1 by 5. What is the reciprocal of 1 by x? Here clearly given x is not equal to 0. What happens if x is equal to 0? 1 by 0, which is not defined. So 1 by x, this will be x. The product of two rational numbers is always a rational number. What is called closure property? Is always a rational number. The reciprocal of a positive rational number. You take any positive rational number, say suppose 5, 2 by 3 you take. What will be the reciprocal? 3 by 2. If you take 5, it will be 1 by 5. So when you are writing the reciprocals, you are not changing the sign. So positive means positive will come. If the rational number is negative, then the answer also will get negative. So the reciprocal of a positive rational number is positive. So you practice this exercise again, children. We'll see you in my next class. Stay tuned. And do not forget to watch classroomtv.in.
Hello everyone, welcome to Classroom TV. Today I'm going to talk about a very basic yet a very important topic, that is cell. So I'm going to cover all these subtopics in today's lecture. I'm going to talk about the introduction, I'm going to talk about who discovered the cell, I'm going to talk about the standard definition of the cell, and what are the parts of plant cells and what are the parts of the animal cells, and what are the similarities and what are the differences, as well as I'll be giving you guys some examples. So before I move on to the topic, I want you guys to see the screen and let me know what do you guys notice. I can see two beautiful buildings over here, and what else can you guys see? Can you tell me? So I can see that, let it be this building or this building, both the buildings are made up of brick, right? So the room where I'm standing right now, the house where you guys are and like right now watching me, so everything is made up of a brick. So is one brick enough to make the whole house? No, right? We need lot of bricks. We need to stack them up and give them a proper base and a proper foundation for the house to be completed, right? So similarly, why am I talking about brick is how a brick is important for a house to be completed. Similarly, the cell is important for our body to be complete. Like what I mean is, cell is the base. Cell can be compared to the brick here, which lays the foundation. So our full body is not made up of one cell, it is made up of million trillions of cells. Okay, so now can you guys tell me what is a cell? Don't tell me that cell is a brick. Cell is not a brick, it can be compared to a brick and it is a foundation for our body. Okay, so what do you guys notice over here? I can see a very beautiful yellow colored plant, and I can see my favorite Simba from the Lion King, a huge lion over here. So I want you guys to understand one thing. Do you think there is any similarities between both of them? Think about it. And what do you think are the differences between both of them? So whenever someone asks me a question, how I try to answer is like I try to note down what I know and I make a table and try to understand. So let's do this. So this is a plant and this is a lion, right? So it's an animal. So what you need to do is, so what do plants take in? We know that, so this is a plant and this is an animal, right? So we know that plants take in carbon dioxide for breathing purpose, right? And whereas lions use oxygen for breathing. Okay, so plants take in carbon dioxide and they carry out their process that is called photosynthesis. Okay, what is photosynthesis? Plants can make their own food in presence of sunlight, water and chlorophyll and carbon dioxide, in presence of a green colored pigment in the leaf, and make their own food. Whereas animals cannot make their own food. They depend on, the lion depends on smaller animals for its food, and those smaller animals depend on plants for their food. So plants can make their own food. Whereas animals cannot make their own food. Right. So the process with which the plants can make their own food is called as photosynthesis. Okay. So these are the two things. You might be thinking that lion roars, right? So does plant roars? No. Okay. You can include that you know, if you want, that they roar, they make noise, and plants don't make noise. Okay, so these are the major differences. Now let me ask you a question. What can you guys see on the screen? I can see a nerve cells. So nerve cells are the cells that are present in your brain, which helps in thinking, like coordination and a lot of functions. And these are the stars in the Milky Way. And do you know why I have kept both these pictures over here? You know how many nerve cells are there in our brain are almost equal to the number of stars in the Milky Way. Yes. So, you know, you can see stars in the sky, right? You can't even count them. You might just count a few of them and think like, I've counted. No, there are so many stars. And like our brain cells are so huge in number. So we look so tiny in front of the whole sky, but still. So the number of nerve cells present in the brain are actually equal to the number of stars in the Milky Way. Isn't it exciting? So there are many such things which I'll be giving you some examples. Before that, I want you guys to know that these cells are not visible to the naked eye. Now what do I mean by naked eye is, like I can see this pen, right? I can see this remote. You guys can see me, but we cannot see all cells, okay? Majority of cells are not visible to the naked eye, but there are few cells which we can see with our eye, okay? So this is the hen eggs laid by the hen, and this is the ostrich egg. Yes, this huge egg is an ostrich egg, okay? And you know what an interesting fact is? These both are cells too. Yes, an ostrich egg and a hen egg are actually cells. And there is some division, like cells are divided on the basis of number, on the basis of shape, on the basis of size. They are very diverse. But a basic thing, let me tell you, cells can be divided into two types. One is unicellular. Okay, cells can be divided as unicellular, and they also can be divided as multicellular. So what do I mean by unicellular is a single cell does all the functions, like let it be thinking or breathing, excretion, anything. So unicellular means a single cell carries out all the functions. whereas multicellular means like there are many cells. Like we are multicellular organisms. We are not just made up of one cell. We are made up of so many cells, and each cell performs a specific function. Like the cells in our blood do a particular function, the cells in our brain act in a particular way, the cells in our stomach act in a particular way. So that is it's because we are multicellular organisms. Okay, so if anyone asks you, name a cell which is visible to your eye, so you know the answer, right? It's ostrich egg and hen's egg. Okay, now coming to the introduction. So what we have understood till now is cell is a basic structure as well as a very fundamental and a functional unit. Okay, so if you have to put it all together, cell can be described as the basic structural and functional unit of all organisms. Okay, are we clear? So cells can be defined as basic structure and functional unit of all organisms. Okay guys, I hope we are clear. Now, there was an interesting discovery done by a scientist. His name is Robert Hooke. What did he do is, he took a slice from this plant, like dead bark. He took a bark and like he observed the cork under a microscope. So he made this microscope himself. It's a handmade microscope, and then he observed the cork under the microscope. So before I get into like what did he observe and all, why do we need a microscope? So like I told you, we cannot see the cells with a naked eye because they're so tiny. Okay, so you need something to magnify. Now what do I mean by magnify is to make it big, to make it look clear, as well as I need it to be crystal clear to see, to observe. So I need it big and I need it crystal clear in order to see it properly, and those two functions are done by microscope. So what does a microscope do? So microscope helps you visualize it better by magnifying it and giving you a better resolution. Okay, so when scientist Robert Hooke observed the cork under the microscope, he could notice some honeycomb structure like this. Like he noticed that there is something like small room like structures. Okay, and he named this room like compartments as cells. Okay, so Robert Hooke in 1665 observed a thin slice of cork from the dead plant cells with the help of a microscope, and he described what he called it as little boxes and later coined the term cells. Now I have an interesting question for you guys. I want you to do some research after this class. So here they are saying that Robert Hooke is the scientist who found about the dead plant cells, right? So who is this first scientist who noticed living plant cells? Do you guys know? And if you don't know, do some research and I will answer it in the next class. So like I told you, the purpose of the microscope is to magnify as well as give a better visualization by giving a good resolution. So magnification refers to the microscope's power to increase an object's apparent size. So if it's so tiny, you can see it so huge with the help of the magnification power of the microscope. Whereas resolution means to show it clearly. Like for example, if something is like this, in microscope's resolution you can see so clearly. Okay, so what does the microscope do? It gives, like, it increases the size as well as it gives a better resolution. So there are two kinds of microscopes. One is light microscope and one is electronic microscope. I'm going to talk about it in detail in the next class, but for now I want you guys to remember that the light microscope source is the light by itself and an electron microscope source is electrons. Okay, and now I'm going to talk about some activities as well as I'm going to make a video on the activities which I'll be doing myself, so that you guys can have a better understanding. But for this class, try to be more creative and imagine with me while I'm going to show you with the help of some pictures. Okay, everyone knows what is an onion, right? Some kids might love it in their food, some kids might just take it off, but onion is this one. Okay, so what are we trying to do here is we are trying to observe a plant cell and we are trying to observe an animal cell. Okay, so for the plant cell, what we are going to do is we are going to take an onion. So what are we going to do is we are going to slice an onion and then take the tiny translucent part. So what do I mean is, when you try to cut onions, there are many layers, right? In between you will find a very thin film of a layer. Okay, you take that layer and what do you add is you add few drops of water and you add few drops of iodine. So what is the first steps, guys? I took some onion and I took a very small transparent layer and I added some water drops, as well as I added some iodine drops, and this all I'm doing in the slide. Okay, so this is what is called as a slide, and on top of the slide, like here, if there is the onion piece with water and iodine, I'm going to cover it with the help of a cover slip so that I can observe it under the microscope. So what are the 3 steps, guys? I took the onion and what did I do? I took a transparent film layer and then I added some iodine drops and then I added some little bit of water and observed it under the microscope by covering it with a cover slip. So what do I notice? Like, this is the cover slip, the square like thing. I don't know if you guys can see clearly, but this is the slide by itself and the cover slip is there. Okay, to make any slides, remember you need a slide by itself, but you need to cover it with the help of a cover slip. So you will notice a structure like this. So you will notice a cuboidal shaped structure, and the iodine stain has been taken up by the center part of the cell. Okay, please have a look at it once and I'm going to explain it in detail right now. So what do I notice is there are some cells which are like in cuboidal in shape, and the center of the cell is being taken up by a stain. Okay, so before I move into the animal cell, let me talk about these 2 structures. Okay, so what is a cell wall and what is a nucleus? Remember, guys, cell wall is only present in the plant cells. They are not present in the animal cells. Okay, so what is the function of the cell wall is it gives a proper structure to the plant and also it provides rigidity to the plant. Okay, so it gives proper structure to the plant and it will give rigidity to the plant. And this is the cell wall, right? You can also see the cell membrane, the outer structure like behind the cell wall. And this cell membrane, so 3 structures you can see, guys. So you can see the cell wall, you can see the cell membrane, and you can see the nucleus. So cell membrane is semi-permeable. So now what do I mean by semi-permeable means? Semi-permeable means that it is only allowing few things. Semi means half, permeable means permitting the entry and exit of things into the cell. Okay, so semi-permeable means the outermost layer of the plant is going to allow only few of the things inside and outside of the cell. Okay, and the center part is called as nucleus. Now, what is the function of nucleus? Now, before I explain the function of nucleus, I am going to ask you guys an interesting question. So suppose you go to your relative's place or your friends, or like you go for a meetup. People might notice and say that, hey, your eyes look a lot similar like your mother's. Your hair looks a lot similar like your father's. And few people might say, you look like your grandfather, a very exact copy. So they are not making up story, guys. That's because the genetic information keeps on passing from one generation to the another with the help of something called as chromosomes and DNA, which are present in the nucleus. So nucleus has the DNA and the chromosomes which help in the passing of the genetic information. Okay. So what does the nucleus do? It helps in passing of the information from one generation to the another. So I hope we are clear with the three parts, that is the cell membrane, cell wall and the nucleus. Now coming to the animal cells or the human cells. Now we are going to perform an activity where we are going to take a swab. Like what do I mean by swab is, take a toothpick and like don't take a sharp toothpick and just puncture your cheek, or I think it's better that you guys take a spoon and then just try to scrape the part from inside your cheek and then put it on a slide. Okay. So these are the toothpicks, but I would say take a spoon, and this is methylene blue. You can't see, so I will draw something. This is methylene blue. Okay, and this is clear water, and this is blotting paper. And this is a slide, and this is a cover slip. Okay. So what are the materials that are required, guys? The material required to do the human cheek cells activity is, you need a spoon or a toothpick, and you need a methylene blue, that is an indicator, and you need some water, and you need a blotting paper to remove the excess water, and you need a cover slip as well as a slide. Now when you take the swab and then put some water and you put some methylene blue, why are you putting something called methylene blue or iodine in onion cell is, you want the cells to take up some color, because when they take up some colors, so some parts will be deeply stained and some parts will be lightly stained, which will help us identify what are these organelles exactly. Okay. So that is the reason why we are using an indicator. Remember this, I am going to ask at the end of the session, why do we use methylene blue as an indicator and why do we use iodine as an indicator? Okay. So why do we use them? I am going to repeat again, because so that they can take up, the cell organelles can take up some stain. Once we do that and notice under the microscope, you notice some structure like this. So on a more magnification power, this is like 40x magnification, which is the low power, and this is the 400x magnification, which is the high power. You can notice that a cheek cell looks something like this. Okay, these are more spherical in shape and with some nucleus. Okay, so these are the cheek cells, and the onion cells were looking something like this, rectangular shape, but the major difference is they have another structure other than the cell membrane. Okay. So this is the procedure where you add a drop of saline and then take a cotton swab and then take some cells from your cheek and add a drop of the methylene blue solution, which acts as an indicator, and then add a cover slip on the top of the slide to cover the stain and the cells, and then you remove the excess solution with the help of a blotting paper so that the extra water is being removed, and then you place the cell under the microscope for observation, and you can notice the cells on a higher magnification that they look something like this. So animal cells have two main structures, that is they have cell membrane, outermost lining called cell membrane, and they have a structure called as nucleus. Okay, so now what happened is, when you observe the cheek cells, you can notice that in between the cells there is a deep blue color. Okay, this deep blue color is there because the cell has taken up the methylene blue. Okay, and who noticed this deep blue color is that it is so deep is a scientist called as Robert Brown. Okay, so what did Robert Brown do? He noticed that the cells have something in the center and they are called as nucleus. Okay, and whereas actually before Robert Brown there was a scientist called as Felix Fontana who observed it, but he did not coin the term. Okay, so the major discovery is considered to be done by the Robert Brown himself. So these are again the two slides under the microscope. These are the human cheek cells and these are the onion cells under the microscope. So when you see the human cheek cells, what do you notice is there are only two structures. One is the outermost cell membrane and the center of the cell having nucleus. And whereas in the animal cell you can see a cell wall which is made up of cellulose, which gives structure and rigidity to the cell. It has an inner cell membrane and it has nucleus. Okay, so these are the major differences between both of them. Now coming to the diversity. So you know what is this organism? This is an amoeba. And do you know what is amoeba, guys? I want you guys to do some research about it and I'll tell about it in the next class with some cool videos. So actually amoeba is an organism where, you know how it eats its food? Like suppose if there is a food coming to amoeba, what it does is it forms an false foot. Okay, it is called pseudopodia. It forms a false foot and then captures the food. So what it does is, like suppose think this is amoeba seeing some yum food, so it false foot like this. Okay, so this is called as pseudopods. What does it mean by that? Is pseudo means false and pods means foot. It forms false foot and then engulfs the food. Okay, isn't it interesting that this organism can form false feet? We can't form anything. We have what we have, right? And this is a paramecium. This is a Scindesmus, and that is Chlamydomonas, and these all are different types of cells. And what do you guys notice? That these cells are completely diverse. They look completely different, right? There is no similarity. Is there any similarity between me and amoeba? No. So cells can occur in different sizes, different shapes, and they can exist in different numbers. Okay. So now what are we going to observe is, we have already observed an onion cell, which is a plant cell, and we have observed an animal cell, that is with the help of the cheek cell, with the swab taken from the cheek. Now we are going to observe cells in a leaf. So you take a leaf and what do you do is you fold it into two. Okay, and you take the leaf peel and put the peel, like the transparent layer, in a petri dish, that is a dish containing some water, and then you take that and add it on a slide and cover it with the help of a cover slip. Now you will notice some structure like this, where you will notice 4 different kinds of cells, which I will be talking about in detail. But the main thing you have to notice in a leaf cell is you will see something like 2 kidney bean structures. Okay, and these structures are nothing but they are called as stomata, also called as guard cells. Okay, now let me show you some pictures. So this is a leaf cell, this is an indicator, and these are just plain water. So when you tear a leaf into 2 and then take this transparent film layer, cut it with the help of a scissors or a blade and insert this transparent layer over here on a slide, okay, and cover it with the help of a cover slip. So you take the transparent leaf structure, dip it in indicator. Here it is red color indicator, and that is saffron in red, okay. So we have studied about indicators, which is red color is saffron in red, and blue is methylene blue, okay. So it's nothing but the final cells will take up this color and look accordingly. So when you place this leaf cell and then you add some indicator and cover it with the help of a cover slip, you will notice a slide like this where you can notice stomata, okay. So now coming to the parts of the cells. So see, this is the structure mainly. This is the group A cells, okay. So I will talk about each cell in detail. Don't get worried that, hey, what is she teaching? What is this monocotyledon? What is this dicotyledon? So these both are type of a plants, okay. But why are they called monocots and why these are called dicots is because mono means one, okay. In their embryon they have one cotyledon, whereas dicotyledon means they have two cotyledons in their embryo, okay. Now what does the group A cells do is it forms the outermost layer of the stem and they provide a shape and protection to the cell. So it's better for you guys to write it down in this diagram itself, okay. So it is the outermost part. And what does it do? It gives proper shape to the cell. Right, it's easy to remember. This is the outermost part, right? So this is called group A cells, okay. And then group B cells occupy the majority portion of the stem. These group of cells have a special organs that help in carrying out the process of photosynthesis. Now these are the group B cells. So what does the group B cells do? They perform a very important function, that is they have cells that help in photosynthesis, okay. So they have cells that help in photosynthesis. Now group C cells help in transport of water inside and outside the plants. So there is intake of water and preparation of food which goes out, right? So that happens in here, okay. So group C cells and the center portion is group D cells, okay. Group C cells help in food and water transport, okay. And whereas group D cells are present in the center of the cells, which are young stem cells, okay, and they form a hollow structure. So here they form a hollow structure. They are nothing but young stem cells. Now, so what are the four groups of cells? Group A cells gives the outermost covering of the cells and they give a shape to the cell, whereas group B cells are very important because they play a major role in photosynthesis by giving cells to produce, to carry out the process of photosynthesis. And before I go further, I want you guys to remember, you might have learnt in your earlier classes, but photosynthesis is a very important process where the plants can make their own food in presence of sunlight, chlorophyll, water and carbon dioxide, in presence of a green color pigment that's called chlorophyll, and they synthesize their food and give food in the form of glucose, and they release oxygen into the air which is consumed by us. So such an important process is being carried out by group B cells, okay. And group C cells help in transport of food and water into and out of the cells, and group D cells give a hollow structure which are in the middle, and the main function of them is like they mature later, okay. They are just baby stems, so they are the young stems. Now, so like you see, so group A, B, C, D have a particular name. So the outermost layer is called as epidermis. Okay, so what is the outermost layer of the leaf? It is called as epidermis, and this green color structure is called as cortex. And the important thing to remember is xylem and phloem, which are the cells which help in the transport of food and water into and outside the plant. Okay, and these are the vascular bundles. So the main important thing is xylem and phloem and the epidermis. So like I told you, what is a monocot and what is a dicot? So there are many differences between a monocots and a dicots. I want you guys to write a list. Like, you don't know which are monocots and dicotyledon plants, but what are the plants that you eat every day? Like you eat roti, right? You eat chapati. That's made up of wheat. Okay, you might be eating rice. So where do these come from? Don't tell me that they come from a grocery store. They actually come from farm, right? They are in the form of a plants. So write down a list, what are the types of the plants. Even I will write a list and share it with you. Okay, that what are the plants that I come across on a day-to-day basis. So now coming back to this, what are the differences between a monocot and a dicot is, the monocot has one cotyledon in its embryo, whereas a dicotyledon has two cotyledons in the embryo. And the type of roots in monocots are fibrous roots, and the type of roots that are present in the dicots are like this. They are called tap roots. Okay, and they have parallel veins, and the dicots have net-like veins. So I am going to talk about it later when I come to that topic, where we talk about transport of food inside and out of the plants. But the main thing you need to remember is monocot has one cotyledon in the embryo, dicotyledons have two dicotyledons in the embryo. Dicots have two dicotyledons in the embryo. Now coming to the cells in the human body. So I have already told you the number of cells, like the nerve cells in our brain, are like the stars in the galaxy, right? So there are many stars. So we can't even count them. So every cell has to function. Like just imagine, if I put a hole in a house made up of bricks, there might be a water leakage, there might be anything. So what will happen if I put a hole in my body? It's not good, because even a minor cell damage will lead to lot of disturbances in the activity of our body. Okay, so every cell is important. Cell is so small, but it's very important. Okay, so we know the nerve cells, they help in coordination, they help in thinking, memory, and lot of stuff related to the brain. And the red blood cells helps in the RBCs are present in the blood. Okay, like whenever you have an injury or something, you can see red color fluid, that is blood. And white blood cells are the cells that help in infection. So what happens is, when you have a fever or anything, your body releases lot of white blood cells which protect you against that infections. And the cells in the intestine are present in your stomach and like in the small intestine. Those help in the process of digestion. And the bone cells, they help in storing calcium, they help you to move, because if your bones are not working properly, you will feel dizzy over a time. Okay, so now I have an interesting question for you guys. This is a huge elephant and this is a tiny little cute mouse, right? So what do you think, that the cells are more in elephant because its size is huge, and the cells are less in rat because it's tiny in size? The answer is no. Cells do not depend on like size or like what is its diameter and all that. Both of them have same number of cells. Okay, and I will I have some interesting videos for you guys which I'm going to show it in the next class. So I hope you have understood that cells really do not see the size. Okay, so elephant has the same number of cells that the tiny little mouse have. We have the same cells that the mouse has. And you know an interesting fact, we and mouse work very similarly. Yes, our brain activity and the mouse activity is pretty much similar. Isn't it very interesting? So I hope you guys have understood what is cell, what are the basic differences between a plant cell and an animal cell. That is, in the plant cell you can see a cell wall which is rigid, which gives the structure. It is made up of a cellulose, it has cell membrane which is selectively permeable, and it has nucleus which has genetic information. Whereas the animal cells on the other hand have only cell membrane and the nucleus. Cell membrane which is the outermost layer, and nucleus which stores the genetic information. Whereas in a leaf cell you can notice 4 types of cells, that is group A cells which are the outermost layer, okay, and group B cells which synthesize the cells necessary for the process of photosynthesis, group C cells which helps in transport of food and water inside and outside of the plant cells, and also group D cells which are give a hollow structure and which are nothing but the young stem cells. Today we are going to do an experiment called human cheek cell observation. So here we would be needing a slide and a cover slip and some clean toothpicks, but I would say you can also use a clean spoon, and an indicator, that is methylene blue, and you can also use some water. So these are the things required for the experiment. So I have taken a clean swab, buccal swab, that is I have taken some cheek cells from the spoon and I have placed it on the slide. So before you can do like that, or you can use a toothpick, use it on your cheek and then take some of the cells and place some water and then place it on top of it. And you can nicely mix it up, and then you need to put a cover slip on top of it. Please discard that toothpick after using it. Now I have placed the cover slip properly over the slide, and whatever the excess water is there, I am going to remove it with the help of a blotting paper. So now I have taken methylene blue and I have added some of it through the end of the cover slip. So methylene blue is an indicator which is going to give the color blue to the cells when we observe it under the microscope. So here there is little bit of the stain that's coming out of this cover slip. So I am going to again remove it with the help of a blotting paper. So nicely remove all the stains and make sure that the cover slip is on place and you don't displace the slide which you have prepared. So now I am going to take this slide and observe it with the help of microscope. Here you can see that this is a microscope, and I am going to see the slide under the microscope. So you can adjust the magnification over here by just rotating these 3 things. So you can see the slide on a lower magnification or a higher magnification for the clarity. Also you can move the microscope according to like your wish, like you can move it up or down. And now I am going to place it first on low power. So here is the adjusting knob which is going to move the slide towards the magnifying lens. Now as I notice under the microscope at 40x magnification, which is also the low power, that is what I notice. Now I want to notice it at a higher power. I am basically doing it because right now I have seen the cell as a whole, like I have seen all of it in like an overview picture. Now I want to go in the depth and look at it in a more clearer view. So in order to do that, now I am going to change the power of the lens. Now in this power, that is 100x, which is medium power, I can notice the cheek cells in a more clear view. Now This is what is called as coarse adjacent knob, and this is fine adjustment knob. I'm just adjusting with the help of fine adjustment knob so that I can view it more clear. And here is the picture of what I have seen in the microscope. You can see a clear cell with a small like a stain in the middle of the cell. Now at the most high power, this is what I see. I see a cheek cell, which is like, as compared to the low power, this is more huge. So I hope you guys have understood how to see the slide in 3 different powers, that is low power, medium power and high power. And you do not use this knob at high power, you only use the fine adjustment for seeing it in the high power. So I hope that you have understood how to see cheek cell in 3 different powers with the help of microscope. Just you need to keep rotating and fixing the microscope so that you get a clear picture, and you can play around with it as long as you get a clear picture of the cell that you want to observe. So you can rotate the nose piece, and like once you're done with the experiment, please turn off the microscope and remove the slide and dispose the contents properly.
The teacher is always in a hurry to complete the syllabus. The drawings on the board may not be pleasing. The blackboard may not be visible to some. Revision class may not have the luxury of those drawings. Disadvantages with your regular classes. It is time to get rid of all disadvantages and take the Digi advantage.
Big animals eat small animals, and small animals eat plants. So this is a life cycle. Like even us, we eat plants, and we can also like eat eggs, chicken, fish and everything. So it is a cycle where bigger animals consume smaller animals, and smaller animals consume more small animals and plants.
Engaging digital animations, attractive digital screens, experienced teachers, regular class lectures, including IIT NEET Foundation programs.
See, try to compare them, A3 and S3. A3, it is a particular indicated term, that is a third term. But S3 is not third term. What is S3? Sum of the first 3 terms.
All that at the comfort of your home. Your TV will be your teacher. Your drawing room will be your classroom. Weekends will be revision, and parents can join too.
How to draw? I told you 2 ways. Draw horizontal line from the center of curvature directed towards the mirror, and this. So I've now located 2 points here, center of curvature and pole.
Is your child studying grades 8th, 9th or 10th? Are you looking for IIT NEET Foundation? The classroom cum tuition point comes home to you. At just ₹999 for 1 whole year, enjoy year-long digital teaching at home. For enhanced memory retention of your child, contact your cable operator today and subscribe. Let's get learning.
Hello students of 8th class, how are you? Hope you're all doing good. So everything is fine. So we shall start an important part of our everyday life, that is all political life. Understand? Political life. You might be seeing so many political parties, political leaders just before the elections resounding sounds every day. Please vote for us. You vote for our political party. You might have seen in TVs or newspapers every day that so and so MLA or so and so MPs, Prime Minister, Chief Minister, who are all of these, all these persons are representatives of people, right? We are electing them and they are representing on our behalf, and they are responsible for all the legislations and all the important decisions taken as per the principles of the constitution. Understand? Here you are talking about 3 things. We are talking about people, political parties and constitution. Okay, how these three are related? This is what you see in everyday life. Okay, in everyday day-to-day life you see, you encounter all these things. Right from the time when you wake up from the bed, can you see anything democratic in front of you? Can you touch democracy? Can you see democracy in front of you? You might have questioned, sir, where is democracy? I have just woken up from the bed. I can't see democracy anywhere. You can see physics and you can see chemistry or you can see biology, but where can I see democracy? Democracy cannot be seen like that. I will give you a small example. For example, you wake up from the bed and you do all the morning activities and then go to your prayer room and you worship your favorite God. So you worship your favorite God. Okay, is anybody denying or is anybody forcing you to worship? Understand? Then who is giving this right of choosing your own religion, your own type of worship? Who is giving you this right? This right is given by the Constitution. For example, we are Indians, Constitution of India, right? Another example, we have got freedom of speaking at will, okay, but not hurting others, not abusing others. We have got freedom of expression, freedom of speech and freedom of emotions and all such aspects related to an individual. So from where you are getting this right? Okay, is anybody stopping you? This is all the beauty of democracy, understand? Because the same thing, freedom of expression, you go to North Korea and you do the same thing, they will hit like you, they will hit you like anything, understand? You go to China and ask for freedom of expression, I can do whatever you want, they will put you behind bars. But India, you have got freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom to speech. Okay, so in all such fundamental rights, many such fundamental rights you might have come across in your lower classes or you might still see in your higher classes. All such freedoms or rights are enshrined in the Constitution of India. That means as a citizen of this country, you are entitled to claim the benefits of the Constitution, which was written in 1950. Understand, 1950 we have finally outcome of the Constitution of India. So you know that beauty of the Constitution, beauty of the democracy, understand. So this all happens basically in a democratic country, understand, in a democratic country. So we can say that most of the democratic countries, for that matter all democratic countries, will have an established constitution. Why constitution is required, what is constitution and all, that we have to understand. Even in a small home like yours, even in a small home, head of the family, who is the head of the family? Your father is the head of the family. Your father does, definitely he writes something before going ahead with the expenses of the month, right? Okay, this is what I have to spend for this much, for your school fees and all such things. For everything there is a clearly determined, decided, predetermined, decided in hand, in before going for the expenses, right? For entire 1 month there is a plan according to which even a single family like us, like yours and like mine, will run, right? So even a single family is going according to a plan designed by the head of the family. And what is the case if entire country has to run? So entire country has to run based on the principles already set by the makers of the Constitution, already set by the people of India some decades ago, some 50-60 years before, right? Why? Because see here, simple thing is, head of the family is father, right? He does all the planning and he implements that plan and he assures and he makes sure that everything goes according to the plan. Okay. But when it comes to the people of India, definitely who are guiding us? Our Prime Minister and our Chief Minister are guiding us. Okay, they are changing consistently, right? Our father will remain same forever, but these leaders, they will change consistently because our preferences change. whomever we vote, ultimately they will come to power and they will rule the country and they will implement the legislations, laws, policies and all such things. Okay. So when these people are ruling the country, something should be ahead of them, something should be beyond them, something should be monitoring them. Understand? So these leaders, whoever is elected by the people, though they are elected by the people, they are not the supreme authority to do whatever they like. Understand? So that means they have to also see that a constitution is written already. They have to see that everything, whatever they are taking decisions and policies, those are in line or those are not violating the constitutional principles. Understand? So constitution is our big daddy. Understand? So whenever somebody does any act or any policy which is not in line with the Constitution of India, who will check and who will try to balance that? Who is that? We have got another big father, it is called as judiciary. Understand? So judiciary or all the courts, it is their main responsibility to ensure that the rulers of the country or any territory, they are taking decisions in line with the spirit and principles of the constitution. Right? Now you have seen judiciary, constitution, people of India electing the leaders, they are ruling people of India, and even these rulers have to see that everything is maintained according to the will of the people, because it is the people who wrote down the constitution. But you will ask me, sir, 100 crore people, where did they sit and write the constitution? Okay, now it is 130 crore, but in general, when the constitution was written, for example 50-60 crore, some 60 years before, 60-70 years before. Okay, now you will ask me, sir, around 50-60 crore people at that point of time who wrote constitution, how come 50-60 crore people sat in a single room or sat in a big auditorium or big hall and wrote the constitution? Understand? Now you have to understand an important concept, because this important concept will reverberate and it will come throughout your study. Like for example, you will see this in 9th class, 10th class, 11th if you are opting for social sciences in 11th, and all such things. This is called as what? This is called as making of the constitution, also called as constitutional development. So here, crores and crores of people, they wanted to write, they wanted to declare their own constitution as the ultimate authority and rule of the land. Now these crores of people, like 50-60 crore of people, they will elect their representatives. Understand? They will elect their representatives from each state, from each province, from each districts and all. That is all higher level. So election will happen to select the representatives of these 50-60 crore people. Okay, when these 50-60 crore people, they elect their representatives, all these representatives are now ready and they will sit in a hall and they will discuss how we should frame the constitution. So this is all what I am talking before the preparation, before the final outcome of the constitution. I am talking time about 1946 to 1949 when the constitution was finally drafted. Understand? So these people who were elected by people of India, these representatives who are elected by people of India, they will sit in a big auditorium, big hall. This is called as assembly, and they will sit and they will debate, discuss, fight for their kind of benefits and all. Finally, all of them, around how much, around 290 to 300 representatives are there who are representing these many crores of people. Around 290 to 300 representatives are there who are representing these 50-60 crore people at that point of time. Understand? Now these approximately 300 people, they will sit down and discuss, debate and finally prepared the constitution. Understand? So this is what, where they are sitting, this is called as Constituent Assembly. That you have to remember. Understand? Constituent Assembly. Okay. So this Constituent Assembly, the representatives are not directly elected by the people, they are indirectly elected by the people. Understand? This you will learn in the higher classes. So members of the Constituent Assembly who are sitting there in that assembly and discussing and preparing the Constitution of India, they are elected by people of India indirectly, not direct election. Understand? So finally we have to see, this is all what we are talking, this is all subject social and political life 3, unit 1, the Indian Constitution and secularism. Okay, the first unit what we are talking is the Indian Constitution, and secularism. Understand? See, one important thing here I would like to highlight is that you will come across so many words, jargon of political sciences, or so many words like monarchy, dictatorship, autocracy, democracy, constitutional monarchy, secularism, democratic republic, socialism. So many such words you will come across. So you try to write down these words. Okay. So this is all social studies. When we discussed geography, I gave you a hint and suggestion that you should have atlas in front of you. And now we have come to political life. You need not put anything in front of you, just piece of paper, book, and wherever you have doubts, you have to just write down and search and find out the exact meanings of them. Understand? So what we are discussing, the Indian Constitution and secularism. So here we will discuss how the Indian Constitution is finally drafted and the main principle of the Indian Constitution, that is secularism. What is secularism? Okay, this all we will see in this chapter. So this chapter 1 is all about Indian Constitution. Okay, we will talk about Indian Constitution, what are the basic principles, what are the features of Indian Constitution, characteristics of Indian Constitution, how the Constitution is finally drafted and all. This is very important to know, because even in your higher classes you will see the same explanation, the same content which is narrated and which is described at a higher level. So without understanding the concepts of 8th class, you will not be able to understand the concepts of higher classes. Understand? See here. So this is all a beautiful story, because this all happened, this is a part of history only. Okay, part of history only, but we have to see why we are proud of our Constitution. Okay, ultimately we have our own Constitution, right? Everything is going according to the Constitution. Now we have to see why and how we got this power to claim anything, any right given in the Constitution, and how we are getting this power. That we have to see. Now you see here, first question arises is, why does a country need a constitution? Understand? Why does a country need a constitution? Why? See, as I told you, I explained you that even a single family, a small family like us, require a lot of planning by the head of the family to take that family forward, right? Because we have various cases, like various problems, like we have expenses, we have economy to be maintained in the house itself. Okay, we have to see our preferences, we have to see so many other aspects which are limited, which are concerned to that particular family. That means even a single family does this much of planning for a short period of time, you say at least 1 month. A huge country like India, which inhabits around 1 billion people approximately, not now, previously, 1 billion people, 100 crore, now presently it is 130 crore anyhow. For 130 crore people, why do we require constitution? Understand? This is a small analogy. For a small family you require a perfect planning, and don't we require planning for the entire country? Okay, so this plan is already determined, already prepared and kept there. Understand? This is called as the Constitution book, the Constitution of India. You browse in internet, you will just type Constitution of India, you will see all the document coming in front of you. Okay, you don't refer the entire document, at this stage you not see entire Constitution of India, but we will just see what are the characteristics and basic features of Constitution of India. So you have to see that why does a country need a constitution. Then you will question me, sir, every country has constitution. Okay, that is not compulsory. For example, you take the country which ruled us for more than 2 centuries, that is Great Britain. Great Britain, you will not find any clear written constitution. Okay, you go to Great Britain, ask for constitution, you will not find any Google document also, because the people of Great Britain, there everything goes according to the principles or according to the statutes, according to the laws, legislations of that country. Understand? That means you will not find a clearly determined written constitution. That happens happens the same in the case of New Zealand also. You go to New Zealand, there also you will not find a clear cut constitution. But sir, constitution is not there. Are they not democratic? They are very much democratic, but constitution is not compulsory. Understand? That means for every democratic country there may not be a constitution. Okay, and in addition to that, for every country wherever constitution is there, that may not be democratic. Understand? So this is exceptional cases you have to remember. Okay, I just gave you examples outside your textbook. Now you see, 1934 Indian National Congress demanded for Constituent Assembly. Understand? This is a bit of history. Okay, so to understand this statement, I will give you a brief beautiful story of what happened in Indian history. Okay, I will say you, this is in the year 1934, the Indian National Congress demanded for Constituent Assembly. Understand? What happened was, I will say you, in 1929 itself, in 1929, Lahore in Lahore. You will ask me, sir, what is Indian National Congress? Indian National Congress was the single largest political party. There are so many other political parties for that matter, but Indian National Congress is the major political party in India at that point of time, which was established in 1885 only. Which was established in 1885, Indian National Congress, which is still there. Understand? This Indian National Congress after 1929, every year you have the meeting of Indian National Congress. Every year, even now, the party Indian National Congress, they will sit the same date, December 28 to 31. Every year the party meeting happens. This is called as meeting of Indian National Congress. So in one such meeting in 1929, that is Lahore session, that is in Pakistan. At that point of time, Pakistan was also a part of India, right? You remember that. So 1929 Lahore session. After this Lahore session only, in this Lahore session, Indians unanimously, with a single mind and single thought, they demanded for Purna Swaraj. They demanded Purna Swaraj. They said that we want complete independence. We don't want to depend on Britishers anymore. We don't want Swaraj. We don't want dominion status. Nothing. Complete wash away of Britishers from India. Get away. Get out of our country entirely. Okay, this was in 1929. Okay. So after 1929, again in 1934, they said that until now, everything is going forward with the principles and with the rules set by the Britishers. We don't want to depend on the rules or follow the rules set by you people. We want to prepare our own constitution, right? We are Indians and we want to prepare our own constitution. Okay. So 1934 itself, the Indians asked that we want to prepare our own constitution. Now Britishers asked, How will you prepare constitution? Do you know how to prepare constitution and all? Okay, they try to undermine us. They try to undermine us. Okay, belittling us, saying you can't prepare your own constitution. Then Indian said, then please, first of all, see that the Constituent Assembly is set. First of all, the Constituent Assembly is made. When this Constituent Assembly is made, people who are sitting in this Constituent Assembly will be elected by the people of India indirectly. After preparing this Constituent Assembly, we will prepare our own constitution. That is none of your business, and you go ahead, please go and prepare the Constituent Assembly. That was the demand of Indians. So that is in 1934. They are asking for what? They are asking for Constituent Assembly. Understand? They are asking for Constituent Assembly. This is called what? This is called as Constituent Assembly, and this Constituent Assembly will do what? This Constituent Assembly will prepare the constitution. Understand? This Constituent Assembly will prepare the constitution. You got it? So that is the reason right from 1934 itself, Indians were asking, you please give us our Constituent Assembly. We will sit here and discuss, debate, and finally draft our own constitution without your interference. We don't want your help at all. Understand? But they did not listen. Britishers never gave any favorable ear to us. They never considered our demands or requests. 1934. Now what happened? I'll say you. During Second World War, demand for independent Constituent Assembly increased. Okay? I'll explain you. So during Second World War, 1939 to 1945 was the Second World War. You know that? World War II. Now what happened? Is the funny thing is that now Second World War, Britishers were also part of the Second World War. On one side, Japan was troubling them. Japan was irritating them. Whom? Britishers. Okay, Japan was irritating Britishers on one side. Now Britishers are desperate to ask for the help of Indians. Indians, please help us in World War II. Because at any point of time, Japan from Southeast Asia might attack Indians, might attack India. That is a loss to both people of India and Britishers. So that is the reason you Indians or all the political parties, major political parties or people of India, you please help us, military support or whatever support, political support, military support, economic support or whatever support, you please give us that support so that we can fight strongly in World War II. Who is asking now? Britishers are asking. Previously when we asked in 1934, did they listen? No, they did not listen. Now they themselves are saying that we will give you Constituent Assembly, please help us. Okay, now they are coming to us with a begging bowl, asking for help from us to support them in World War II. In return they will give us Constituent Assembly. Now Indian said we want independent Constituent Assembly. We don't want any interference by anybody. Okay. Now Britishers said yes, we will give you that Constituent Assembly. You please help us. This is when? This is during World War II. Understand, during this time. But again they did not go ahead with the establishing of Constituent Assembly. Understand? Because they are ultimately Britishers. Very cunning and crooked, right? They will not listen to us. They will not grant any of our requests very easily. They have to be ultimately in difficulty, then they will come to us for any kinds of concessions, right? Now they came to us for concessions because they wanted help of Indians in World War II. We Indians helped them. Now what we are very generous Indians, right? We Indians helped them. Now we are waiting for them to establish Constituent Assembly. So finally in 1946, in 1946, Constituent Assembly was set up. Constituent Assembly was set up. Understand? Now Indians are happy to some extent that Constituent Assembly is established. Now we Indians will sit and discuss, deliberate and talk, finally draft our own constitution. But here again, when everything is happy, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, he came forward and said, we want separate constitution. We want separate Constituent Assembly. We want Pakistan. We don't want to stay with India. Now when everything is set forward, everything was arranged, everybody was ready to discuss, he says that we don't sit in the Constituent Assembly. We are from Muslim League political party, we want to separate and we want to have our own country called Pakistan and we want to have our own constitution. For that we want to prepare, for that we want to have our own Constituent Assembly which prepares the constitution of Pakistan. Now the problem arose once again. Understand? Now after all these problems, struggles and setbacks, ups and downs, finally there is so much of story, right? We will see in the higher classes, 1946 to 1949, so much of story was there, beautiful story. Finally 1949, the constitution is drafted. Understand? The committee, the chairman of the drafting committee was Ambedkar. He finally submitted whatever the constitution he drafted, he finally submitted this draft constitution to the Constituent Assembly. Okay, there is a president of this Constituent Assembly. This chairman of the Constituent Assembly or president of the Constituent Assembly, he finally accepted this constitution. Understand? So that is all the story of Indian constitution. Okay. Now you see, during Second World War, demand for independent Constituent Assembly increased, finally convened in December 1946, as I said, and Constituent Assembly drafted constitution from December 1946 to November 1949. How many days they sat? They sat for 3 years. Don't ask, sir, consistently, daily they sat there. No. Okay, different phases, they met for 3 years consistently, different phases, different intervals, because constitution they are preparing for this huge land called as India. Unanimity is not possible because all the political parties representing different sections, cultures, different states of India, everybody is sitting there, different communities of India, everybody is sitting there to bring unanimity among all these people. That is not very easy, right? So when all these people accepted, our constitution is prepared. How much time it took? 1946 December to 1949 November. Understand? So after 150 years, independent India has its own constitution. After 150 years, independent India has its own constitution, because until now we were governed by the constitution or the principles of the Britishers. We don't have our own constitution as such. Everything was for their benefit and everything was related and prepared by them itself. Okay. Now this is all what we have discussed. This is the beautiful picture. Okay, this is the picture in your textbook also. Now you see, who is this gentleman? Very handsome gentleman. This handsome gentleman is none other than our first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay, he is presiding and he is talking in the Constituent Assembly. See, this is all Constituent Assembly. So many people are sitting. Okay, he is the head of the Constituent Assembly. Rajendra Prasad ji, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, head of the Constituent Assembly, he is sitting there, and he is our beloved first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, and he is also member of that Constituent Assembly. He is addressing the occasion, addressing the members of the Constituent Assembly. Everybody is sitting here. No, not this much. There is a huge assembly. This is a huge assembly. This is just a clipping of that entire picture, right? Okay. So here what is happening? This is called as Constituent Assembly. Okay. This is called as Constituent Assembly. Okay. Constituent Assembly. And who are all these members? Who are all these members? These are members of the Constituent Assembly. And from where they came? They came from different parts of India, from Madras, from Bombay, from Bengal, from different parts of India. They came and ultimately sat in the Constituent Assembly. Okay, so they are elected indirectly. Okay, they are elected indirectly. Okay, what is this indirect elections and all? You will see in the higher classes. Okay, for now you remember that these are the members of the Constituent Assembly who are sitting there and they are discussing. See, everybody will come and address the occasion. They will put their demands here on behalf of their community or their political or their party or their state and people. Finally, all of them will discuss. Everything is prepared, and they will present the final draft of the constitution to the head of the Constituent Assembly. And understand? Now, head of the Constituent Assembly will put this for approval. When everybody signs, majority of them signs, puts their signature, finally they will claim and proclaim that yes, Constitution of free independent India is prepared. Now we can go ahead with governance based on the principles written in the Constitution of India. Okay, in the next session I'll show you a beautiful picture of Constitution of India and all such aspects. Okay, don't worry. Okay, this is all. So most countries in the world have a constitution. Most countries in the world have a constitution. This you agree? Yes. Okay, all democratic countries have constitution. Okay, so that is not all. Okay, most of the democratic countries have constitution. But all countries with constitution may not be democratic. That is what I said, right? What I said, most of the democratic countries you will have the constitution. Most of the democratic countries. Few exceptions also I told you, like Great Britain or New Zealand, they may not have their constitution, but they are very much happy and democratic, right? You see, a constitution is set rules and principles that all persons in a country can agree upon. Understand? Can agree upon. You have to understand this. A constitution is a set rules and principles that all persons in the country can agree upon. Now you have this basic idea. Sir, how all persons will agree? Do everybody vote for this constitution? How everybody is taken into consideration before going ahead any changes made to the Constitution of India? You know that whenever this constitution is prepared, okay, whenever this constitution is prepared, this is the book, whenever this constitution is prepared, this is called as Constitution of India. Okay, from time to time this Constitution of India is also changed, right? Changed. Why? Because we have to also see the contemporary situations, day-to-day activities, day-to-day life, day-to-day demands of the people. Okay, so what will happen? This Constitution of India is consistently on a regular intervals, it is also subjected to some small changes. Understand? This is called as amendment. This is called as amendment. Understand? Then who is amending? Who is amending? Parliament is amending. Understand? Parliament. Who is amending? Parliament. Parliament. You have Lok Sabha and you have Rajya Sabha. This Parliament is amending this constitution. Understand? Why it is amending? For example, you say previously there was no right to education, right? There was no free and compulsory right to education. Now the members of the parliament, they thought that yes, it is very important to give this basic right to Indians, to children like you, that they should have free and compulsory education. Now what did they do? They brought this into the fundamental rights of India. Understand? They brought this into the fundamental rights of India. Now they changed a little bit and they brought a new article. They inserted a new article into the fundamental rights of India. Now the constitution is changed little bit. Now the constitution is changed little bit. They brought a new article placed in the Constitution of India. Now we have got fundamental right to free and compulsory education. But when the constitution was prepared previously in 1946 to 1949, there was no point which mentioned, which talked about compulsory education. Okay, this was there, but this was there in directive principles of state policy. Understand? That is from articles 36 to 51. In these articles, in between this, there is an article which talks about compulsory education should be given. But that is what? That is directive principles of state policy. Okay, that means anything which is written in directive principles of state policy, that is not compulsory, that is not binding on the government to provide it at any cost. Understand? Now what did they do? They brought this clause, this mentioning, this statement from directive principles of state policy. Now they used this, they took spirit from this and they brought this into fundamental rights. Fundamental rights. Now they brought in fundamental rights article number 21, they brought this concept of compulsory education should be given to each and every child of India. Compulsory free education should be given. Understand? Now it is brought under what? Under fundamental rights. Previously it was under directive principles. When our forefathers, constitution makers prepared the constitution, they talked about education in directive principles. But now there is an immediate need, urgency that education is important. Everybody should have education. Now they brought our parliament, members of the parliament, they took the spirit from there and already article is there. Already article number 21 is already there. Now they asked article 21, please move a bit. They brought another article, article 21A. They said yes, article 21A, it is a fundamental right, we just inserted in the constitution. If anybody is deprived, if anybody is not given the compulsory education, they have got every right to question the government or authority. Previously they do not have right, now they have got fundamental right. Understand? So this is called as what? This is called as amendment of the constitution. This constitution is there, but our constitution is not very rigid. It is flexible to some extent. So our constitution is flexible. Whatever needs arise from time to time, if there is an emergency, if there is an immediate need to benefit larger sections of the society or major population of India, now our members of the parliament are our representatives, people's representatives who are sitting in this parliament. They will discuss, yes, we have to change the constitution. Now they will bring a bill and they will ask for majority of the members of the parliament to vote positively for this bill. Now majority members, if they are voting and if they are putting signature, yes, we are accepting, finally this bill becomes act. Now before becoming the act, it will also go ahead with the permission of the President of India. Once the President of India is also signing, everything is already established. Everything is coming and sitting in fundamental right. Understand? This is called as amendment of the constitution. So constitution is a set rules and principles that all persons in a country can agree. Understand? Because this constitution was prepared by representatives of the people, members of the Constituent Assembly. Who are these members of the Constituent Assembly? Ultimately they are the representatives of the people. That means if anybody sitting in the Constituent Assembly is framing anything or he is accepting anything, he is accepting on behalf of the people whom he is representing. Understand? That means even in the members of the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, when they are sitting and discussing about changing in the constitution, they are the representatives of the people. No, you don't, we can't say that, sir, nobody came to our house and asked, okay, because ultimately we have to see that our members of the parliament, they are working according to us or not. That is the reason when you vote in the elections, you think all these things and then vote in the elections. Okay, that is the basic notation. Okay, so now all persons in a country can agree upon. Okay, that means whatever the constitution is prepared, it is prepared according to the will and wish of all the people of India, majority of the people of India. That means constitution is representing all people of India, okay, according to the will and the wish. Like type of government or ideals the country should have, okay, that means this constitution will discuss about which type of government we should have, parliamentary government or presidency government, or ideals the country should have, what kind of ideals we should follow, and all such aspects are beautifully written down in the constitution, and this constitution is prepared by constitution makers previously, and that is subjected to some changes, amendments from time to time by the Parliament of India, and the members sitting in the Parliament of India, members of Parliament, they are elected by people of India. So members of Parliament, they are medium between people of India and the constitution. Okay, that is what. Now you have to understand one more thing. What is that? See, when members of the Parliament, as I told you, they are changing this constitution, everything is okay. As I told you, they brought free and compulsory education, article number 21A, they brought another right to education, they brought another concept into this. And now if you see clearly, what is happening here is, so for example, these members of the constitution, these members of the Parliament, if they are preparing something and changing something in the constitution book, if this is not acceptable or not according to the principles of the constitution, who will then come and review this? Who will review this? This is reviewed by judiciary. Understand? This is reviewed by judiciary. And all such important concepts, whatever is there, we will discuss in the next session. Okay, but for now we can say that as I told you, Great Britain, China, North Korea and New Zealand. Great Britain, you can say that this is a constitutional monarchy, Great Britain, and here you don't find clear-cut constitution, but you have democracy. In China, you can't say that we have Chinese people have democracy, but there is a constitution. In North Korea, there will be a constitution, but there is no democracy. You ask democracy, they will shoot immediately. They will not waste any time at all. You talk about New Zealand, okay? You talk about New Zealand. Here also you will not find any written constitution, but very much democratic. Okay, we will see all such aspects in the next session. Okay, thank you for now.
Hi students, how are you all? Greetings for the day. Welcome to Classroom TV. So in our previous classes, we have learnt about the properties of rational numbers under addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Now in this class, we are going to solve the exercise. Let us start the exercise. Name the property involved in the following examples. 8 by 5 plus 0 is equal to 8 by 5. That is equal to 0 plus 8 by 5. So one rational number 8 by 5 is taken here. This 8 by 5 is added to 0. So we are getting 8 by 5. So immediately first what you have to see, what is the binary operation? The binary operation is addition here. One rational number we have taken. One rational number we have taken. We know what is that. So the rational number is 8 by 5. So let it be, this is resembling something like a by b plus 0 is equal to a by b. This is what it is resembling. This is same as 0 plus a by b. So what property is this? This we have already discussed. The property is additive identity. What is the property involved in this? The property involved in this is additive identity. We have taken a rational number, adding to 0, we are getting the same rational number. So we know that 0 is called the additive identity. Now let's move to the next. 2 into 3 by 5 plus 1 by 2 is equal to 2 into 3 by 5 plus 2 into 1 by 2. So if you can see carefully what you are observing here, a into b plus c is same as a into b plus a into c. A into b plus c is same as a into b plus a into c. What is this property? Distributive property. Of multiplication over addition. Distributive property of multiplication over addition. If suppose instead of plus here some minus is given, then we will write distributive property of multiplication over subtraction. Now let us see the next question. 3 by 7 into 1 is equal to 3 by 7. That is equal to 1 into 3 by 7. So here what you are seeing here, a by b is some rational number is multiplied with 1 and we are getting a by b. This is equal to 1 into a by b. What property is this? So this is multiplicative identity. Multiplicative identity. You have taken a rational number, is multiplied with 1, you are getting the same rational number. Multiplicative identity. We already learned one is called the multiplicative identity of rational number under multiplication. Now let us see the next. Minus 2 by 5 into 1, same property, that is equal to minus 2 by 5, that is equal to 1 into minus 2 by 5. That means the negative number is given here. Negative rational number is given here. So what is the answer? The same answer, multiplicative identity. multiplicative identity, same, minus a by b. We are taking a negative rational number. This is same as 1 into minus a by b. This is multiplicative identity. So we have taken one rational number, is multiplied with 1, we are getting the same rational number. That is what the given question. Now let us see the next one. 2 by 5 plus 1 by 3 is equal to 1 by 3 plus 2 by 5. When you are adding rational numbers, when two rational numbers are added, the order does not matter. So where we learn this? This is commutative property under addition. Commutative property under addition. So a by b plus c by d is same as c by d plus a by b. A by b plus c by d is same as c by d plus a by b. That is the commutative property under addition. Let us see the next one. 5 by 2 into 3 by 7, that is equal to 15 by 14. We know 5 by 2 is a rational number, 3 by 7 is a rational number, and the result 15 by 14 is a rational number. When two rational numbers are multiplied, you are getting the answer as one more rational number. What property is that? Closure property. Closure property under multiplication. Since the product of two rational numbers is a rational number. The product of two rational numbers is a rational number. So there are some cases given, and is just checking what is the property utilized. So one should be thorough with all the properties. So you have to see the binary operation first. Accordingly, you have to match the property, and that property you have to write. Let us see the next question. X into 1 by x is equal to 1. X into 1 by x is equal to 1, where x is not equal to 0. When two rational numbers are multiplied, if the result is 1, that means if a by b is there, so there should be another rational number b by a by b into b by a, the result is 1. So then we say it is a multiplicative inverse. What is the property here? since A by B into B by A is equal to 1. What is the reciprocal of x? X can be written as x by 1. The reciprocal of x by 1 will be 1 by x. So x into 1 by x, that will be 1. Let's see the next one. 2 into x plus 2 into 6. So here there are two binary operations. You are seeing into as well as plus. You are seeing into as well as plus. When both are there, that is possible only with one law. What is that? Distributive law. What law is that? Distributive law. Distributive law of multiplication over addition. The distributive law of multiplication over addition. That means, since, what is the rule we will explain now? A into B plus, do one thing, take the rational numbers only. A by B into C by D plus A by B into E by F. This is same as A by B into C by D plus E by F. This is distributive property. So here you have into as well as plus, both are there. Now let us see the next. Write the additive and multiplicative inverse of the following. See, writing additive inverse is so easy, just change the sign. Multiplicative inverse is you just reciprocate. Let us see now. First one is given as minus 3 by 5. Minus 3 by 5. So first we will write the additive inverse. The additive inverse of minus 3 by 5 will be 3 by 5. Just change the sign. If plus is there, you write minus. If minus is there, you write plus. Then the multiplicative inverse. The multiplicative inverse of minus 3 by 5 will be, sign will be as it is. You have to reciprocate the fraction. 3 by 5 will become 5 by 3. Let us see the next one. 1. First we will write the additive inverse. The additive inverse of 1 is minus 1. Just change the sign. Now what will be the multiplicative inverse? The multiplicative inverse of 1. 1 is already 1 by 1. So just reciprocate it is again 1 by 1. is same as 1. Multiplicative inverse means what? You have to write the interchange the places of numerator and denominator. Here it is 1, 1 by 1. So change it 1 by 1 is 1 again. Next, 0. This is interesting. So the additive inverse will be 0 only, because there will be no plus 0 or minus 0. So the additive inverse of 0 is 0. Here the interesting factor to tell you about multiplicative inverse of 0. Actually, what is multiplicative inverse? When a fraction, like when a rational number should be multiplied with some other rational number so that your answer should come 1. If suppose a by b is there, for example, a by b is there. So you need to multiply with b by a to get 1. A by b is to be multiplied with b by a to get 1, so that we say that this b by a is the reciprocal of a by b. So that means a rational number and its reciprocal, when you multiply, the answer should come 1. Please note this point, children. A rational number and its reciprocal, if they multiply, you should get the result as 1. Now I am taking 0. Is there any number when I multiply with 0, can I get 1? Can we have any number when I multiply this with 0, I should get the result as 1? Is that case is possible? No. So what we should write? The multiplicative inverse of 0 is not defined. That in the sense what you can say, cannot be determined. You cannot be determine it. Do you understand? Yes. Now let us see the next one. 7 by 9. This is so simple. Just change the sign. The additive inverse will be minus 7 by 9. The multiplicative inverse of 7 by 9 is 9 by 7. You just interchange it. Next, 5. The additive inverse of 5 is minus 5. Just change the sign. Now what happened to the multiplicative inverse? Now what will be the multiplicative inverse of 5? 5 is nothing but 5 by 1. 5 is nothing but 5 by 1. So, just write the reciprocal. 5 will be 1 by 5. Next. Fill in the blanks. You have to fill the blanks. So, what is given to us? See the problem carefully, children. Minus 1 by 17 is given. So, this minus 1 by 17 is here. This minus 1 by 17 is here. Minus 12 by 5 is there. So, here the blank is given. So, what should come in the blank? So, minus 1 by 17 plus in that blank you should get minus 12 by 5. In that blank you should get minus 12 by 5. This is equal to minus 12 by 5 plus minus 1 by 17. What is this property, children? Commutative property on addition. Is it clear? See the next one. Minus 2 by 3. So, for this minus 2 by 3, there should be something should be added so that your answer is again minus 2 by 3. So, what is that something? The something is 0. Minus 2 by 3 plus 0 will be minus 2 by 3. So, what is this property called? Additive identity. What property is this? Additive identity. Let us see the next. 1 into 1 into something, some rational number, the result is 9 by 11. You know well, any rational number is multiplied by 1 will get the same rational number. So, here also you should have 9 by 11. 1 into 9 by 11 is 9 by 11. What is this property? Multiplicative identity. Let us see the next. So, minus 12. So, you have minus 12 plus, there is 5 by 6 plus 6 by 7 in a bracket. Then what happened here? It is minus 12 plus 5 by 6 are regrouped. And what should be here, children? When you are adding three rational numbers, order does not matter. So, what is missed here? Minus 12 plus 5 by 6 means 6 by 7 missed here. Minus 12 plus 5 by 6 are regrouped. What property is this? Associative property on addition. What property is that? Associative property on addition. Let us see the next now. Dash into 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3. So, there is 1 into and 1 plus. There is 1 into and 1 plus. What property is that? Distributive property. So, what is missed here? 1 by 2 is here clearly. So, if you can observe carefully, 1 by 2 is here. 3 by 4 is come twice. So, that means that 3 by 4 should be the first number. It should be the first blank into 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3. Now apply distributive rule. The distributive rule will be 3 by 4 into 1 by 2 plus 3 by 4 into 1 by 3. So 3 by 4 is there. So what is missed here? 1 by 3 is missed. What property is that? Distributive property of multiplication over addition. Let us see the next. Minus 16 by 7 you have minus 16 by 7. This is added to some number. Again you are getting minus 16 by 7. Minus 16 by 7 is added to some number. So what is that number? 0. So what do you call this property? This property we call it as additive identity. What do you call this as? Additive identity. Let us see the next. Multiply 2 by 11 by the reciprocal of minus 5 by 14. So first we have to find out the reciprocal of minus 5 by 14. The reciprocal of minus 5 by 14 will be, minus will be as it is 14 by 5. The reciprocal of A by B will be B by A. So now what is saying here? Now you have to multiply this with that. Now 2 by 11 into minus 14 by 5. What is the procedure to multiply the rational numbers? You multiply the numerators first. The numerators are 2 into minus 14. The denominators are 11 into 5. Plus into minus, minus. 14 twos are 28 by 11 5s are 55. This is how you have to multiply. Now let us see. Which properties can be used in computing 2 by 5 into 5 into 7 by 6, that is equal to 2 by 5 into 7 by 6 plus 1 by 3 into 3 into 4 by 11. See what he has given here. Two by 5 into 5 into 7 by 6 plus 1 by 3 into 3 into 4 by 11. So now if you can understand here, first we will multiply these two, for example. First we will multiply the brackets. So what we are doing here, 2 by 5 will be as it is. This is a rational number and this is a rational number. Both are rational numbers. So when you are multiplying both the rational numbers, you will be getting a new rational number. You are getting a new rational number, that is 5 into 7 by 1 into 6 plus same thing I am doing here, 1 by 3 into 3 into 4 by 1 into 11. So what is the property we are using? Closure property. Closure property. Now this is 2 by 5 into, just open the brackets, 5 into 7 by 1 into 6 plus 1 by 3 into 3 into 4 by 1 into 11. No matter the order of brackets, what may be the order of brackets? There is no matter. So multiplication. So what property is this? Associative property. Just we are opening the brackets. We are just opening the brackets. That means we are rearranging them. So now these two are reciprocals. 5 and that means they get cancelled. You are getting 1. So 2 ones are, 2 threes are. Here this and this get cancelled. So what you are left with? It is 1 into 7 by 1 into 3 plus 1 into 4 by 1 into 11. So what is the property actually we have used? If you can see here children, 2 by 5 into 5. Here only you are saying. So multiplicative inverse. Multiplicative inverse. So this is 7 by 3 plus 4 by 11. Actually all these properties you can write even down. What are the properties you have used? So now it is 33 is the LCM. 3 goes 11 times. 11 into 7, 77 plus 11 goes 3 times. 3 2s are 12. So when you are adding two rational numbers, you are getting one more rational number. 77 plus 12, 89 by 33. So what is the property you have used? Closure property. So altogether you have used identity property, associative property, closure property and multiplicative inverse. These are the properties that you have used. Let us see the next one. Verify the following. You have to see whether all these are left side and right side, do they are correct or not. Now first let us take the left hand side. 5 by 4 plus minus 1 by 2 plus of minus 3 by 2. This is the left side. So this is equal to 5 by 4 plus into minus, minus 1 by 2 minus 3 by 2. So the LCM of 4 and 2 is 4. So 5 will come here, 2 2s are minus 3 by 2. So 5 minus 2 is 3. 3 by 4 minus 3 by 2. The LCM is 4 here. 3 minus 2 2s are 4, 2 3s are 6. So you will be getting minus 3 by 4. Now I am going to simplify the right hand side. If I get the same answer, then it will be the same. So now let us find out the RHS. The right hand side will be 5 by 4 plus minus 1 by 2 plus minus 3 by 2. This is the given problem. These two are in brackets. So this will be 5 by 4 plus. So now both of them have the same denominator. So minus 1, minus 3 will come here. This will be 5 by 4 plus minus 4 by 2. 2 ones are 2 twos are get cancelled. So this is 5 by 4 plus into minus minus 2. Now the LCM is 4 here. 5 minus 4 twos are 8. That will be minus 3 by 4. This is minus 3 by 4 and here also this is minus 3 by 4. So therefore LHS is equal to RHS. He is asking us to verify. So hence verified. Just simplification. Change of brackets. What is this property? The change of brackets. What property is this? Associative property on addition. Now let us see the next one. Evaluate 3 by 5 plus 7 by 3 plus of minus 2 by 5 plus of minus 2 by 3 after rearrangement. What do you mean by rearrangement? Is there anything you can take common here from these two and the other two? No, all four of them are different rational numbers. So what do? Better you arrange the rational numbers which have the same denominators at one place. So 3 by 5 we can write plus minus 2 by 5. These two have the same denominators. Now plus 7 by 3 plus of minus 2 by 3. So now here this will be 3 by 5 minus 2 by 5 plus into minus minus plus 7 by 3 plus of minus is minus 2 by 3. So just subtract the numerators because the denominators are same. Same thing here. So this will be 1 by 5 plus this will be 5 by 3. Now the denominators both are prime numbers. 15 will be the LCM. 5 3s are, 3 1s are. 3 5s are, 5 5s are 25. So this will be 3 plus 25 will be 28 by 15. This is the problem. Rearranging means just you see and whatever they have the same denominators to make the calculation easier, nothing. If you do direct LCM and if you do the answer, you will be getting the same answer. Right, next. Subtract 3 by 4 from 1 by 3. So what he is asking, you have to subtract 3 by 4 from 1 by 3. That means it is, if you express, this will be 1 by 3 minus 3 by 4. So now the LCM of 3 and 4, it will be 12. 3 goes 4 times, 4 1s are 4. 4 goes 3 times, 3 3s are 9. 4 minus 9 is minus 5 by 12. You will go wrong, children, if you write 3 by 4 minus 1 by 3. So you have to understand what he is asking. You have to subtract 3 by 4 from 1 by 3. Is it clear? Next. Minus 32 by 13 from 2. From 2 you have to subtract. So the 2 should come first. Minus of 32 by 13. So as both negatives are there, you have to keep the brackets. So now this will be minus into minus is plus 32 by 13. Now take the LCM and nothing is there means here 1 is there. So 13 is the LCM, 13 2s are 26 plus 32. So this will be 58 by 13. 26 plus 32, 58 by 13. See the next one. Minus 7 from minus 4 by 7. You have to subtract minus 7 from minus 4 by 7. So it will be minus 4 by 7 minus of minus 7. Minus 4 by 7 minus of minus 7. So this is minus 4 by 7. Minus into minus, it is plus. So here nothing is there, means 1 is there. The LCM is 7. Minus 7 plus 7 sevens are 49. Minus 4 plus 49 will be 45 by 7. Improper fraction. Now let us see the next one. What number should be added to minus 5 by 8 so as to get minus 3 by 2? So you have to add some number to minus 5 by 8 so that your result should come minus 3 by 2. We do not know what is the number to be added. So let the number to be added is equal to x. As we do not know, let it be x. So now as per problem, minus 5 by 8 plus x, this is equal to minus 3 by 2. This is what he has given to us. You should add something to the minus 5 by 8 so that your answer should come minus 3 by 2. So we are adding this. So now x is equal to, take this minus 5 by 8 other side, children, minus 3 by 2 plus 5 by 8, minus 3 by 2 plus 5 by 8. Then x is equal to, the LCM of 2 and 8 is 8. 2 4s are, 4 3s are 12 plus 5. So x is equal to minus 12 plus 5 is minus 7 by 8. So therefore, what is the value of x? So therefore, minus 7 by 8 should be added to minus 5 by 8 to get minus 3 by 2. So children, you practice these questions. That's all for this class. See you in my next class. God bless you all. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, welcome to this session of English on Classroom TV. Today we are going to look at our very first lesson from our textbook Honeydew, and this is prescribed for the NCERT students of 8th standard. And the name of the lesson is The Best Present in the World, the best Christmas present in the world. Now, all of us like presents, don't we? Do you like presents? What do you think could be the best present anyone can give you? if you were to ask your mom and dad for a gift, a present, what do you think would be something that you would ask? Yeah, so a best present is something that usually it is something that we really want, we yearn, we love. Yes, and here in the story there is a character and her name is Connie, and Connie, she received the best Christmas present ever. So what do you think she received? Did she receive a big car? Did she receive a big car or a big bungalow? Or what do you think she received that she says that that was the best present? Okay, because she said that in the story. Now before we go ahead with the story, let us look at a few dates that have been given here in your textbook. What happened on these dates? Do you know that? On 4th of July, 1775, an event took place that really changed the scenario of that country today. And what do you think was that? Yes, it is the Independence Day of the United States of America. On 4th of July, the Americans, they received independence. Okay, and today you know that everyone wants to go to that country for different purposes. But everyone wants to go to that country. And 1776, on July 4th, 1776, America received independence. And since then, America has been one of the most cherished countries in the world, rich countries of the world. Okay. The next date, 17th December 1903. 1903, 1 century ago. What happened on 17th December 1903? Yes, the first airplane. Yeah, the first airplane. And who invented this? Yes, the Wright brothers. The Wright brothers, they flew the first airplane on 17th December 1903. Now, let's look at the next date, 6th August 1945. Any clue what happened on that day? Yes? Okay, so here we have the pictures. On 4th of July, America received independence, 4th of July 1776. On December 17th, 1903, the Wright brothers flew the first airplane. And then what happened on 6th of August 1945 in the history of mankind? Yes, something very, very terrible had happened, and that was the attack on Hiroshima. Remember Hiroshima and Nagasaki? They were swiped off completely. Yes, Japan. In World War II, America bombed Japan, and the first island that was bombed on 6th of August 1945 was Hiroshima. So there was an explosion, an atomic bomb explosion, and many, many lives were taken. It's a very sad day in the history of mankind. Now let's go ahead and look at what happened on 30th January 1948. We are very much acquainted to this date. It's a holiday too in India. Yes, January 30th, 1948. We remember the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji. Yes, we remember him, and we celebrate, we honor the people who have died for our country. It's called Martyrs' Day. It's called the Martyrs' Day. Gandhi ji also died for the country, and there were many people who are still dying for the country, soldiers. And on 30th January 1948 that happened, but today 30th January is still remembered and honored to remember the people who have died for the country, the Martyrs' Day. 12th April 1961. That was the day when the Russian astronaut, and Russian astronauts are called cosmonauts. Russian astronauts are called cosmonauts, and Yuri Gagarin, remember? Yes, he orbited the Earth. He was the first man to go outside the Earth and travel in the space. Okay, so he was the first man to do that. He is a Russian astronaut, and Russian astronauts are called cosmonauts. And on 12th April 1961, he was able to complete the orbit of the Earth. Then on 20th July 1969, after 8 years of Yuri Gagarin orbiting the Earth with his spacecraft, something else happened, and that was, yes, the Americans, they put their flag on the moon. They set their flag on the moon. That was the first time people have gone to the moon. Remember that? Okay, so this happened on 20th July 1961. And who is that person who went there? There were 3 people. Yeah, 3 people. And the captain is Neil Armstrong. Okay. So these are a few important dates in history that everyone should know. Okay. A few dates in our history that everyone should know what had happened. Now there is another important date which we are well aware of, and that is Christmas. Christmas. When is Christmas? Yes, Christmas is celebrated on 25th December. On 25th December, we celebrate Christmas. The world celebrates Christmas. Now, on this day, there was a present that somebody received, and let us look at that lesson right now. Let's go ahead and read this story. The story is divided into 3 parts. The story is divided into 3 parts. So let us look at the first part right now. I spotted it in a junk shop in Bridport, a roll-top desk. The man said it was early 19th century and oak. I had wanted one, but they were far too expensive. This one was in a bad condition, the roll top in several pieces, one leg clumsily mended, scorch marks all down one side. It was going for a very little money. I thought I could restore it. It would be a risk, a challenge, but I had to have it. I paid the man and brought it back to my work room in the back of the garage. I began work on it on Christmas Eve. So here we have the narrator, the word I. We don't know what his name is, but we know that he is the narrator here. This narrator, he found a junk shop, a scrap shop, and he was just passing through that shop at Bridport. This is a town in England. Okay, there was a scrap shop, where they sell all the scrap things, items, and there he spotted a roll top desk. This is a roll top desk, and here he always wanted, the narrator always wanted a roll top desk. That is what he wanted, but they were too expensive. What does the word expensive mean? Costly. Though he always wanted a roll top desk, it was too expensive, so he could never have it. Okay, it was a 19th century model, and therefore he, because of his want, because of his desire to buy that roll top desk, he said it was in a very bad condition. The roll top desk that you're seeing here, it is not the same way. The narrator, he found a roll top desk in Bridport, in a town named Bridport, and the roll top desk was completely spoiled. It had the roll top here, this is the roll top, and this roll top was in several pieces. This roll top was in several pieces, and the legs of the roll top, one of them was clumsily mended. Clumsily it was repaired. It was not repaired properly. Somebody did a very awful job. And there were a lot of burnt marks. What are scorch marks? Scorch is burnt marks, okay. A lot of burnt marks were on the roll top desk. So we understand that it was not in a good condition. But still he wanted to buy it. He still wanted to have it because he always wanted a roll top desk. Now here it was very, very cheap. The one that he saw in the scrap shop was very, very cheap. Usually roll top desks are very expensive, and that is the reason he could never have one. But here in the scrap shop it was very cheap, and he said, fine, I will repair it. Of course I know that it's going to be a very difficult job. He says it's going to be a risk and a challenge, a risk and a challenge. It's not so easy, I know that. It is not going to be easy to repair that roll top desk, but I want to have it. I want to have it. I like it. So, and because it was very cheap. So he said, fine, I'll pay the man. He paid the man and he brought it home. And he began to work on it on December 24th, Christmas Eve. What is Christmas Eve? The evening before Christmas Day. The evening before Christmas Day is called the Christmas Eve. The entire day may also be called Christmas Eve. Usually it's a holiday, and therefore he might have thought of repairing the roll top desk. He put that in the garage and he started working on it. I removed the roll top completely and pulled out the drawers. The veneer had lifted almost everywhere. It looked like water damage to me. Both fire and water had clearly taken their toll on this desk. The last drawer was stuck fast. I tried all I could to ease it out gently. In the end, I used brute force. I struck it sharply with the side of my fist, and the drawer flew open to reveal a shallow space underneath a secret drawer. There was something in there. I reached in and took out a small piece of tin box. Sellotaped to the top of it was a piece of lined notepaper and written on it in shaky handwriting, Jim's last letter received January 25th, 1915, to be buried with me when the time comes. I knew as I did it was wrong of me to open the box, but curiosity got the better of my scruples. It usually does. Inside the box there was an envelope. Now this guy, the narrator, he began to repair the roll top desk. It was completely burnt, mostly burnt, tattered. It was coming off in pieces. The veneer is the decorated wood shine that you have over the wood, okay, that had completely come out, and the drawers were too tight, he couldn't open them, and so he tried to gently open them, but when he was trying to gently open them, he was not succeeding. So finally, violently he tried it. Brute. What does the word brute mean? Brute means violent, and violently he struck it sharply with the side of the fist, okay, like he used his fist to open the drawer. And when he opened the drawer, he saw that there was a secret drawer, and in that secret drawer, what did he find? he found a black tin mouse. He found a black tin mouse. And the black tin box, on top of the black tin box, there was a note. And there was a note, like he found a black tin box, and there was a note which was sellotaped. It was sellotaped. And what does the note say? The note says, Jim's last letter, January 25th, 1915. That was the day she received the letter, to be buried with me when the time comes. So there's a letter in this tin box, and this letter needs to be buried with her whenever she dies. That this letter also should be buried along with her. Okay? And Jim, what did he do? He knew that was very, very wrong. Usually we don't open somebody else's things. It's not manners, right? You know that, right? We should never open somebody else's letters, somebody else's purses. Very bad manners. But here curiosity got the better of him. Curiosity. What does curiosity mean? To know something. You're very much interested to know something. So here curiosity got the better. Got the better means got the most of him. That means when it came to curiosity and when it came to doing the right thing, yeah, the curiosity won over doing the right thing. He didn't say, oh, it's not right to open this. He said, fine, I want to open it, because he was too curious. So he opened the box. When he opened the tin box, he found an envelope or an envelope. He found an envelope. And what does the envelope say? On the envelope it says, Mrs. Jim Macpherson, 12 Copper Beeches, Bridport, Dorset. Okay, that is the address on the envelope. And I took out the letter and unfolded it. He took out the letter and he unfolded it, and it was written in pencil, and the date was 26th December 1914, the day after Christmas Day. On 25th December is Christmas. So this letter was written on 26th December in the year 1914. So this is part 1 of the story, guys. This is part 1 of the story. In part 1 of the story, let's do a quick recap. In part 1 of the story, the narrator, he finds a roll top desk, and the roll top desk was in a very bad condition, but he always wanted a roll top desk, but they are too expensive, so he could never have it. But when he was in the town Bridport, he saw a roll top desk at a scrap shop, and he went there and he asked how much it was, and it was too cheap, very less priced. So he thought, well, at least I can have it, because he always wanted one, and he bought it. But the roll top desk was in a very bad condition, as I already said. It has scorch marks, burnt marks. The leg was already repaired by someone, but they didn't do a good job. And the roll top, this part of the table, was completely shredded into pieces. And he said, fine, I'll at least repair it. Of course, it's not going to be an easy thing, but still I will repair it, is what the narrator thought. And he began to repair it on 24th December. He began to repair the roll top desk. When he started work, he was trying to open the desk, and there were the drawers, and they were too jammed, they were too tight. So he gently tried, and when it didn't come out, he used his force and he got the drawers out. And there in the last drawer there was a secret space, and in the secret space he found a black tin box. In the tin box there was a letter. Letters are something that are very, very private. We never open someone else's letter, but the narrator was too curious. He wanted to know what the letter said, what was in the box. So he opened that and he took out the letter, and the letter was written on 26th December 1914. Do you remember this date? What do you think happened on 26 December 1914? Or what do you think happened in the year 1914? Yes, if you remember, from 1914 for another 4 years, it was World War One. The world was engaged in a war, and that is called the World War One. And during those days, this letter was written. And the letter also contained a note on top of the tin box that said that the letter should be buried with the person when she or he dies. Okay, we still don't know who it is written to, but it just says Mrs. Jim Macpherson, so it's a lady, so the letter should be buried with her whenever she dies. So this is what we come to know, part 1 of the story. Now let's look at the part 2 of the story. Let's read the letter. Dearest Connie, I write to you in a much happier frame of mind because something wonderful has just happened that I must tell you about at once. We were all standing in our trenches yesterday morning, Christmas morning. It was crisp and quiet all about, as beautiful as it had ever been, and as frosty and cold as a Christmas morning should be. So here we know that the letter is addressed to a lady named envelope. What does it say? Mrs. Jim Macpherson. Mrs. Jim Macpherson. So I guess that is the official name. I mean, Jim Macpherson is the person who wrote that letter, and his wife's name is Connie, and formally we address someone by people's husband's name by adding the word Mrs. That is how the English countries, the American, the West, that is how the West call their wives. Okay, so the wives of any person are always addressed by the man's name, but the word Mrs. is used. Okay, that is the reason the envelope says Mrs. Jim Macpherson, but in the letter, Jim Macpherson, Mr. Jim Macpherson, he addresses her as Connie. That means Connie is her name. So, dearest Connie, and he says that now I am very, very happy. I am writing this letter in a very happy state of mind because something wonderful has happened. While we were standing in our trenches. What are trenches? Trenches are the dugout holes. There are holes dug out so that soldiers can stay in the trenches and shoot. Okay, when they see the army approaching, they can hide in the trenches and they can shoot. So they were all standing in their trenches yesterday morning. When was the letter written, guys? The letter was written on 26th December, and that happened yesterday is what he's saying. Yesterday means 25th. So on 25th December, while the men were standing in their trenches, it was crisp. What does the word crisp mean? Crisp means cold. Crisp and quiet. It was cold and fresh and quiet and as beautiful as any morning and as cold as a Christmas morning. Usually Christmas in the West, it's very, very cold because it is snowing and it's too icy. So it was frosty, it was cold, and as every Christmas morning is, it was similar in that area wherever Mr. Jim Macpherson was writing from. Okay. Now, because of the word trenches, we understand that Mr. Jim Macpherson is a soldier. I should like to be able to tell you that we began it, but the truth I am ashamed to say is that Fritz began it. First, someone saw a white flag waving from the trenches opposite. Then, they were calling out to us from across no man's land. Happy Christmas, Tommy! Happy Christmas! When we had got over the surprise, some of us shouted back, "Same to you, Fritz, same to you." I thought that would be it. We all did. But then suddenly one of them was up there in his grey greatcoat and waving a white flag. "Don't shoot, lads," someone shouted, and no one did. Then there was another Fritz up on the parapet and another. "Keep your heads down," I told the men. "It's a trick." But it wasn't. So here he says that I really wish Mr. Jim McPherson, the one who has written the story, the one who has written the letter, he says that, "Connie, I really wish I could say that I started it, that we started it, but we are not. I'm ashamed to say," he says, "I should like to be able to tell you that we began it, but the truth I'm ashamed to say is that Fritz began it." Who is Fritz over here? Fritz are the German soldiers. The German soldiers are called Fritz. Any German soldier is called a Fritz. It is the name Frederick. Frederick in German is Fritz. Okay, so that is a name. It's a very common German name. Fritz is a very common German name, and that is the reason any German soldier is called Fritz. Okay, well, what did the German soldiers do? It says that German soldiers, they started something. We began it. They began it. He says that I really wish I could say that I began it, but then we didn't begin it. Somebody else did that. And who is that somebody else? Fritz. And who is Fritz? German soldiers. German soldiers started it. And what did they start? They said, then they were calling out, they said, "Happy Christmas, Tommy." Who is Tommy here? Tommy. Tommy is a very common English name. Tommy is a very common British name, English name. And Tommy, and that is the reason English soldiers are called Tommy. What could be a very common name in India? A boy's name. Maybe we can call, our Indian soldiers can be called by that name. But here, the German soldiers were called Fritz and the English soldiers were called Tommy, despite whatever their names be. So, they were calling out and they said, "Happy Christmas." Who said that? Who started that? Yes, the Fritz. The Germans. Fritz started that. English people did not start that. So, he was very ashamed. He was very ashamed that, they should have started it. It would have been a nice gesture. But then they have, the Germans have shown that good gesture. So, they were all surprised. The Tommies, the English soldiers were surprised. And after a while they said, "Same to you, Fritz, same to you." And they all thought, okay, fine, that's it. So, they have wished and we are going to wish them back. That's it. That's the end of our Christmas, is what each of them, especially the English people, that is what the English soldiers thought. But they saw someone moving towards them. And while that person was moving towards them, obviously soldiers would be ready to attack. So what did somebody there said? "Don't shoot." We don't know who that somebody is. Somebody said, "Don't shoot." Now, over here someone might have uttered, "Don't shoot." And what does lads mean? Boys. "Don't shoot, boys," someone shouted. And then no one did. And from the parapet, from the compound, from the balcony, these people said, and another said, "Keep your heads down." Somebody said, "Put your heads down." When do you put your heads down? When there is going to be when somebody is going to shoot, when somebody tries to shoot, usually people put their head down so that, they will not be shot. So somebody said, "Keep your heads down." And Jim McPherson said, "It's a trick." They're just trying to fool us. They're trying to get our attention by saying Happy Christmas, and after a while they'll start shooting. So be careful. Be very careful. Is someone there is just talking. We don't know who that somebody is. One of the Germans was waving a bottle above his head. It is Christmas Day, Tommy. We have schnapps, we have sausage. We meet you. Yes? By this time, there were dozens of them walking towards us across no man's land and not a rifle between them. Little Private Morris was the first stop. Come on, boys, what are we waiting for? And then there was no stopping them. I was officer. I should have stopped them there and then, I suppose, but the truth is that it never even occurred to me. All along their line and ours, I could see men walking slowly towards one another, grey coats, khaki coats meeting in the middle. And I was one of them. I was part of this. In the middle of the war, we were making peace. So the German soldiers said, it is Christmas Day, it is 25th December, Tommy, English soldiers. So we have schnapps. Schnapps are alcoholic drinks, beverages. Okay. We have schnapps and we have sausages. We have snaps. Okay, these are sausages. Okay, so we have drinks, we have sausages, meat, and what else do they have? Shall we meet you? We can have fun. We can eat, drink, and have some fun. It's December 25th. So shall we meet you? Yes. Even before there was a yes, people started walking towards the English soldiers. The German soldiers began to walk towards the English soldiers, and one of the soldiers there, the English soldier, said, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Let's go and meet them. So all of them started coming out of the trenches and they began to meet the Germans. So it was like, lot of people were the German soldiers, the English soldiers, they were all coming together and they were meeting each other and talking to each other. And actually Jim McPherson he's the in charge there, he's the captain, and he should have actually stopped them, saying no, let's not, they are enemies, let's not talk to them. He should have done something, he should have said something, but he said nothing. The thought didn't even come to his mind that he has to stop them. So they all went and they were trying to make peace in the middle of a war. It was World War I time, and during that time the German soldiers and the English soldiers, they were having a time of relaxation, a time of peace. Okay, if you know Christmas, what is Christmas all about? What is the spirit of Christmas? Christmas is all about peace and goodwill, peace and doing good. And here in the middle of a war, the German soldiers, they displayed goodwill. They did what was morally right. Okay, they began it first. Of course the Tommies followed it, but then they began it first. So it was as Christmas spirit suggests peace and goodwill, here in the time of war, these English people, the Tommies, and the German soldiers, the Fritz, they were having a time of peace and quiet. You cannot imagine, dearest Connie, my feelings as I looked into the eyes of the Fritz officer who approached me hand stretched. Hans Wolf, he said, gripping my hand warmly and holding it. I am from Dusseldorf. I play the cello in the orchestra. Happy Christmas. Captain Jim McPherson, I replied, and a happy Christmas to you. I am a school teacher from Dorset in the west of England. So here both the captains, they introduced themselves, both the in charges. So while all the soldiers were having fun, while the Tommies and the Fritz were meeting each other, the leader of the group, of the Fritz group, was Hans Wolf was Hans Wolf, and Hans Wolf, he gave his hand, he said, Hans Wolf here, I am Hans Wolf and I am from Dusseldorf and I play the cello. What is cello? He plays the, I am from Dusseldorf and I play the cello. What is cello? This is a cello, guys. It's a very big violin kind of thing that you sit and play. He plays the cello in the orchestra and he says Happy Christmas. And Jim McPherson, he says, I am Captain Jim McPherson and Happy Christmas to you too. And I am a school teacher from Dorset. And what does Hans Wolf say? Hans Wolf says, oh, Dorset. I know Dorset. I know that place. I know it very well. We shared my rum ration and his excellent sausage, and we talked. Connie, how we talked. He spoke almost perfect English, but it turned out that he had never set foot in Dorset, never ever been to England. He had learned all he knew of England from school and from reading books in English. His favorite writer was Thomas Hardy. His favorite book, Far from the Madding Crowd. So out there in no man's land, we talked of Bathsheba and Gabriel Oak and Sergeant Troy and Dorset. He had a wife and one son, born just 6 months ago. As I looked about me, there were huddles of khaki and grey everywhere. All over no man's land, smoking, laughing, talking, drinking, eating. Hans Wolf and I shared what was left of our wonderful Christmas cake. Connie, he thought the marzipan was the best he had ever tasted. I agreed. We agreed about everything, and he was my enemy. There was never a Christmas party like it, Connie. So here he tells his wife Connie what happened after he meets Hans Wolf. After Jim McPherson meets Hans Wolf, they begin to talk. They begin to talk about their lives, their interests, and surprisingly, both of them agreed on everything. Usually enemies, if you're friends, you agree on everything. You say, yes, you are right. Yes, you are correct. But if you're an enemy, you don't agree. But here, though they were enemies, they were still agreeing on everything. And that was the best Christmas party ever, is what Jim McPherson tells his wife Connie in the letter. Now let's see what happened. Both of them, now what does he say? He said, Dorset, I know this place. I know it very well. But actually when they were talking, Jim McPherson comes to know that Hans Wolf had never been to Dorset, but he learned about Dorset in his English, in his classes. In his school, he learned about Dorset, and that is how he knows Dorset so very well. And he says that, Jim McPherson tells his wife Connie that Hans Wolf, his favorite author is Thomas Hardy. And he wrote a book called, his favorite book called Far from the Madding Crowd. Thomas Hardy wrote a book called Far from the Madding Crowd, and that is Hans Wolf's favorite book. And the characters in the book are Bathsheba, Gabriel Oak, and Sergeant Troy. So while Jim McPherson was talking to Hans Wolf tells that my favorite novel is Far from the Madding Crowd, written by Thomas Hardy. Thomas Hardy is my favorite writer. And they both discuss whatever happened in the novel. Okay, if you know the novel, you'll probably understand. So here the characters of the novel are Bathsheba and Gabriel Oak and Sergeant Troy. Okay, so Gabriel Oak and Bathsheba like each other, but Sergeant Troy actually wanted to marry Bathsheba, but later on these two people married each other. And that is what is in the story, and he likes that story a lot, and both of them discussed it. And they also discussed about Dorset, Jim McPherson's hometown. And Hans Wolf, he has a wife. He recently got married 6 months ago, and he got married, and 6 months back they had a son. 6 months back, so the son is 6 months old. And he looked around, Jim McPherson looked around, and there were people, the soldiers, all khaki dressed uniforms, all khaki uniforms, all grey uniforms. They were just spread out in no man's land. What is no man's land? No man's land is a land that is under dispute during war. Okay, when it is war time, people usually fight there in no man's land because it doesn't belong to anyone. Then that is the land they're actually fighting for. So it is no man's land. So there in that land, in no man's land, he could see soldiers just spread everywhere. And what were they doing? They were talking, they were laughing, they were eating, they were drinking. Remember, they had schnapps, and the English people, they had rum, yeah, because Hans Wolf drank rum with Captain McPherson. So they were drinking, eating, happy, merry. They were making merry, okay, and they were all happy over there. And they also ate what was marzipan, what was something called marzipan. And marzipan, I have a picture for you over here. This is marzipan, and marzipan, it is a cake kind of a thing, okay, with almond. The marzipan is made of almond flour, and it really tastes very good. It's an English dish, and Hans Wolf enjoyed marzipan, and he said that this is the best cake ever. And both of them agreed on everything. Both the enemies, both Hans Wolf and Captain McPherson, though they both were enemies, still they agreed on each other. Still they agreed with each other. And that was the relationship that they all shared, the Tommies and the Freds, on 25th December 1914. So here we come to the end of today's session, but in our next session, let's find out what happened after this. Do you think there would be a war? Do you think both the Freds and the Tommies engaged in war? Did they kill each other, or did they end the war, or did they become friends? What happened towards the end of the letter, and what happened to Connie? Let us find out all these things in our next episode, in part 2 of the lesson, the best Christmas present in the world. Until then, keep watching Classroom TV and have fun learning.
The teacher is always in a hurry to complete the syllabus. The drawings on the board may not be pleasing. The blackboard may not be visible to some. Revision class may not have the luxury of those drawings. Disadvantages with your regular classes. It is time to get rid of all disadvantages and take the Digi advantage.
Big animals eat small animals, and small animals eat plants. So this is a life cycle. Like even us, we eat plants, and we can also like eat eggs, chicken, fish, and everything. So it is a cycle where bigger animals consume smaller animals, and smaller animals consume more small animals and plants.
Engaging digital animations, attractive digital screens, experienced teachers, regular class lectures, including IIT NEET Foundation programs.
See, try to compare them, A3 and S3. A3, it is a particular indicated term, that is a third term. But S3 is not third term. What is S3? Sum of the first 3 terms.
All that at the comfort of your home. Your TV will be your teacher. Your drawing room will be your classroom. Weekends will be revision, and parents can join too.
How to draw? I told you 2 ways. Draw horizontal line from the center of curvature directed towards the mirror and this. So we have now located 2 points here, center of curvature and pole.
Is your child studying grades 8th, 9th or 10th? Are you looking for IIT NEET Foundation? The Classroom Tuition Point comes home to you. At just ₹999 for one whole year, enjoy year-long digital teaching at home. For enhanced memory retention of your child, contact your cable operator today and subscribe. Let's get learning.
Hello students, welcome back. My name is Neeraj Paratha. Dear students, and in previous lecture, dear students, we discussed about the currents law, that is a Ohm's law, and after that, dear students, we discussed about the resistance, and after that we discussed some numerical based on a resistance. Then dear students, in this video we discuss about the combination of a resistance. If there is a many resistance are available and we arrange all the resistance, there are two type of combinations become. First one is a series, then one resistance arranged with a second resistance in the form of series. If we connect the resistance in the form of parallel, one form and other form, then that is a parallel combination. So there are two types of a combination of resistance. So now we start today's lecture, and these are the topics for today's lecture, dear students, that is a combination of a resistance. Dear students, before starting the combination of resistance, we are talking about the symbol of a resistance. So everyone know about that, that is a symbol of a resistance, and that resistance is available, dear students, in each and every appliances of electricity. If you are using a bulb, you can mark a resistance in the form of bulb. Let's suppose, dear, in the any circuit we mark the bulb, but you are writing in the form of resistance, that resistance is shows the any appliances and any load. If you are use any appliances, you can say that is a load, and load can be represented in the form of a resistance. Okay, in the form of resistance. Now these are the two type of resistance, dear student. First is a series combination. In series combination, let's suppose that is a resistance, and that resistance having a 2 points. One we can say one is a starting point and second one is a ending point. If we consider a two resistance, one resistance in above and second resistance in below, one resistance and that is a second resistance. Now dear students, there are two methods to arrange the resistors. If we connect the ending point of a first resistor and connect with the starting point of a second resistor, then what happen? Now we merge that point. That is a called series combination of resistance. Means, dear students, how you can say that resistance is a combination is a series? Means, dear students, first resistance having a 2 point, second resistance also having a 2 points. If we connect that resistance, the ending point of that resistance and starting point of that resistance, if we connect them, then that is called a series combination of resistance. Okay. Now after that we discuss what next one is a parallel combination of a resistance. In this combination, dear student, we connect the both the resistance, but there is a different method with a different method. That is a first resistance. It having a 2 point, first, second point and ending point. Second resistance also having a 2 points, that is a one is a starting and second one is a ending point. Dear student, in previous method we connect the starting and ending point of a resistor. But in that condition, dear student, if we connect the starting to starting point and make a single starting point, and merge and ending of both the resistance and merge and becomes a single point, that is a ending point. So these combination are called a parallel combination of a resistance. Okay student, so these two combinations are a first topic in today's lecture. After that, dear student, we discuss about some illustration based on a series combination and parallel combination of a resistance, and next one is a assignment for you. Okay, so now we start our first topic, that is a combination of resistance, there are two ways of a combination. First one is a series combination and second one is a parallel combination. What happen in a series combination? One resistance, second resistance, and you can arrange a third resistance also. All are connected one by one. That point, if that point having a ending of a one resistance, so it must be second point is starting point of a other resistance. If that is the ending point of any resistance, then next point will be starting point of any other resistance. That combination is a series. And parallel, all starting point and all ending point are joining together. That is ending point, that is a starting point. That is a parallel combination of a resistance. Now dear students, that is some basic information about a series combination and a parallel combination. Okay. Now dear students, after that we discuss some many parameters, just like what is the value of a current, what is the voltage drop across each and every resistance. So we start our first topic, that is a series combination of resistance. To calculate the current passing through every resistance and voltage drop across every resistance in a series combination, we make the arrangement in the form of series and applied some power supply. Let's see. Dear students, in that circuit diagram we are having a three resistance and all are connected in the series combination. All are connected in the series combination. Let's see. That is a resistance R1, that is a one point and that is a another point. And the second point of R1 is connected with a first point of a R2. That is a, let's suppose we are mention that is a starting point, that is a ending point of R1. Now again that is a starting and that is a ending. Again starting and ending. So all are arranged in the form of a series combination, dear students. Okay. These combination are called a series combination. Now dear students, after that we arrange 2 points, that is a final one and final that. And these points are used to give a power supply that all the resistance. Okay. Now we arrange the battery that having a voltage, that is a V. The value of that V is equals to any volt. 5 volt, 10 volt, 30 volt, X, Y, Z according to our requirement. Now dear students, we think about the different things according to that parameters. Now dear students, if we talk about the current flow in a resistance. So what is the basic reason behind the flow of current? Current will be flow in the form of a charges. I is equals to Q upon T. Means number of charges, Q can be written as number of electrons. How many number of electrons will be passing through the material? Passing through any conductor material. Let's suppose dear students, in that circuit diagram we know that direction of electron flow and direction of current flows are opposite. Let's suppose this negative point having a, we know that that is a negative potential and that is a positive potential. Negative potential having a excess amount of a electron. Negative potential of that battery having a excess amount of electrons, and these excess amount of electrons will be start to move. Let's suppose dear friend, in each second 100 electron will be passed from there. Then what happen, that 100 electron will be moved and that direction. These 100 electrons also passing from the R3, that is a third resistance. After that, what is the role of resistance? It's slow. It opposes the motion of a charges. It cannot block and cannot stop the charges. So if at that point 100 electrons will be entered, so how many electrons will be moved to outside? Same, that is 100 electrons outside. The resistance cannot be block any electrons. It oppose only. It oppose only, just like a breaker in our path. Okay. So first resistance, the number of electrons passing through the first resistance, that is 100 electrons. We are assuming here. Okay. And same electrons will be passing through the second resistance. 100 electrons will be enter in a second resistance. And again the output of the second resistance is also 100 electron. So I hope dear students you understand that in each and every resistance pass the same charges. We are not talking about the 100 electrons, we take the 100 electrons as the example. So our result is that same amount of charges will be flow from each and every resistance. So dear students, if equal amount of charges, that is a equal amount of charges passing from the each resistance, so what quantity will be same? So current will be same in each resistance. So dear students, the result of that thing is current passing through in a series combination of resistance is same. So we are right here, current passing through the each resistance is a capital I. We are writing here the current passing from all these resistance are a same current, that is we are assume is a I. We are writing here the same current will be passing through the each and every resistance. So in a series combination, write on your top side of your copy, in series combination current is same. Current flowing through each resistance are same. Okay students, but dear students, what is the Ohm's law? Ohm's law says that V is equals to I multiply by R. Okay, in that concept dear student, current flowing from the each resistance are same, but the value of the resistance, if value of the resistance are different, if the value of R1, R2 and R3 are different, then the voltage drop, let's suppose we are having the, let's suppose the voltage drop across R1, that is a V1, voltage drop across V2, R2, that is a V2, voltage drop across R3, that is a V3. If R1, R2 and R3 are equal, that time V1, V2, V3 also equal, because I is already same. If R also becomes same, then V becomes same. If resistance having a different value, voltage drop will be also different. And one more thing, that complete voltage, apply voltage, that is a capital V, and voltage drop across first, across second, across third. So we are writing here total voltage drop V is equals to V1 plus V2 plus V3. So that is a second point for a series combination of a resistance. First point is current will be same. Second point is voltage drop depends on the value of a resistance, because we know that V is equals to IR, and in a series combination I is the same, and potential difference and potential drop depends on the value of the resistance. So that is the some basic information about the series combination, dear students. Okay, now we write in a series combination, dear, in a series combination current through each resistor are same, and potential drop across each resistor, are different. Okay, which quantity is same in the series combination? The current flowing through each resistance is the same, and which quantities are differ for every resistance? The potential drop is a differ, dear friends. Understand now? Now dear students, we assume that the current flowing from each resistance, that is I, and we write here the voltage drop across every resistance. Every resistance means for a first resistance V1, second resistance V2, third resistance is a V3. So we are having a three different values of a voltage drop. V1 is equals to IR1, V2 is equals to IR3 and V3 is equals to IR3. Now the total potential drop is equivalent to V1 plus V2 plus V3. We are already explained this point to you. Now put the value of V1, V2 and V3. V1 value IR1, V2's value IR2, V3's value is IR3. After that, dear students, we assuming that the value of a resistance, let's suppose the equivalent value of the resistance, we convert the all three resistance in a single resistance. We are converting all three resistance which are connected in a series combination. We are equivalent, we make a equivalent resistance that are represented by a RS. R for a resistance, S for a series combination. And applied source is a V and current passing through the each resistance is I. So in that diagram we are applying a Ohm's law. So what is the concept of Ohm's law, dear student? Ohm's law says V is equals to IR. V is equals to IR. But what is the value of R? That is a RS. So we write here the value of V. So that is a V is equals to IRS. Now we are using all these values. IRS is equals to IR1 plus IR2 plus IR3. So that becomes RS, means series resistance is equivalent to R1 plus R2 plus R3. Means if you are converting all three resistance in a single resistance, then add the values of each resistance and put that is the equivalent value. Let's suppose, dear students, these are the three resistance. One 2 ohm, second 3 ohm, third 4 ohm. If we are converting all the three resistance in a single resistance, so what will be the value of that resistance, dear students? The value is 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 4, that is a 9 ohm. That is the equivalent circuit of that resistance. Okay, that is the equivalent circuit of that combination of a resistance. That is a series combination of resistance. Understand, dear students? Now copy that. There are some features of a series combination. If, dear student, many resistance are arranged in a series combination, so we can say, dear student, the current is same in each resistance. The first feature is in a series combination, all resistors having a same amount of current, means same number of charges will be flow through each and every resistor if they are connected in a series combination. Second point is says series resistance of a combination is equal to the sum of a individual resistance. So as we know that RS is equals to R1 plus R2 plus R3 so on. So what is the value of the series combination? That is the individual resistance. Now add the all individual resistance, get the equivalent value of a series combination. Next one is the total voltage drop across the combination is equal to the sum of voltage drop across the individual resistance. In a previous derivation we know that there are three resistance and total supply voltage is a capital V, and first resistance voltage drop across the first resistance is a V1 at across second and across third. So we know that the value of V is equals to V1 plus V2 plus V3. That's the mean of that line. Okay. Now the equivalent resistance is greater than that of any individual resistance in the series combination. Let's suppose, dear students, there are three resistance, first, second, third. First having a 2 ohm, that is a 6 ohm, that is a 8 ohm. If we are converting into a equivalent resistance, then we get the value is 8 to 10, that is a 16 ohm. So that is the equivalent value and that is the individual value. The equivalent value of a series combination is always greater than of a individual. If you are compare 6 and 16, then 16 is a greater than 16 is a greater than of 6. If we are comparing the 2 and 16, 16 always greater than 8 and 16, 16 always greater. So the result of a series combination is always greater than the individual value of a resistance. So these are the some features of a series combination. Okay, now next we move parallel combination of a resistance. This one is a parallel combination of resistance, and we already know that what happen in a parallel combination, that is a first resistance, that is a second resistance, and that is a third resistance, and all are connected to each other. A starting point of a all resistance connected to a single point, and ending point and other point of the all the resistance connected to at them, so that all 3 points combine at a single point and apply the source at that point. So that is a combination of a parallel resistance. Okay, now we start. These combination we are using here two resistance combination, and in this condition, dear students, that is a first resistance, that is a second resistance, and the one point of each resistance combine and other point also combine. So that is called a parallel combination. Now we focus again the what is the value of the current and what is the value of a resistance and what will be the changes in a voltage. Dear students, first we focus on a voltage. At that point the potential is applied by that source, and that point also applies the voltage drop, that is a V. So dear students, first thing is that if we are using here a single resistance, the voltage across that resistance is a supply voltage. If we are adding a one more resistance in the same manner, then the voltage across the each resistance is a same, that is a V and that is a V. Okay, now focus on the value of a current. What happened, dear student, if anytime if we want to focus on the value of the current, we talk about the number of charges. Let's suppose, dear student, the negative point provide a 500 coulomb charge. So when the charges will be coming at that point, they will be divided into two parts. So it depends on how many charges will be moved on from a above part and how many charges will be moved in a second part. Depends on a opposition. How much opposed by a R1 and how much opposed by a R2. Those resistance oppose more, number of electrons will be decreased. So if R1 is greater than to R2, that time means R1 is greater than R2. What do you mean that? R1 oppose more as compared to R2. So dear is current flow. So number of charges will be decreased. So we write here first number of charges here. So number of charges passing through a Q1 is less than to Q2. Same, if charges is decreased, so current is also decreases. So current passing through a resistance in a parallel combination depends on a value of a resistance. If the value and opposition are applied by the same, then current will be same, and if the opposition is different, then depends on the value of a resistance. If value of resistance is high, the value of current is low, inversely proportional, and we know that this dear V is equals to IR. So according to the I is equals to V upon R. So V is same for all the two resistance. So I and R having a inversely relation. If resistance is having the value of high, then current will be decreased. So that is the relation of that. So dear students, the current flowing through in a resistance in a parallel combination are different. So total current is a I, and we are assuming in that R1 that is I1, in R2 we are assuming that is a I2. So total current I is equals to combination of I2 plus I1. Okay, that is a parallel combination. In a parallel combination, we are already explained voltage drop across each resistor are same. So voltage drop across R1 that is a V, voltage drop across R2 that is a V. And but the current passing through the each resistance are different. Current passing from the R1 that is I1, current passing through the R2 that is I2. If the value of resistance are same, then current also same. In previous condition, that is a series condition, if value of resistance are same, then potential drop across each resistance are same. If resistance same, In that condition, if resistance of same, then current will be same. So that is a parallel combination, dear students. Now we calculate the what is the, if we convert that complete circuit in a single form, that is a, we mark here, we converted these two resistance in a single resistance and we mark it Rp, R for resistance and P for parallel, and then we use the sign here, and that is the current passing through the I. So what is the value of Rp? So we use that derivation is that. Since charge must be conserved, dear student, we know that charge is always conserved, so total current is always conserved. So number of charges supplied by a negative potential of a battery, number of charges collected by a positive potential of a battery is same. So total current given and total current as contained, that is the same. So we can see I is equals to I1 plus I2. So we write here current I is enter the point A and equal to the current leave that. Entering and leaving both will be same. Since the resistance are connected in a parallel, therefore the potential across each resistance must be same. So V is same, and what will be the different? Current is different. So we use the Ohm's law. According to Ohm's law, I1 is equals to V upon R1, I2 is equals to V upon R2. Okay, students, that is a parallel combination. For parallel combination, we get the value of I into I and I1 and I2, and after converting into a single combination, single resistance, dear students, what is the total current? That is I. What is the value of that resistance? That is the Rp, and supply voltage V. So by using Ohm's law, we having a value of I is equals to V upon Rp. I is equals to V upon Rp when we convert the complete circuit in a equivalent circuit. Okay, I is equals to V upon Rp. Now we put the complete values. I is equals to I1 plus I2. What is the value of I? That is a V upon Rp. What is the value of I1? V upon R1. What is the value of the I2? That is a V upon R2. When we solve them, dear students, when we take the common of V from the that V and that V will be cancelled out. Okay, now we get the final expression, that is a 1 upon Rp is equals to 1 upon R1 plus 1 upon R2. So dear students, reciprocal of each resistance, when we combine the reciprocal of each resistance and we get the answer and convert into reciprocal. Reciprocal and reciprocal. If there are two resistance, that expression is used for only two resistance. If two resistance are in a parallel combination, then we can write Rp is equals to R1 R2 upon R1 plus R2. So we can say in a numerator multiply of these resistance and denominator adding this resistance if we having a two resistance in a parallel combination. So this is a expression for a parallel combination. Understand, dear students? Now that is a final resistance. If we are having a more than two resistance, then we can increase that series continuously. If you are having one more resistance, 1 upon R4. If we are having one more resistance, that is 1 upon Rp. All resistance are combined in the form of reciprocal of individual resistance. And by adding all individual resistance, we can get the resultant in the form of reciprocal. Okay, students? If you having a two values, three ohm and 4 ohm. So what is the value of Rp? Then we multiply these two quantities, 3 multiplied by 4 and 3 plus 4. So we get 12 upon 7. Okay. That is a direct method. But what is the method of solving? Rp is equals to 1 upon 3 and 1 upon 4. So we calculate the LCM. Then we get the 7 upon 12. That is a reciprocal of a equivalent, dear students. 7 upon 12 is a reciprocal. But we require the value of Rp because we are having a single resistance in the form of Rp. It's in the form of Rp. So in parallel resistance, answer is a 12 upon 7. So both are the same, dear. That is a complete process and that is a solution for only 2 resistance. Okay. This process is always acceptable if you have a 3 and 4 resistance, then we use that method. Okay. Now these are the features of a parallel combination, dear. First feature is says the sum of reciprocal of individual, means if let's suppose we are having a 2 resistance R1 and R2 and these are connected in a parallel combination. So according to that, reciprocal of R1 and reciprocal of R2, we combine the reciprocal and sum is equal to the reciprocal of equivalent resistance of Rp. So that is the equivalent of reciprocal of a equivalent resistance. We know that, but we are writing in the form of a words. Next one is that the current is various resistance are inversely proportional to the resistance. We know that, dear students, in a parallel combination, what happen? Potential is the same. So what is the relation between I is equals to V upon R1? So current and resistance having a inversely relation. If we have a higher value of a resistance, then current will be low value, having the low value of a current. Second thing that is explained already, there is a lower value the higher current and higher value the lower current. Total current will be same. If we have a total current I, then it is will be I1 plus I2. Okay. Now next thing is the voltage across each resistors of a parallel combination is a same. We know that about it, and it also equal to the voltage across a whole group. Let's suppose, dear, these are the 3 resistors. Okay, and each having a parallel combination. So voltage drop across first V, second V, third V. If you are having the group, that group means we can use that group having a potential V, that is equal potential. Whole group consider as a unit. If we consider the whole unit as a single resistance, so potential across these single resistance is also a V. Okay, that is the features of a parallel combination. Dear students, if we are having a n equal resistance, then what happen, dear students? Let's see. If, dear students, we talk about a series resistance, n series resistance, then R, again R, then again R, again R. How many times are that resistance in a n R? N time of R, 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So equivalent resistance of a series, that is a NR. That is the equivalent resistance for a series combination. Okay. Similarly, if we talk about the parallel, dear students, so what happen? That is a 1 upon R, 1 upon R, again 1 upon R. How many times, dear students? N times of R. So we take the LCM. At that time, dear students, we get the resultant is R 1 upon N upon R. So equivalent of Rp is equals to R by N. Understand that if you are having a N equal resistance, so the equivalent resistance is a R by N. The example of that is, let's suppose we are having a 2 resistance of a 10 ohm. That is a 10 ohm, that is a 10 ohm. Means both are equal. If we arrange these resistance in a parallel, so equivalent resistance means there is an Rp. The equivalent resistance Rp is equals to R. R means 10. Number of parallel combination, that is a 2. So that value is a 5. So half of that. If these are a 3 resistance in a parallel combination, we mark a 3 resistance. All are in a 10 value, 10 ohm, 10 ohm, 10 ohm. So equivalent will be R by N is equals to 3. That is a 10 by 3. Each resistance having a value of 10 but equivalent resistance in a parallel, that is a 10 by 3. That is a mean of that R by N. Okay, and in that condition we multiply the, if 10 and 10 are series, then 2 multiply by 10, 3 times 3 multiply by 10. So that is a expression for a N resistance in a series and parallel combination. Okay, if we calculate the ratio of that quantities, so ratio of that quantity, which quantities, that is a Rs upon Rp. So what is the value of Rs? That is a NR. What is the value of Rp? That is a R by N. So dear student, it becomes NR multiplied by N upon R. So R and R are cancel out, dear student, that is a N square. So we can write the series combination of N series combination of resistance, equal resistance, is equivalent to N square time of Rp. That is a result of a series and parallel combination. When these are connected in a series time and parallel, equal resistance are connected in a series and parallel. That is a result. Okay, now copies done, dear students. Now next illustration will be start. Dear, first illustration, it says calculate the equivalent resistance and current passing through the circuit. First find the combination of that resistor. All resistance, that is the first point, dear students. We can say starting, that is the ending, again starting, that is ending, again starting, that is the ending. So all are connected in a series combination. So what will be the result of a series combination? Rs is equals to R1, R2 and R3. There is one more method, dear. So let's suppose there is a supply voltage, that is a 12 volt is given. We are marking as a supply. So what happen? Let's suppose we start, let's suppose the current will be moved from a 5 ampere. So all 5 ampere will be passing through the R1. Same 5 ampere passing through the R2. Same 5 ampere will be passing through the R3. Means, dear students, all resistors having a same current, means the combination of 3 resistors are a series combination. Okay, now to solve the value, that is a 10 ohm, and second one is a 20 ohm, and third one is a 30 ohm. So we get the value of 60 ohm. The resistance in a series, that is a 60 ohm. What is the equivalent circuit of that? Dear student, we make a equivalent circuit of that. The equivalent circuit means a single resistance, single source, that is the equivalent resistance. So what is the value of that resistance? That is a 60 ohm. What is the value of power source? That is a 12. Now we can calculate the current. So according to Ohm's law, V is equals to, dear student, every time whenever we apply a Ohm's law, we have required a single resistance. Okay, we are not applying the Ohm's law and that condition. If you are applying a Ohm's law in that condition, we are required all 3 quantities. What is the voltage, what is the current, what is the resistance. Okay, now so we write here the value of V is a 12, the value of the current is unknown, the value of a resistance is a 60. So dear student, I is equals to 12 upon 60, 1 upon 5 is equals to 0.2 ampere. Okay, that is the answer of that. Okay students, so we are having a equivalent resistance, means 60 ohm, current, that is a 0.2 ampere. Next one is a complete solution step by step, dear students. Equivalent resistance 60 ohm. Applying a Ohm's law, I is equal to 12 upon 60, that is 1 upon 5, that is a 0.2. Okay, now again we are having a circuit that are having a different combination. Now we start to find the how many resistance are series and how many resistance are a parallel. So we mark here. So we start, let's suppose we are passing a 5 ampere current. We are assuming, dear students, if there is some confusion, you can write the value of I. Let's suppose the current I start. And in this resistor, there is no changes, so the current will be flow I. But at that point, dear students, there is two branches are coming. So in that condition, current will be divided. We are assuming in that branch that is a I1 and in that branch that is a I2. That I1 will be passing from that resistance and moving in that direction, and again one more resistance coming. And same current will be flow from this resistance, that is a I1, and come back again I1. Again is at this point I1 and I2 will be merged, so it becomes the I. At that point I is divided into two parts, and at that point I2 and I1 again merge and becomes I. So dear students, find that how many resistance are merging and how many resistance having a same value of current and how many resistance having a different value of current. So that we find R3 and R4 are having the same value of current, that is a I1. So these two resistance having a series combination. So we write here R3 4. So we merge both the resistance. So we write the R3 4. Which type of combination? That is a series combination. So we write R4 plus R3. What is the value of R4? That is a 15. What is the value of R3? That is a 5. So it becomes a 20 ohm. So what happened, dear students, with that diagram? These two resistance are removing and we mark a single resistance between that point and between that one. At that point and that point there is no any other resistance, so we use that complete path. So from that point to that point we mark another resistance, and that resistance is the equivalent of that two, so it having a value of 20 ohm. Now means there is a complete circuit converted into that circuit. We are mark again, that's again that circuit will be converted into that circuit. After solving a last two resistance as a series combination, it becomes a 20 ohm. It's already having a 60 ohm. It is a 25 ohm and it is a 20 ohm. After that, dear, we are again focusing at that point and that point. Both the resistance, that point is combined and that point is combined. So these two resistance having a parallel combination. These two resistance having a parallel combination, dear. Now solve this parallel combination. So there are two resistance. So we are solving by direct method. RP of, that is RP for what? For R34 and R2. So we are writing R2 and 34. Okay, are you explaining? Understand, dear? So we multiply that 60 multiply by 20 and adding them, that is a 80. So 0 to 0 cancel out, 2 cancel out the 8 4 times, and it becomes 60 divided by 4. So it get the value of 15 ohm. So after that solving of these two resistance, we are getting a value of 50 ohm. Now we again make the resistance. So now our circuit converted into, that is a 25 ohm, 20 ohm, and it is a 15 ohm, and that is a supply of a 120 volt. Now dear students, all three resistance are combined in a series combination. So now adding them, so finally we get 25 plus 15 plus 20. So what will be the answer, dear students? 25 plus 15, 40 and 60 ohm. So finally, dear students, the complete circuit and complete combination of that resistance converted into a single resistance, that is a 60 ohm. So we are drawing here a single resistance having a value of a 60 ohm. The supply voltage is 120 volt. So we can calculate the value of current. So I is equals to V upon R. What is the value of V? 120. What is the value of resistance? 60. That is a 2 ampere. So total current passing from that is a 2 ampere. So dear, where is the point where we mark the I? That is a I. So here the value of current, that is a 2 ampere. So which current is usually written? That is a 2 ampere. If we are saying about the R1, the current passing through the R1, that is a 2 ampere. Current passing through the R5, that is a 2 ampere. Okay, that is a complete solution of a resistance. How we solve the complete resistance? That is a complete value of that. Finally, we get the value of 60 ohm. Answer is correct, dear. So now, next numerical is there. Two coils having the combined resistance of 25 ohm. There are two coils R1 and R2. When combine them in a series, then we get the value of 25 ohm. Okay, students. When connected in a series, and after that we get the 4 ohm when connected in parallel. Means dear, when we connected the R1 and R2 in the form of parallel. So we can write R1 up into R2 and R2 plus R1 is equals to 4 ohm. These are given. Now calculate the value of R1 R2. So first value and second value. Dear, we know that R1 plus R2 is 25 ohm. So we write here. So we get the R1 into R2 is equals to 4 multiplied by R1 plus R2 by using a second equation. And by using a, that is the expression is coming by cross multiply of that. And in that expression we put the value of R1 plus R2. What is the value of R1 R2? R1 plus R2, that is 25. R1 into R2 is equals to 4 multiplied by 25, that is a 100 ohm. Okay, so we get the three values. Dear students, there is some mathematical expression will be used. Now we know the value of R1 plus R2. Now we are required, if we having the value of R1 minus R2, then by using this expression we can calculate the R1 R2. So we know that, dear students, if we are having a R1 plus R2 whole square, R1 plus R2 whole square becomes R1 square plus R2 square plus 2R1 R2. And what is the expression of R1 minus R2 ka whole square? R2 whole square, that is a R1 square plus R2 square minus 2R1 R2. Now we subtract them. So what happened, dear friends? R1 plus R2 whole square minus R1 minus R2 whole square. These are the cancel out and we get the value of 4 R1 R2. We are having the value of these quantities, that is a R1 plus R2. Yes, we are having the value of R1 plus R2. We are having the value of R1 R2. Yes, we are having the value of R1. So we can calculate the value of that. That is equivalent sign. That is a minus. So R1 minus R2 whole square. We move in a right hand side, then minus becomes converted into a positive and is equal to R1 plus R2 whole square minus 4 R1 R2. So what is the value of R1 plus R2? R1 plus R2 is a 25. When we square the 25, then we get the value of 625. Minus of 4 multiply, what is the value of R1 R2? That is a 100. So when we subtract them, then we get the value of 125. 400 400 625 minus 400, that is a 225, and that is the expression of r1 minus r2 whole square. By solving and by removing the square, then we get the 15. So we are having a two expression, that is the equation number 4. So by using a equation number 1 and by using a equation number 4, r1 plus r2 is equals to 25 and r1 minus r2 is equals to 15. Now add them, then that is a canceller. 2r1 is equals to 25 plus 5 30, that is a 40. So r1 is equals to 20. Now put the value of r1 in the first equation. So 20 plus r2 is equals to 25. So we get the value of r2 is a 5 ohm. That is the answer of that numerical. Okay students. Now that is the assignment time, dear. Now dear students, that is your assignment number 4. The assignment is exercise number 1, complete section D in a subjective and complete section D in a objective. That is your assignment, dear students. Okay. Thank you students.
Hello dear students, welcome to all. Today we are going to start lecture 4 of chapter 1, that is number system. In this lecture we will discuss about how to convert recurring decimal into the fractional form. To convert recurring decimal into fractional form we have two methods. First is long method and the second is shortcut method. Long method is useful for subjective exam purpose, or we can say school exam purpose. So what is the first method? Let's discuss. For the first method, the step 1 is take the mixed recurring decimal and let it be equal to x. First of all, let's discuss what is the recurring decimal. Recurring decimals means sometimes we see that in the number after the decimals all the digits are recurring, and sometimes some digits are not recurring but some digits are recurring. These types of decimal are known as mixed recurring decimals. So the number which you will get in the question, let it be equal to x. And the next is count the number of the non-recurring digits after the decimal point. Count the non-recurring digits after the decimal and let it be n. Now the next step is multiply the equation x is equal to the number by 10 to the power n. Okay, multiply both sides of the equation 10 to the power n, and n is what? N is the number of digits which are not recurring after the decimal, so that only repeating decimal is on the right hand side of the decimal point. Okay, next step is multiply the both side of equation obtained in step 3 by 10 to the power m. And what is the m? M is the number of digits which are recurring after the decimal. Okay, now what is the step 5? Subtract the equation in step 3 from the obtained in step 4. Okay, now what is the step 6? Divide the both side of resulting equation by the coefficient of x. So student, please don't be confused, just wait and watch. We will discuss all these things in the examples. Okay, so the step 7 is write the rational number thus obtained in the simplest p by q form. Okay, these are the steps which we use for the long method. Let's discuss these steps with example. So the first example is write 0.77 as a fraction in its lowest term. So let's solve this. We have to solve 0.777. Here 7 is repeating digits, so we can write it as 0.7 bar. We have to convert this number in the p by q form. So let this number be x, 0.777. Now after the decimal, no digits are non-recurring. There are 0 non-recurring digits after the decimal. So here n is equal to 0. But here after the decimal only one digit is recurring. So m is equal to 1. So we have to multiply this equation by 10 to the power m, that is equal to 10 to the power 1. This is equal to 10. So we have to multiply equation 1 by 10. When we multiply by 10, we will get 10x is equal to 7.7777 and so on. What will we get then? This is equation 2. Now let's subtract equation 1 from equation 2. When we subtract equation 1 from equation 2, we will get 9x is equal to 7. Because after the decimal, here only we have 777, and after the decimal here also we have 777. So this after the decimal all the digits are cancel out, we will get only 7. So x is equal to 7 by 9. This is the simplest fractional form of 0.7 bar. 0.7 bar is equal to 7 by 9. Clear? So let's come to the next example. Next example is write 0.555. That means we can write it as 0.5 bar. We have to convert it in the fractional form. So x is equal to 0.5 bar. We can write x is equal to 0.5555 and now here again non-repeating digits after the decimal is 0. So let's check for the repeating digits. There is only one repeating digit. So we have to multiply this equation 1 by 10. So multiply equation 1 by 10. So we will get 10x is equal to 5.555. This is equation 2. Now again equation 2 subtract equation 1. What will we get? We get 9x is equal to 5 and x is equal to 5 by 9. So this is the simplest form of 0.5 bar in the fractional form. Clear? Now come to the next example. Write 0.3535 as a fraction in its lowest term. So let x is equal to 0.3535. We can write it as 0.35 bar. So let x, this is the equation 1. Now here two digits are recurring, so m is equal to 2. So we have to multiply equation 1 by 10 to the power 2, that is 100. So let's multiply. We will get 100x is equal to 35. Okay. Now this is equation 2. Again the same step, equation 2 minus equation 1. We will get 99x is equal to 35 and x is equal to 35 divided by 99. This is the simplest form of 0.3 bar. Clear? Now come to the next example. Next example is 0.585585. That means it is equal to 0.585 bar. We have to convert it in the fractional form. So first of all, let x is equal to 0.585585 and here 3 digits are recurring, so m is equal to 3. So we have to multiply this equation by 3, 10 to the power 3. So let's multiply equation 1 by 3, 10 to the power 3. So it is equal to 1000x is equal to 585.585 and this goes on. Now this is the equation 2. Now equation 2 minus equation 1. What will we get? We will get 999x. 999x is equals to 585 and x is equals to 585 divided by 999. Now we can cancel out these two numbers by 3. 195 and 3. So it is equal to 195 divided by 333. Now again 195 and 333 is also cancelled out by 3. 65 divided by 111. So the simplest form of 0.585 bar, 0.585 bar is equal to 65 upon 111. Clear? So let's come to the next example. What is the simplest form of 1.272727? Okay. X is equal to 1.2727. Okay. Now here after the decimal 2 digits are recurring, so m is equal to what? M is equal to 2. We have to multiply this equation by 10 to the power 2. So multiply equation 1 by 10 to the power 2. So what will we get? We will get 100x is equal to 127.5 27. This is equation 2. Again, equation 2 minus equation 1. Then what will we get? We will get 99x. 99x is equal to 127 minus 1. That is equal to x is equal to 126 divided by 99. Now we can cancel this denominator and numerator by 3, that is 42 divided by 33, and again 14 divided by 11. So we can write the simplest form of 1.27 bar is equal to 14 divided by 11. Now next question is 0.001, 001 and 001. Here the number is 0.001 bar. 001 bar. Here 3 digits are recurring after the decimal. So students, let's start to solve this. We have the number 0.001 bar. Okay. Again, here 3 digits are recurring digits. So first of all, let's assume 0.001 as x. This is equation 1. Now multiply this equation by 1000. Why 1000? Because there are repeating digits are 3 and we can say n is equal to 3. So if n is equal to 3, then we have to multiply by 10 to the power 3, that is 1000. What will we get? We get, when multiply equation 1 by 10 to the power 3, we will get 1000x is equal to 0.001 . We will get 0.001.001.001 and so on. This equation is equation 2. Now, if we subtract equation 2 minus equation 1, then what will we get? We get 999x is equals to 1, or 001. 001 is equal to 1 itself. So what will we get? X is equal to 1 upon 999. Okay, this is the simplest fractional form of 0.001 bar. Okay, now dear students, let's come to the next example. Now next example is 23.43 bar. 23.43 bar. So let's solve this number. .43 bar. Again the procedure is same for solving this number. X is equal to 23.4343. We have to write x is equal to 23.434343, because if we write the recurring decimals, then it is easy for us to subtract the equation, next equation and this equation. Now look at this equation. Here 23.4343, in this number only 2 digits are recurring, or we can identify from here bar is under the only 2 digits, so we can say that recurring digits are 2, or we can say n is equal to 2. So we have to multiply it by 10 to the power 2, that is 100. Okay. Now what will we get? We get, this is equation 1, and multiply equation 1 by 100. Okay. Now let's multiply. 100x is equal to 2343.4343 equation 2. Okay. Now subtract equation 2 equation 1. Okay. Now 100x minus x, we will get 99x equal to 2343 divided by 2343 and subtracted by 23, because after the decimals both the equations have same digits, so all the digits are cancelled out and we will get only 2343 minus 23, and by solving this we will get 99x is equal to 0 2 3 2 2 3 2 0. Okay, then x is equal to 2320 divided by 99. This is the fractional form of 23.43 bar. Okay. So dear students, I hope you understand how to convert decimal to p by q form for the rational numbers. These are the all examples for conversion of decimal rational numbers to p by q form. Let's understand with some more variety of questions. Now the next example is 0.1233333 bar. What it means? It is equal to 0.1233 bar 0.123 bar. Okay, so our actual number is what? 0.123 bar. We have to convert 0.123 bar in the p by q form. Again the procedure is same, so let's start to solve this. 0.123 bar, this is our number, and let it be x. Okay, now the next step is x is equal to 0.12333. Now in this example, after the decimal we have recurring and non-recurring digits. Some digits are recurring and some digits are non-recurring. If we see, there are two digits which are non-recurring. Okay, so first of all, then n is equal to 2 and one digit is recurring, m is equal to 1 recurring digit. Okay, understand? Then according to our procedure, first of all we multiply by 10 to the power 2. This is equation 1. Multiply equation 1 by 10 to the power 2. Why 10 to the power 2? Because non-recurring digits after the decimal are 2. So 100x is equal to 12.333333. This is equation 2. Now because only one recurring digits are here, one recurring digit is here, so we have to multiply equation 2 by 10. Okay. If we multiply equation 2 by 10, what will we get? We will get 1000x is equal to 123.3333 and so on. Now we will get equation 3. Now equation 3 minus equation 2. Our next step is equation 3 minus equation 2. If we subtract equation 3 and equation 2, what will we get? We will get 1000x minus 100x, and it is equal to 123.333 minus 12. Minus 12.333. Then what will we get? We will get 900x is equal to 123 minus 12. 123 minus 12. Then it is equal to 900x is equal to 111. And we will get x is equal to 111 divided by 900. Now this 111 and 900 is cancelled by 3. So it is equal to 37 divided by 300. It is equal to 37 divided by 300. Okay. So this is the simplest form of 0.123 bar. Again here only one digit is recurring and two digits are non-recurring. So here we will get in the denominator only 19 and 2 zeros. It is equal to non-recurring number of non-recurring digits. So don't get confused what I want to say. I will explain all this in the next slides. So please wait for that. Okay. So dear students, let's move to the next example. Next example is 0.0352 bar. 0.00352 bar. Here is bar is only on 5 and 2, means only 5 and 2 are recurring digits. Okay. So let's solve this. .00352 bar. Okay. Let it be x is equal to 0.0035252 and so on. Here first of all we see that 3 digits are non-recurring. 3 digits are non-recurring, then we have to multiply this equation 1 by 10 to the power 3, that is 1000. Multiply by 1000. If we multiply it by 1000, then what will we get? We will get 1000x is equal to 0.00352 3.525252 and so on. This is our equation 2. Now here after the decimals 2 digits are recurring, so we have to multiply by 10 to the power 2 also. So what will we get when we multiply it 10 to the power 2? What will we get? We will get x 10 to the power 5, because 3 zeros are there and 2 zeros are there, So we will get 5 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is equal to 352.525252 and so on. This is equation 3. Now the next step is subtraction. And how we subtract? We subtract equation 3 minus equation 2. Clear? And when we subtract equation 3 minus equation 2, what will we get? We will get 1 0 0 0 0 1 2 3 4 5 x minus 1000x 1 0 0 0 x. Okay, is equal to 352 minus 3. 352 minus 3. 352 minus 3, because after the decimals all the digits are cancelled out here. Okay. Now what will we get? This is 1 lakh. 1 2 3 4 5 5 zeros means 1 lakh minus 1000. So it is 99,000 equal to 352 minus 3. 352 minus 3, that is equal to 349. Okay. So this is x also. So what will we get? We will get x is equal to 349 divided by 9900 and one more 0. After the long method, we will discuss about shortcut method or direct method. By this method, to convert recurring decimal into the fractional form, we use two steps. First step to identify numerator and the second step to identify denominator. For the first step, what we have to do? We have to do that to obtain numerator, subtract the number formed by non-repeating digits from the complete number without the decimal. You have to subtract the number formed by non-repeating digit from the complete number. And what is the second step? Again, second step is to identify denominator. In the denominator, we have nines and zeros only. And number of nines is equal to number of repeating digits after the decimal, and number of the zeros is equal to number of non-repeating digits after the decimal. Okay, and we have to put zeros after the 9 in the denominator. So don't be panic and don't confuse. Let's understand with the example. First example is 0.45454545. That means we can write it as 0.14545, or we can write it as 145 bar. So by solving this by direct method, our complete number is 145. Okay, and the number formed by non-repeating digit is 1. So this is our numerator, and for the denominator, number of 9 is equal to repeating digits, and there 2 digits are repeating and 1 digit is non-repeating digit. So we will get 990. So it is equal to 144 divided by 990. Okay, now it can be cancelled out by 9 one time and 6 time, and it is 110. So it is equal to 16 divided by 110. So we can say 0.15 bar is equal to 16 by 110. Now come to the next question. Next is 4.773 bar. 4.73 bar. Again we have to use direct method to solve this. The complete number is 473 and the number formed by non-repeating digits is 47. Okay, now